The following is a fan-based audiobook adaptation of a fan translation. Reading by Sydney of Manga Dungeon. Translation by 2BM Asta. Pocket Monsters the Animation, Volume 1. Departure. Writer Takeshi Shudo. A resident of Kanagawa Prefecture. Despite being a terrible writer, made his debut screenwriting at the age of 19. Has done various work since. Eventually worked on anime, novels, plays, etc. Most notable work include Warring States Demon Go Shogun and Magical Princess Minky Momo, among others. Further details may be divulged at a later opportunity. Illustrator Sayuri Ichiishi, from Kanagawa Prefecture. Character designer and lead animation director on anime including Pocket Monsters and Wedding Peach DX. She is a water-loving animator whose hobby include bodyboarding. Works for OLM Inc. Departure. Prologue. Wow. So many words. Sorry. There's a few illustrations, but this version of Pocket Monsters is not a game or an anime, but a novel. As such, there's also a somewhat lengthy prologue. It was a certain night. A faint light shone in the darkness. Pon. A faint sound rang through the air. And so, a certain creature was brought into existence. Meanwhile, in another location, Pon, Pon, Pon. More of the creatures spawned, one after another. The creatures' shapes and appearance varied wildly. Among the creatures were quite a few resembling other creatures we were already familiar with. However, they were different to any creatures that had ever been in this world, like how humans evolved from apes eons ago. The creatures of this world had their own ancestors, but these creatures were different. Suddenly, on that night, Pon, Pon, Pon. Nowadays, we have an encyclopedia to identify these creatures that suddenly appeared in the world. The people of the world soon came to identify these creatures as pocket monsters. Why? How? What brought the pocket monsters into our world? To explain this mystery is tantamount to explaining the mysteries of mankind's origins. An excerpt from Introduction to the Research of Portable Beasts by Professor Samuel Oak of the Celadon University Portable Beast Department. An explanation for parents and guardians. When it comes to Pokemon, a picture is worth 1,000 words. If you want to know about Pokemon, interacting with one directly will teach you much more than reading 100 of these. Which is to say, despite being an old adage, there's no shame in not knowing what is a mystery to all. To summarize, using words to explain pocket monsters to a person who's never seen one before would be incredibly difficult. However, this book is a novel, not an encyclopedia. The appearance of Pokemon will be described in the text. These descriptions are taken from, quote, real creatures other than Pokemon, defined by the 1997 edition of the world-famous OED, Oxbridge English Dictionary. For example, a turtle-like Pokemon would resemble a turtle, described as a type of reptile in the OED. The description of an animal whose body is covered by a hard shell on the front and back, with a head, tail, and pair of arms and legs that can be retracted inside of a shell. This describes the shape such a Pokemon would take. A frog-like Pokemon, the OED describes a frog as an amphibian with few facial features. Their larvae are referred to as tadpoles. They live by the waterside in places like rivers or swamps. They frequently make noise in the early summer and hibernate during the winter, which is the form that type of Pokemon would have. So, the OED is considered the world's standard dictionary for definitions. If among the description of turtles, frogs, and other things in this novel you come across an animal that you are not familiar with, feel free to look it up in the dictionary. No matter who the publisher of your dictionary is, the definition of most common words won't vary much from the OED. Please rest assured. It's say about once a month. I have this dream. The universe lies before my eyes. Countless stars are spread around. Beyond all the thousands of stars, a huge sun rises. And then, at that moment, there's a whoosh, and I suddenly hear music echoing through my body. The sound sounds like it's coming from an organ, like the ones you see in pictures of foreign churches. The kind of organ that looks like a monster made of iron pipes. It becomes increasingly intense. That noise, my TV or radio cassette player couldn't replicate. Though I hear it within my dreams, it's something impossible to capture on CD or tape, yet the sound still exists. It's electrifying, making the atmosphere tremble, stinging my cheeks. The ground and chair seem to vibrate. But the problem here, or, well, not really a problem, this melody is familiar. I hear it regularly. It's the same music from the game Pokemon. But it really gets me pumped up. When I hear this music, I get this feeling. Here it comes. Finally it's beginning. Let's go. Like that. You know what I mean? Oops. In the soundless world of the written word, it's a little difficult to describe music in my dreams. Anyway, this awesome whooshing, dignified music fills me as the large sun rises. But the best part is yet to come. The sun rises and something flies in. Something I can't describe without sounding pretentious. I've had this dream a countless number of times. I'm not even sure how many times at this point. I'll just put it as simply as possible. Yes, it's a pocket monster. Pokemon, for short. It was a flame Pokemon spewing scorching fire. Charizard. A great flame burnt at the end of its thick tail. It is the evolved form of the lizard Pokemon, Charmander. Despite that, both Pokemon are able to breathe fire. Charmander could be used as a cigarette lighter, while Charizard is on a different level entirely, flying on its great wings like key-wheeling. The flames it sees are hot enough to melt Boulder, larger than the bronze statue in the town plaza, in an instant. The Charizard, seemingly having been born from the sun mere moments ago, spews flames like whoosh as it flies towards me. I'm not afraid. It doesn't burn. This is a dream after all. On top of that, this Charizard is my Charizard. When would I ever get a Charizard? It doesn't matter. It's my dream. My Charizard passed above my head, and I look behind myself to see it flying towards a blue planet. A blue planet in this universe, yeah, it's obviously the Earth we live on. Charizard plunges into the atmosphere, and flames envelop its whole body as it descends. As it descends, it could land in America, England, or even Paris. But of course, it's going to the land in Tokyo City. The capital city of the country I live in, Tokyo Tower, and the Harumaki Exhibition Center are there. Since this is my dream, Charizard flies where it's convenient for me. Because it has descended upon Tokyo City, Charizard doesn't rampage like a giant monster. Instead, it continues to descend toward the Shibuya district of Tokyo City. Its destination is beyond the Shibuya Park Road, the Yoyokai National Stadium. It's most likely heading for the opening ceremonies of the Poke-Olympics, an international event held once every 4 years. The Tokyo Dome is nice too, but a roofless arena where it can fly through the blue skies suits Charizard better. Every seat in the National Stadium is filled, of course. The audience sees Charizard in the sky and begins to cheer. Charizard, Charizard, Charizard. They call Charizard's name. Charizard lands inside the stadium, near the Sacred Flames platform, and folds its wings. The competitors on the field of the opening ceremony bow their heads. Charizard looks at the flame platform and spews fire to light it. The flames flare and soar. That's right, my Charizard is the final torch runner for the Poke-Olympics. Loud cheers beyond the capacity of Dolby Digital ring out. Balanced on their swirly tail, a band made of Seadra play a trumpet fanfare with their bulge-like mouths. The competitor's oath begins, and the one delivering the pledge with all their might is, obviously, me. The oath. I shout at the top of my lungs. 92 phones. We Pokemon trainers, in the spirit of the Pokemon League, swear to fight fair and square. I'm not sure if the spirit of the Pokemon League is even an actual thing or not, but this is just a dream, so let it slide. Being a dream, this next part I say after the spirit of the Pokemon League is the most important part. Pokelympics, Pokemon Trainer, Representative, Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town. Pallet Town is my hometown. Ash Ketchum, that's my name. The moment I hear that name is the moment I wake up. What is a Pokemon Trainer? The basic dictionary on Ash's computer defines it as the following. Trainers officially licensed by the Pokemon League to raise Pokemon for battle. There are various rules and methods regarding becoming a Pokemon trainer, but the usual method is to capture wild Pokemon in Pokeballs and raise them into strong Pokemon. In recent years, trading Pokemon between trainers has become commonplace. To be considered a successful Pokemon trainer, you must compete in the regional tournaments, which to qualify involves challenging regional Pokemon gyms and gathering at least 8 badges as proof of your victories. To learn more about Pokemon training, it's more effective to go on a journey aiming to become a Pokemon trainer than to read reference books. Experience is the best teacher. That is the secret to understanding Pokemon. Now, the definition of Pokemon is abbreviation of Pocket Monsters. And the definition of Pocket Monsters is portable beast, also miniature portable beast. Creatures that can be captured in capsules when their stamina is depleted, often belonging to Pokemon trainers. When raised to become stronger, can evolve into a different species of portable beast. They come in all shapes and sizes, and can be raised in various methods. To learn more about them is more effective to become a Pokemon trainer than to read reference material. Experience is the best teacher. That is the secret to understanding Pokemon. That's a basic dictionary for you. It's basic, but the definitions are somewhat vague. In order to further understand Pokemon, perhaps we should follow Ash on his quest to become a Pokemon trainer. End of Prologue. Chapter 1. Departure in Pajamas. I am Ash, age 10. I start off putting my Pokemon cap on my head. I put a throwing glove on my right hand to protect my wrist. Then I start throwing. I don't have any Pokeballs though, so it's just shadow pitching. Once I catch a Pokemon, I need a catchphrase to shout. Okay, pose. Get! Getcha! Got you! You've been got! Ash came up with dozens of poses in front of his mirror. He was trying to figure out his catchphrase for when he caught a Pokemon. What pose and catchphrase suits me best? There are so many lines to choose from, but the most important part is that I decide on something really cool. Ash was looking up the word capture on his computer's dictionary and chose get as the most commonly used word among Pokemon trainers. The dictionary gave the following definition for get. Get. Obsolete. Commonly used in the past. Etymology. Get. English word. Capture. Obtain. Colloquialism for trapping. In the past it was used when a man obtained a girl. Make something yours. Girls also use this in regards to obtaining a guy. By the end of the 20th century, its meaning had shifted to only obtaining items, such as when buying them. Nowadays, it is no longer a part of common vernacular. An exception to this is the usage among Pocket Monster or Pokemon trainers, where it remains in use in regard to capturing Pokemon. Example 1. Krabby Get. Krabby is a species of river crab Pokemon. Another example is Magikarp Get. Magikarp is a fish Pokemon predominantly made of scale and bones. To obtain a dull Pokemon to catch. On one hand, a waste of effort. Example 2. I came close to getting a Mew. Mew is a legendary Pokemon whose existence is unconfirmed. To obtain a Pokemon whose existence is unconfirmed, on the other hand, unbelievable fortune. As such, is considered a dangerous or high-risk operation, something that involves considerable effort. Ash didn't really know about the older meaning of get, but the use of get among those in Pokemon business is common knowledge. It was a word among Pokemon trainers to the same degree that people in show business always say good morning, no matter what time of day it is. Even among small children playing Pokemon with each other, you'll often hear their voices saying, "I'll get you," or "got you." Ash wasn't a little kid anymore, but could he use the variant kids use while playing? He pondered a moment. Then again, it'd be somewhat improper to speak with a lisp like that, was his conclusion. Perhaps it's better to use the word he's used to, which would mean, in the end, he settled on get. However, even if he's used to using the wrong word, using it in the real world is another thing. It may be a word everyone uses, but he wanted his own unique cool pose when he said get. So he spent the past 10 days thinking, maybe not cool enough, while researching poses. Whenever he had the time, he was looking in the mirror, and so it continued, right up to the night before his planned departure. This country heavily resembles 20th century Japan, but there are some differences. Allow me to explain a few of those differences here. For example, compulsory education ends in primary school at the age of 10. Students are free to continue into middle school if they wish. When children complete primary school at age 10, they are legally considered adults. In this facet, it more closely resembles the country England, English, rather than 20th century Japan. This is the All Primary School Graduates Are Adult Law, or PGAL, Primary Graduate Adulthood Law for short. Basically, as of the April following your 10th birthday, you are able to gain a Pokemon license and are permitted to carry Pokeballs to capture Pokemon. However, due to a law for preserving natural habitats, you are only permitted to have 6 Pokeballs at a time. Of course, there's more to being a legal adult than the right to own Pokemon. All adults are granted, under 18s don't qualify as minors, not even 14 or 15-year-olds. For example, if you were to steal something from a convenience store, the consequence would be more than just the shopkeeper getting mad at you. The police would arrest you. And no matter how much your parents try to apologize, you are still culpable as an adult. The most important point of this law is, after leaving primary school, you make your own life choices. You can strive to achieve higher education or take over the family business. Naturally, you're free to job search as well if you'd like. If they were so inclined, an 11-year-old boy and girl are even free to marry without parental consent. You were considered an adult right down to the details, like traffic violations. And you pay taxes like an adult too. So, in regards to Ash's hometown, Pallet Town is a small town out in the boonies. Despite being legal adults, there are barely any job openings for primary school graduates there. Due to the lack of jobs, it is a town where most children decide to become Pokemon trainers. In fact, most of Ash's seniors had left Pallet Town to become Pokemon trainers. But unfortunately, no trainers from Pallet Town ever made it into the national daily top 10 charts of newspaper or TV reports. However, the popular children's magazine Pokemon Comics, which boasts a readership of 5 million, as well as the adult-oriented specialist magazine Monthly Pokemon Trainer and its rival publication Pokemon Pals, commonly referred to as Pokepals, always have a monthly best 10,000 trainers list. Right near the bottom of that list, you may find some trainers from Pallet Town. When this happens, the trainers are featured on the front page of the local newspaper, Weekly Pallet Town News, with a huge photo and are considered a local hero. Everyone in town throws a huge party. The only supermarket in town celebrates with a bargain sale. Outside of their family home, congratulatory telegrams and bouquets are lined up like a wreath at a grand opening of a pachinko parlor. The following is an old story from over 100 years ago. A man in the town named Pallet Oak ranked 931st in the natural trainer rankings. It was the first time anyone from the town had ever made it into the top 1,000. Pallet Oak was more than just a local hero. He was practically worshipped as a god. In their excitement, the town people erected a bronze statue of him in the town square, and changed the name of the town to Pallet Town. Up until that point, it had been known as Purity Town. Naturally, the new name of the town was decided by a local referendum. On top of that, Pallid Oak was also elected as the town's mayor. Since then, the Oak family has been revered in Pallid Town and had successive generations of mayors. Incidentally, the famous Pokemon professor, Professor Samuel Oak, is Pallid Oak's great-great-grandson, the grandson of his grandson's grandson's grandson, and is the youngest of 3 brothers in the Oak family. The eldest is the current mayor of Pallid Town. The second eldest runs the Pallid Town post office. Anyway, to become big in this town, your best bet is to become a Pokemon trainer. Children of Pallid Town dream of beating out Pallid Oak's ranking, that is to say 931st placed, and have the town renamed to themselves. And that goes for me too. I'll change this town's name to Ash Town, and I'll be cooler than anyone else. Ash was still posing in the mirror. Gotcha. Did I get it? It wasn't going well. Am I interrupting a fashion show? A yawning voice spoke from behind. You should knock before coming in, Ash replied as he turned around. Knock, knock. The one who spoke up, knocking on the already wide-open door to Ash's room, it was his mother, Delia, standing in the doorway in her pajamas. It's your mama in pajamas. What's the drama? Oh, I'm a poet and I didn't know it. Is this really the type of thing a typical mother would say? Sometimes Ash would stop and wonder about that. Besides, when she's not wearing her pajamas, she's usually wearing a miniskirt. Let's take a moment, even though we're already taking a while, and talk about Ash's mother. What? You don't want to read about annoying parents in a Pokemon novel? You want to move on with Ash's story already? I get where you're coming from, but think of it this way. Not all that long ago, back when they were your age, everyone's mother were once kids who loved anime and games as much as you do. They weren't always annoying parents who would always order you to study. So stop complaining and deal with it. Besides, you may even learn something important about Ash while learning about his mother. In a lot of ways, Ash's mother may be similar to your own, but there may be some notable differences as well. Ash's mother is named Delia. Looking at Delia, who is still under 30, you wouldn't think she was Ash's mother. In fact, if Ash were to introduce her to someone saying, "This is my mother who will be turning 30 soon," they'd probably stare blankly and shake their head in disbelief. Then they'd smile politely and think he was joking as they replied, "Delia could only be in her early 20s. Anyway, Delia really didn't look any older than her early 20s. While Ash would prefer her to become more like an ordinary older woman, if strangers were to see them together, they would likely think that they were brother and sister. While Ash wouldn't notice due to being with her all the time, most people would consider her quite the beauty. In fact, when she was 17, she appeared on the front cover of the New Year bumper issue of Pokemon Pals, alongside a Bellsprout. It was the biggest thing to happen in Pallid Town since Pallid Oak reached 931st on the Pokemon trainer charts. It was approximately 2 years later that Ash was born. However, she had never told him about her appearance in that special edition of Pokepals because, quote, "I was so immature back then." Yeah. After her mother passed away, Delia took over the family business, the only restaurant in town with an inn, or hotel, on the second floor. Pallet House, Delia, which she ran all on her own. Ash's father wasn't around anymore. Ash's father was a Pokemon trainer. He left town right after Ash was born and never came back. While we're on the topic, Delia's father, that is to say Ash's grandfather, was also a Pokemon trainer. He also left home when Delia was young and never came back. But that's enough about Delia for now. Let's get back to Ash's story. That ain't good. Ash was embarrassed to have his mother finding him practicing his Pokemon Get pose, and replied to her with a furrowed brow. So, does my mama in pajamas have some important business with me? When communicating by computer or trying to put on airs, Ash refers to him by the pronoun Boku. But in general, he always says Ore. Your mama in pajamas doesn't want any drama, little boy. What are you doing at this hour? Don't call me little boy, Ash snapped back at her. Oh, you're not a little boy? Then what are you? Their relationship was less like mother and child, and more like a pair of friends. I'm becoming a Pokemon trainer tomorrow. That means I'm an adult. Dahlia placed her hand on her forehead. Right, my mistake. Anyway, Mr. Adult, do you know what time it is? Dahlia pointed at the alarm clock on Ash's desk. Dahlia got that clock for Ash as a present on his 10th birthday. It was shaped like a Voltorb, a ball-like Pokemon, a clock designed for travel. It opened into two pieces to show the time inside. When you set the time, it started off going re. Then, if you don't wake up, be re. Then, eventually, kaboom. It would make a sound like an explosion. Pokemon-themed goods are quite popular. They aren't expensive, but Pokemon goods are a perpetual bestseller. So it makes them hard to obtain in a small place like Pallet Town where Ash lives. So in order to obtain that clock, Dahlia left her busy schedule for 3 days and went to the department store in the metropolis of Celadon City, and waited in line for 5 hours to buy it. Naturally, she also bought herself some nice clothes and shoes at a great bargain price while at the department store, but that was only an afterthought. For Dahlia, that Voltorb alarm clock held more significance than just a birthday present for her son. It was an expression of motherly love for Ash to take on his journey, with his 10th birthday just being a chance to give it to him. The time is... Ash opened the Voltorb clock and checked the time. Wow, it's already 1 a.m. Dahlia shrugged as she replied. That's right, 1 a.m. is a time for adults, but not a time for new 10-year-old adults to be awake. But I'm leaving tomorrow. No, not tomorrow. 1 a.m. It's already today. I can't sleep. Dahlia was fluffing Ash's pillow as she replied. I understand how you feel. Everyone in this town becomes a Pokemon trainer when they turn 10. Your dad, your grandpa, and even you. When mentioning his father and grandfather, she briefly treated Ash's pillow like a punching bag. Dad and grandpa, huh? Ash recalled something from when he was 5 years old. It was the day he got his first computer. He was staring at the latest model of PC while Dahlia spoke. Hey son, I'm talking to you. Your dad and grandpa are amazing Pokemon trainers. Of course, Ash had always thought so. Hey mom, I want to know. What's dad like? What kind of person was grandpa? This was the answer Dahlia decided to give little Ash. Your dad and grandpa are surreal trainers who could defeat even Paladoke. Surreal? It was a word he wasn't familiar with. Beyond reality. Super real. So they're like super awesome, I guess. But on the day he got his computer, the illusions he had about his father and grandfather were shattered, and the following occurred. Dahlia lowered her head as she spoke to little Ash. Sorry I lied to you. Dahlia spoke to Ash, whose jaw hung wide open. Lied. Surreal trainers. Beyond reality. Throwing logic to the curb. Super real. Surpassing reality. It's all lies. I give up. Ash was the one giving up. Dahlia asked the following. When you start using your computer, you're going to go online. Yeah, Ash nodded. And of course the internet has information regarding Pokemon, so you're going to try to learn more about your dad and grandpa. Yeah, that's right. But you won't find anything, probably. Why not? Because I lied. Eh? It's not a lie that Dad and Grandpa did try to become Pokemon trainers. That's the truth. It's absolute fact that they left on a journey. Yeah? But to say they had any success as trainers... Yeah? It's a lie. Probably. A lie? Your dad and grandpa never made it into the top 10,000 list of any magazines. Yeah, they haven't. I know that this never bothered you, Ash, but the top 10,000 is made up of people who compete in the annual Pokemon League tournament. Only Pokemon Master Class trainers make it to the big league. There's plenty of great trainers whose names never make the list. Yeah. But it might be a problem if you search them on the internet. Internet? Yeah, but on the internet you can easily obtain a list of all official registered Pokemon trainers in the world. If you're officially registered, your name is on the list. Even the names of deceased trainers are listed. There's at least 1 billion names on the list. There's a list? I never knew that. There is. Anyway, with a computer, even 1 billion names, it would be easy to search for Dad and Grandpa on the list. That's why, before you try to search for them, I'd like to tell you, your dad and grandpa aren't on that list. Why not? Because dad and grandpa aren't professional yet. Or rather, they haven't made it to a point to where they can be considered professional. A long silence hung between Ash and Delia. What are they doing? Dad and grandpa? Delia shrugged. No idea. They left to become trainers, but their names aren't on the list. I guess they're failures. Failures, huh? Ash repeated Delia's words. Delia didn't like the gloomy mood. Hence why she then spoke up. But you aren't a failure, Ash. So you don't worry about Dad or Grandpa, okay? Whether you become a trainer or not is your own decision. Ash muttered quietly, how lame. It is lame. Totally lame. Really lame. Delia smiled. She was relieved that Ash wasn't too shocked by this revelation. Ash's feelings were just as he'd said. How lame, he thought. Maybe if he had known them, it'd mean something, but he had only ever seen his dad and grandpa in photos. Neither of them really meant anything to 5-year-old Ash. Whether his father and grandfather were decent trainers or not made no difference in his feelings about becoming a Pokemon trainer. However, if he had found out on the internet, or even when he was a little older, it may have come to him as a shock. Thinking about it later, having the pressure of his father and grandfather's failure on him was somewhat of an odd form of encouragement. For example, there was this guy named Gary. Gary Oak was the same age as Ash. He was the grandson of the Pokemon researcher Professor Oak, who was the grandson of Palido, whose statue stood in the town square. He was a self-centered jerk who looked down on others, just because he was a member of the Oak family. His lineage was all he had going for him, yet he was still full of himself. Since his grandfather's brother was the mayor, he didn't go to the small primary school in town. He deliberately enrolled into a school over in the next town. Every day he had a 2-hour round trip out of Pallet Town. It must be tough having to live up to your ancestors. That's what Ash thought sometimes in regards to Gary. On the other hand, with a father and grandfather who were complete failures, it's quite possible that Gary thought Ash was quite pitiable himself. I'm not going to end up like Dad or Grandpa. Ash posed with his fists in the air before Delia. Well, you can't be sure. Delia regretted saying that and tried to lighten the mood. Well, you've gotten the beaten style, though. Huh? Style? The whole getting thing. Delia then mimicked exaggerated versions of the pose Ash had been practicing. Yeah! Ash rolled his eyes. You just don't get how cool I am. What, do you seriously think that was cool? Delia asked. Ash had no retort for this. Of course, you're so stylish, but there's no point in trying to come up with something before you've even caught any Pokemon. It's none of your business, Mom. It is too. How so? I don't want people thinking that I'm the mother of a totally uncool trainer. You only pull the mom card when it's convenient. Of course. I am your mother after all. Anyway, people who rely on stylish poses to determine how cool they are have a long way to go. You won't understand the joy, the excitement of catching Pokemon until you experience it yourself. Anyway, the natural reaction you have when you feel that sense of accomplishment will provide you a natural style. That's the style that will suit you best. You won't know until you catch your own Pokemon. Besides, there's more important things you should be deciding on. Huh? Delia returned his pillow to the bed and pressed the TV button on the computer on his desk. There, you're always watching this, aren't you? A video of an introductory lecture about Pokemon started playing. Having already seen it dozens of times, he already had memorized the entire thing start to finish. Ash figured there was nothing he could have possibly learned from the video at this point. I've had enough of this video. Really? Maybe I'll learn something instead then. The video explained that after a week without bathing, your hair would be filled with dandruff, the kind of beard you'd grow after not shaving after 10 days, how dirty your clothes would get after being worn for a whole month. The video was presented by a man who probably had about 50 years of experience in this world. Other than Paladoke, whose statue stood in town, the second most famous person was Professor Samuel Oak. As you are aware, the National Pokemon Association are able to provide a single Pokemon to primary school graduates hoping to become Pokemon trainers. There are many Pokemon suitable for beginners, however, for Pokemon trainers starting their career, I would personally recommend one of the following 3. Oh my, even though Professor Oak says so, it's that okay? Delia asked Ash. It's fine, I know all 3 of them. Ash then began to list them off. Bulbasaur. It's a Pokemon that kind of looks like a frog, which has a bulb planted on its back since birth. It's easy to raise, thus perfect for beginners. I see, Delia nodded. Then there's Squirtle, which is like a turtle that squirts water from its mouth. It's a little tough to handle at first, but it's better in the long term. Right. The last one is Charmander. It has a flame on its tail from the moment it's born. It's a little dinosaur-like Pokemon that walks on 2 legs. It's recommended for people who like a bit of challenge. So you know your stuff. So have you decided on your new sweetheart? Huh? I mean your first Pokemon. Ah. Ash hadn't decided as of yet. He was completely lost as to which one of the 3 would be his best choice. No use keeping it a secret. Tell me. He had been practicing his Pokemon Get pose without even deciding what his first Pokemon would be. How lame. Super lame. He couldn't admit that to Delia. Not telling. It's a trade secret. Right. It'd suck if some other kid got the Pokemon you wanted before you did. Delia casually turned up the volume on the video. Professor Oak flipped images of each Pokemon as he described them. Due to the increase of Pokemon trainer candidates in recent years, I have one of each of these 3 Pokemon for distribution at my laboratory. If you wish to obtain one of them, make sure to arrive early on the appointed day. I'll be distributing them starting at dawn. Did you hear what Professor Oak said? Yeah, I know. I'm not going to wake you up in the morning. Delia always left home in the morning while it was still dark before Ash woke up. She had to go to the market in the next town over to buy ingredients for the restaurant. No need to worry, I've got this. Ash placed his Voltorb alarm clock by his bedside. I've got it set for first thing in the morning. Then he hurried up to go to sleep. Oh, don't forget to change into your pajamas. She pulled his pajamas from the hamper and handed them to Ash. Ash nodded as he accepted them. I know. Well, as long as you know. Delia looked around Ash's room. It was unusually neat. It was never this neat, even after a spring cleaning. Ash was really leaving. This room, Ash had slept in every night for the past 10 years since he was a baby, but tomorrow he would be gone. It'd be quite a while until Ash would return to this room. If he was anything like his father, he may never be back. It was really starting to sink in, but Delia hated teary farewells. When it came to cuts, bruises, or even a tiny splinter stuck in her finger, Delia would overreact and cry like a baby. But ever since Ash's father left, she never shed a single tear over a farewell where anyone could see her. Get to sleep soon. Delia said that once more before she closed the door. Delia wiped the tears from her eyes and wiped them on her shoulder. Tears, huh? I'm still young, but I'm already the mother of a full-fledged adult at my age. I've had to put on a brave face as his mother. I can recall all the past 10 years with Ash. 10 years, 10 months, and 10 days. All the hardships. The times it was too painful to go on. Motherhood really is a struggle, but it was worth it. This is how Delia felt on the day her only son left home. And now, from here until the next section, we're going to speak about Delia a bit more. This may be a little long, so if you don't care about Ash's mother's feelings, feel free to skip ahead. But if you persevere and keep reading here, you may be rewarded. It may tie into what Ash does from now on. Do you know what your mother thinks while you're playing outside or you're playing video games? This is true. A lot of them are thinking, damn it. And it's not because you're spending your time playing. And it's not because you're spending your time playing instead of studying. It's because they want to play too, but can't. When you spend your allowance on a video game, they're thinking, lucky brat. Because with the money you spend, they can no longer buy shoes or clothes for themselves. While they're making your dinner, they're thinking, I don't want to do this. They would honestly rather go to a restaurant and have some fancy master chef make them a feast. And at the restaurant, there's no need to clean up the table afterwards. Every day, your mother thinks, damn it, lucky brat, and I don't want to do this, while doing the job a mother has to do. The job a mother has to do includes raising you, making sure you attend school. It's hard work. It may be interesting to observe your mother with this viewpoint in mind. Anyway, in Delia's case, Delia didn't consider motherhood to be a burden. Of course, it was never easy, but still she felt the need to say, thanks, baby, to Ash every once in a while. Looking after a baby is somewhat comparable to looking after a pet Pokemon in terms of effort, but Delia figured it was at least somewhat better than being all alone after her husband left home. At least a baby provides more thrill than a digital pet. If it dies, you can't press reset. Maybe I've said too much there. He became rebellious for the first time around the age of 3. Ash, you're plotting against me. She keenly sensed Ash's presence. Having such a rebellious son makes me the world's most unfortunate beauty. And she began to cry. Normally at her age, girls would be able to go out and have fun, not working as a single mother. She really did feel somewhat unfortunate. She started off only pretending to cry, but while thinking about her life situation, the tears soon became real. Ash was taken aback by her crying and stopped his troublemaking. Mama, what's wrong? Are you okay? That's all he could do to comfort her. When bullies picked on Ash in preschool and school, he'd get the teachers or the bully's father to tell them off. Or, well, if the bully's father wouldn't tell them off, he'd make sure the teacher did. Anyway, Delia's restaurant was the only restaurant in Pallet Town. For single men and men who had been kicked out of the house after a marital dispute who were looking for a meal, their only option in town were either Delia's restaurant or a bento from the only convenience store in town. Delia's cooking is so good that it was featured in the book Unexplored Regions, the best cooking in small towns. However, if you got into an argument with Delia and were on her bad side, her famous cooking would quickly become inedible. Also, with Delia being a beauty who appeared on the cover of Pokemon Pals, none of the men in Pallet Town were good enough for her. Children need a mother and a father, especially a father. You can't underestimate the importance of a father. A father can't just be working all the time. He has to spend time at home. Delia would complain to the fathers of the bullies. The fathers would shut up and let her speak. In exchange, if you can call it that, Delia would hear out their problems with their wives. Up until Ash's 10th birthday, Delia received at least 100 proposals from men, but she turned all of them down. There were a few rumors about her relationship with men, but none of them were actually true. In fact, she had never gotten divorced from Ash's absent father. Because of this, the mothers in town never complained about their husband going to Pallet House Delia after work. In fact, when their husbands arrived home late at night and said they had been at Pallet House Delia, they'd consider it a relief. Speaking with Delia would inspire the fathers of Pallet Town to do their best to look after their homes and children. This would help improve the moods of the mother in town. And with both their parents in a good mood, the children would be in a good mood too. It's hard to say whether this kind of thing would have an effect on the world at large, but at the very least, in a small school in Pallet Town, the bullying against Ash ended. With him no longer being bullied, Ash left to play around and cause mischief. She told him that when he caused too much trouble, but Delia never forced him to focus on his studies. But sometimes she'd mutter, "Your dad and grandpa are out there. They must be somewhere trying to become Pokemon trainers. Must be nice for them." It was only occasionally she'd say this, but over 10 years, it added up to quite a number of times. It was only natural that Ash would come to dream of being a Pokemon trainer. Delia's mutterings were never in regards to having any concern for dad or grandpa. Delia herself loved Pokemon and wished she could have become a trainer too. If she didn't have to take over Pallet House as the only daughter of her family, Dahlia would have ignored any opposition from her mother and left home to become a Pokemon trainer when she was 10, just like Ash. When becoming a Pokemon trainer, it's always better to start young. But it's not too late to start as a teenager. If there was anyone else who could take over Pallet House, Dahlia would have left it to them and left town. She hadn't given up yet. However, when she was 18, while Dahlia's mother was still alive, there was a young man hoping to become a Pokemon trainer who stayed at Pallet House, and she fell in love. Their relationship escalated quickly, and in practically the blink of an eye, they were married. And then, in another blink of the eye, the young man left town never to return. And, in another blink of the eye, her mother fell ill and passed away, leaving her with only Pallet House and the newborn Ash. If you were to ask her if she still loved that man, Ash's father, her answer would be a flat no. After leaving a woman like Dahlia alone for over 10 years, she wouldn't even get mad at him if he returned. She'd simply ignore him outright. Up until the day Ash left home on a journey to become a Pokemon trainer, Dahlia had hung in there all by herself. It's only natural, Dahlia thought to herself. Ash was her beloved child. She'd take care of him until the day he left. It was her responsibility. Dahlia had decided to continue doing her best on her own, but in the morning, Ash would finally be leaving. She was sad to see Ash leave home, yet also somewhat excited. When the morning comes, I'll be free. I'm still in my 20s. It's a bit too late to become a Pokemon trainer, but there's a lot of things I can do. Dahlia briefly reconsidered the hundreds of proposals she'd rejected. I'd rather not. Dahlia felt like a student about to start summer vacation without any homework. She then came to her senses. Ash isn't leaving until morning. She had to keep being his mother up until then. Dahlia nodded to herself and said, "Yeah." Ash couldn't sleep. He was wearing his pajamas. His light was off and he was tucked under the sheets of his bed. He'd given up on coming up with a get pose. However, he couldn't decide which of the 3 recommended Pokemon he should get at the Palatown Oak Laboratory. Bulbasaur? Squirtle? Charmander? He couldn't decide which one to choose. How much time was left? As Ash dozed off, he heard a distant sound. Somewhere outside the window. Do, 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 do. It was a Dodrio letting out a trio of cries to declare it was morning. Dodrio is a triple bird Pokemon, which is like a 3-headed ostrich. Upon hearing Dodrio's cry, Dahlia went out to the market. But it was still dark outside. But today, Dodrio's cry was like a lullaby for Ash. Even in his dreams, Ash was indecisive. Bulbasaur? Squirtle? Charmander? Who should I choose? But he had to settle on one eventually. Okay, Bulbasaur, I choose you. Ash drew a Pokeball within his stream. A Bulbasaur came out of the ball, letting out a cry of "Sar." Or rather, it should have. What came out instead was a Squirtle saying, "Squirt, squirt." Huh? You're not a Bulbasaur. But Ash changed his mind. A Squirtle is fine too. Squirtle, I'm glad it was you. Squirtle, I choose you. But the moment he decided, Squirtle was enveloped in a smoke and turned into Charmander. Mander. Its tail flame flickered unreliably as it seemed to ask, "Am I not good enough?" Ash replied almost on instinct, "Charmander, I'm sorry, you're the only one I really want." Then Bulbasaur left out. "Sar?" "That's not what you said before," it asked, pouting with the bulb on its back. "No, it isn't. It's not that. I want all of you." He says that, but "I want all 3 of you" is too selfish. Squirt. Mander. Sar. All 3 of them turn their back on Ash and leave. I'm back at square one again. Let's try this again. This time, Charmander, I choose you. He threw a Pokeball again, but the one who came out of it was Bulbasaur. Oh, why is this happening? Bulbasaur. No, one more time. Squirtle. He threw the ball again, but for some reason it was Charmander. No matter how many times he tried, the 3 of them wouldn't come out the way he wanted. This time for sure. Ash kept throwing the Pokeballs in his stream. In a half-asleep daze, Ash had eventually grabbed the Voltorb clock. This time. Thinking he was throwing a Pokeball, Ash threw the Voltorb clock. After smashing it into the wall, the clock would no longer go beep-ree or ree-ree-ree. The clock broke without making a sound. However, having not noticed, Ash continued throwing Pokeballs in his stream. Ding dong, ding dong. The bell in Pallet Town Square rang. 9 a.m. Everyone in town was going to work. Ash let out a big yawn. Ding dong, ding dong. That sound isn't the alarm clock. Ash sprung out of bed. The town square bell? Ash drew the curtain to his window open. Outside the window, it was already morning. Oh no. Ash had already been planning to leave around sunrise, but it was already closer to noon. What? Why? The Voltorb clock was sitting next to the wall. Why didn't it go off? Ash picked up the clock and shook it. Oh, please work, please work, please work. The Voltorb let out an out-of-order sound. Oh, come on. Ash put the Voltorb clock into his pajama pocket and dashed out of the room. Squirtle, Charmander, Bulbasaur, I'll settle for any of you, so please wait. He came downstairs to where Pallet House Delia restaurant was. Having already gotten back from shopping in the next town over, Delia was tidying up before opening the store. Oh, you're still here, Ash. Oh, I'm late. Without even taking any notice of Delia, Ash shot out the front door of the restaurant, still wearing his pajamas. Whew, same as always, he's hopeless. Delia shrugged her shoulders. He stayed up all night and overslept. Nothing ever changes, even on the day he's supposed to leave home. Dad, Grandpa, I suppose he really is your child. But she then smiled as she murmured to herself, but he's my kid too. Delia moved the vacuum cleaner all about the floor. Well, cleaning is done for now. All right, time to face another bright day. Delia went to the kitchen and started preparing for today's lunch special. Many people normally tend to only have something light around lunch, like a bento or a sandwich, but not Delia. Some people are totally out of it in the morning and don't get moving until the afternoon. To power on without dozing off, you need to fill your stomach with some nourishment. And not just with quantity, you need good quality lunch packed with energy. Delia felt that out of the 3 meals a day, lunch was the most important. That was the truth. She selected the finest ingredients and used them to make nourishing, balanced meals. This is why Delia's restaurant had such a great reputation in town. Unfortunately, we don't have time to explain Delia's lunch special menu in any detail. If you wish to know more about her recipes, I would suggest inquiring with the people who set the menu at the cafeteria or something at a restaurant with a specialized lunch menu. However, something bothering Delia today, she put down the kitchen knife as she was using to slice okra, a nutritious type of vegetable known for its stickiness. Delia tasted a pinch of okra. Nice, this is good, she said to herself before going upstairs to Ash's room. Yeah, I thought as much. Ash had left behind the luggage he was supposed to take on his journey. She figured she'd take the stuff he forgot over to him. I suppose I should see him off properly. Delia returned to the kitchen and packed today's lunch special into a bento. The bento wasn't for Ash. The customers coming for today's lunch special, they would find the place closed while she delivered her son's forgotten items. Closed at lunchtime when they'd come during their lunch break to have the lunch special. It would almost be too much to bear. Professor Oak's laboratory, which Ash was headed for, was located on the outskirts of Pallet Town. When he attended the primary school in the town square, he'd overcome the barriers to be at his desk to be in time for his teacher to take attendance. But it seems he wouldn't make it today. Even running at full speed in his pajamas, it was impossible. To be continued in Chapter 2. Chapter 1 Appendix. If you're in a hurry, feel free to skip to Chapter 2. However, there may be some important information written here that nobody else has ever seen. Pokemon-related reference material 1. Let me tell you of a Pokemon legend that I know few people are aware of. Pocket monsters, or Pokemon for short. Pokemon researchers have published many theories, but there is very little we actually know about them. Despite existing side by side, there's very little we know about the ecology, or way of life, of Pokemon species. It's understandable, though. Throughout the thousands of years of human history, it was only relatively recently we came to fully understand the animals known as cats and dogs. Until that point, people thought dogs and wolves were entirely unrelated creatures. Nobody would have believed that cats and lions were both varieties of feline. As such with Pokemon. For example, Meowth is a Pokemon that resembles a cat. However, we as of yet have no idea what the relationship it may share with an actual cat. Firstly, it is only recently that we've started calling these creatures pocket monsters or portable beasts. For a long time, humans divided creatures into two broad categories. The first was edible animals like cows and pigs, or like horses you could ride on, dogs that could act as guards, or something just cute, animals that could be kept as pets. Basically animals that were useful to humans. You could consider them to be allies of humanity. The other category includes insects that destroy crops, wolves that attack sheep, and could be considered humanity's enemies. Throughout human history, the quest for food and survival have been a constant war. As such, it was a long time before humans came to truly understand animals. Is it an enemy or an ally? That was all that mattered. As their way of life became easier, humans gained more curiosity about the world around them, and began the study of creatures other than themselves. The study of animals other than humans is known as, and this may be a difficult word, biology. It is only a recent development in human history. Anyway, proper research of Pokemon has only started within the last few centuries. So when a portable beast, or Pokemon researcher known as Professor Oak, from a country town known as Pallet Town, claimed that Pokemon are fundamentally different creatures from other animals 30 years ago, a large portion of the scientific community took notice. When did Pokemon first appear before humans? And have Pokemon existed longer than humans have in this world? The truth is not entirely clear. It is said that the ancestor of Pokemon existed 2 million years ago. However, there is no clear evidence for this. 2 million years ago is the time that humanity is estimated to have been born. That is to say, humans and Pokemon have existed for roughly the same period of time. At the start of the 20th century, the discoverer of Peking Man and Java Man put the origins of man approximately at 500,000 years ago. But then the bones of Australopithecus were discovered in Africa. These bones were about 1 million years old, and so humanity was thought to be 1 million years old. And now the discovery of the bones of a primitive man, known as Ramapithecus, have placed the estimates at roughly 2 million years. As new excavations happen, new discoveries about the origins of man may come to light in the following years. Some believe that humanity may even go back as far as 3 million years. It is indeed possible that humans have existed more than 2 million years. By examining the chemical properties of unearthed fossils, we can determine the era they lived in. However, this method does not work with Pokemon. It isn't common knowledge, but it is impossible to detect the chemical makeup of a Pokemon's body. As such, when a Pokemon fossil is discovered, on occasion we are unable to determine the time period it lived in, unlike other fossils. This isn't the only difference between Pokemon and other creatures. The molecular geometry of a Pokemon's body is also different from that of other creatures. Basically, Pokemon are highly mysterious creatures. In regards to the origins of Pokemon, researchers can only say one thing for certain, and that is, Pokemon have existed since before humans discovered them. Therefore, it is possible that Pokemon existed when humanity originated. With that said, or that is to say, there is no way to prove it. Although thinking about it, the same could be said about humanity's origins. It is impossible to know if the 2 million year old human fossils considered themselves as human when they were alive. That is to say, by the time humans realized what they were, they already existed. These are common questions among humans. Who am I? Where am I? Do I belong here? The answer to these questions are probably within you already. We are here because we are. As such, If we were to discover why Pokemon exist in this world, it would likely be related to why humanity exists in this world as well. This is why, other than professional researchers like Professor Oak, many other people research Pokemon as a hobby. Now, with the long introduction out of the way, let's get to the real issue. What I know about Pokemon as a small-town Pokemon researcher, I have some rare information that may be of some interest to Pokemon lovers such as yourself. In a certain rural area, a relatively unknown legend remains. As people are aware, the universe was created by a great explosion known as the Big Bang, or so they say. However, according to this legend, the Big Bang was not the beginning. There was a god who created the world. The world had up and down, but was shrouded in complete darkness. And so, light was created so things could be seen. And because being bright all the time would make it hard to sleep, half the day was shrouded in darkness, and so day and night came to be. And this is what God did on the first day. But though there was light during the day, if you were to look around, you would merely see a soupy mess. To use a more complex word, it was chaos. Well, it was a problem to leave things jumbled like this, so on the second day, God took the soupy mess and divided it into sea and sky. But God felt it was a little desolate with nothing but sea and sky. Nowadays, sets of paints and crayons come in at least 12 colors. Even a rainbow has 7 colors. But the only colors the sea and sky were blue. It was quite desolate. That's why on the third day, God created land on the sea. Having the land be all brown would be boring, so he added greenery. On the land he put grass and trees, woods and forest. Basically, he made vegetation. Then on the fourth day, God looked at the sky and felt it looked empty. So he made the sun to be in the sky during the day, and the stars and moon to shine at night. I wonder, did God feel like a child with their first set of color pencils or crayons at this point? It's an understandable feeling. But he looked upon the world and felt there should be something that could move around. If you paid close attention, the sea had waves, and the wind rustled the tree leaves, but it was too quiet. God wanted something more lively to move about. Rather than scenery, like a painting on a wall, he wanted something that would move dynamically like an anime. So, on the fifth day, he made birds to fly in the sky and fish to swim in the sea. Now, what about insects like dragonflies and cicadas? Or shellfish, squid, or octopus? Do dolphins and whales count as fish? Since this is just a legend, don't ask me about those types of details. Anyway, day 5. God made animals in the sky and sea. So the 6th day, this time he made various animals on the land. It was at this point God realized he made all these great animals in the sea and sky and on land, but maybe he made too many of them. If these animals competed over the limited amount of space, it would be trouble. And so, being a rather whimsical God, without consulting any of the other creatures, he made one in his own image. They were humans. Even if the humans resembled him in appearance only, God figured it should be able to communicate with the other animals, so God told the humans, "Go rule over the creatures of this world." Then he told the other creatures, "Humans are your masters." Whether or not the other creatures objected is not recorded in the legend. Since the legend has been passed down among humans, it'd be easy for them to cut parts that make them look bad. Either way, God probably didn't expect the humans to be creatures that would burden the other creatures or fight wars amongst themselves. Finally, the 7th day, having finished creating the world, God took a day off. We now call this day Sunday. But this God sure loved making animals. It was his day off, but he felt like scribbling a few new creatures into the world. As for the creatures he made on his day off, after making these creatures on a whim, God never told them to either rule over humans or be ruled by humans. These creatures are what we call pocket monsters. Anyway, that's a legend. As I said before, it's a legend very few people actually know of. It's quite possible that I, the one writing this, and you, the one reading it, are the only ones who know of it. In fact, as I send this correspondence, I have of yet been unable to verify the validity of such a legend. As such, I would suggest not talking to other people about it openly, and keeping it close to your chest. A nameless Pokemon researcher with absolutely no relationship to Professor Oak. An excerpt from an email sent to Bill Sonozaki, a Pokemon analyst who participated in the 97th International Portable Beast Academic Conference. Chapter 2. An electrifying meeting with Pikachu. In order to talk more about Ash's departure, you must first know more about Professor Oak. This may get a bit long, but I'm going to tell you a little bit about Professor Oak. You can skip to the next section if you like, but if something comes up here later and you find yourself lost, then it's not my fault. So please bear with me. Professor Oak was well known within the Pokemon scientific community. In his book, An Introduction to the Research of Portable Beasts, he presents the claim that Pokemon are different to all other creatures on this planet, which gained Professor Oak a lot of attention within the scientific community at the age of 20. With the results of his studies widely accepted, he became an esteemed professor in the Celadon University Portable Beast Department at the unprecedented age of 25. However, for some reason, he didn't publish any other notable studies and moved back to his hometown, Pallet Town, in his 30s, and started up a small Pokemon laboratory. There were many rumors about the reason for this, ranging from having reached the limits of his research or having his heart broken by an actress in a Pokemon movie that he had acted as a supervisor for, along with many other explanations. However, the true reason remains a mystery to this day. Just like Pokemon themselves, there are many mysteries regarding Pokemon researchers. When you think about it, there's also a mystery how after all these years of aiming to become a Pokemon trainer, that the name of Ash's father and grandfather still don't appear on the official registry of Pokemon trainers. It is said that effort brings results, but no matter how pathetic someone is as a trainer, you would think that after 10 years their name would at least appear on the official registry of trainers. Even if you can't afford the membership fee, there's registration for free associate memberships as well. Anyway, there are many mysteries that are related to Pokemon. In the 20 years since Professor Oak's return to Pallet Town, he's continued on his personal Pokemon research. So how does he still earn the same type of money that he did as a prestigious professor at Celadon University when he's living like a hermit? 20 years ago, he wrote a reference book for prospective Pokemon trainers called Oak's Poke Reference. It's a classic reference that anyone's mother or father would instantly recognize the cover of, with useful charts and current surefire methods to success with Pokemon. It has remained a constant bestseller, which is the most likely explanation for his income. Ash had seen Professor Oak late at night before coming to Pallet House Delia for dinner. It was always right before his bedtime, and it wasn't something he'd ever really discussed, but he considered him to be a strange old man, as despite him having the option of Delia's famous cooking, he would simply order furikake ochazuki and instant curry, then quietly read a book in the corner of the restaurant while eating his meal. What an oddball. He could get furikake and curry at the convenience store. The restaurant is busy at night, and Delia never seemed to take much notice of Professor Oak. No matter what kind of person he was, though, Professor Oak ran the only official Pokemon laboratory in town. That is the Oak Pokemon Laboratory. There was nowhere else for trainers to get their first Pokemon. Wait for me, Squirtle, Charmander, Bulbasaur. Ash continued to run and run towards the Oak Laboratory. For some reason, there was a large crowd gathered outside of the Oak Laboratory. The sound of bells and drums rang out. Ash pushed his way through the crowd. Move it. I'm gonna be to the Move it. I'm going to the lab. He thought he was finally through the waves of people, then wham. He had a head-on collision with the boy coming out the lab. Ow, wow, wow. Ash fell to the ground and grabbed his now red nose. I'm the one hurt here, said the person he crashed into. Oh, you're Ash. Hey there, Mr. Ketchum. Are you alright? He offered his hand to help Ash up. Are you alright? He deliberately repeated the question in English. He was a smug bastard. Ash instinctively muttered the name. Gary. That's a Mr. Gary to you. Show some respect. So, Ashy boy, are you here to see me off as well? Gary Oak. He was related to Pallet Town's mayor and is Professor Oak's grandson. He's also the same age as Ash. Gary was also leaving on his journey today. However, his departure as a Pokemon trainer was downright gaudy. For one thing, he was wearing a frilly shirt with a tuxedo and a Catletta flower pinned to his breast. He looked like he was a member of the royal family or something. And let's not even get to what other people were wearing. But Ash, in his pajamas. See you off? Don't make me laugh, Ash replied. Gary just nodded as if he'd only just grasped the situation. Eh? Oh, right. You're going to be on a Pokemon training journey as well. Damn straight, I'm the same age as you. But to turn up late on the day of departure means you're already, Gary pointed straight to Ash, unfit to be considered one of my rivals. Mr. Gary? Ash held back his smile as he addressed Gary politely. Yes, what is it, Ashy boy? He was already a smug bastard, but his polite response was dripping with sarcasm. Ash went ahead and asked the most important question. Have you already got your first Pokemon? Of course, it's right here inside this ball. Gary held his Pokeball on the tip of his finger so the crowds could see. He then spanned the Pokeball on his fingertip. The crowd cheered wildly. Go, Gary, good luck, Gary. There were even cheerleaders with pom-poms and a brass band. The cheer squad to see him off was huge. Gary waved to them as he answered, Thank you, friends, girlfriends. I'm going to become a super first-rate trainer and make the name Pallet Town known throughout the world. Go, Gary. Good luck, Gary. The cheers of the cheerleaders intensified. I hate to interrupt you, but Mr. Gary, Ash whispered to Gary. Yes? Gary gave a genuinely polite response. What Pokemon did you get, Gary? Gary cracked a smile. I have no reason to tell you because I'm the grandson of the famous Pokemon researcher Professor Oak. He stood in front of the Oak Laboratory nameplate and posed with a V sign for the people who came to see him off. Several camera flashes went off, probably a journalist for the Pallet Town News. Gary turned towards the flashes and shouted, In the name of my grandfather, I will capture all the world's Pokemon. The Pokeball on Gary's fingertip spun and spun round and round. He's practiced quite a bit. Ash was honestly mortified. Gary had totally dissed him and was focused on the crowd that came to see him off. I thank everyone who has come to see me off. This is the moment that I, Gary Oak, depart to become a Pokemon trainer. The day I return is the day that this town, named after my grandfather's grandfather's grandfather, Pallet Oak, has its name changed to Gary Town. Ah, he's so dreamy. The cheerleaders grew ecstatic. Where exactly has this town been hiding girls like you? Ash stretched his neck out. He had never seen them before. They were middle school students from the next town over, who worked part-time for a campaign girl company that Pallet Town Mayor, Gary's grandfather's older brother, always hired around election time. The mayor himself now had the mic. Now, my dear citizens of Pallet Town, in honor of this future exploits, let us follow Gary of the Oak family to the outskirts of town before we see him off. The brass band played emphatically. Gary continued to wave as he hopped into a convertible with a chauffeur. Still speaking into the mic, seemingly on purpose, the mayor spoke to Gary. Gary, you haven't forgotten anything. You have your bento? Yep, my bento's right here. By the way, this car's a foreign model. It's a German vento. It was a setup for a lame pun. How pathetic, Ash thought dejectedly. But the crowd who had come to see him off laughed. How exactly cheerleaders and brass band managed to laugh at Gary's overly forced joke is a mystery. I'm glad you came. Thank you. Thank you for all your support. Poof. Gary's car blasted gas from its exhaust all over Ash as it departed. Ash coughed, choking on the gas. By the time he caught his breath, there was neither hide nor hair of the crowd from before. Ash's only remaining companion was the wind. Ash clenched his trembling fist. I won't lose. His hand loosened again. Gary is my rival. Then a side voice spoke up behind Ash. Ha! Well, I'm sure Gary's capable of living up to expectations, but if he keeps that attitude into adulthood, it could be trouble. He better watch out. Professor Oak stood there scratching at his hair full of dandruff. Ash was flustered when he heard the professor's voice. Professor Oak? Where's my Pokemon? Huh? You're leaving on a Pokemon Oh, right, there were 4 people leaving today. But Whippersnapper... Gary may be going a little overboard with the tuxedo, but surely you aren't planning on traveling in your pajamas. I don't need any pajama drama, and perhaps I could have snapped a whip or two to get here a little sooner, but I'm no whippersnapper. Wait, recycling Mom's old jokes is only gonna make me even later. Anyway, about my Pokemon. Oh, right this way. Professor Oak led Ash into the laboratory. The Pokemon are in those capsules. 3 capsules on a testing bench in the lab room. Professor Oak led him to it. My Pokemon. Ash rushed over to the bench. The capsules were translucent. You couldn't see inside them, but there were labels on them to tell you what was inside. Ash swallowed as he stared closely at the labels on the 3 capsules. Squirtle, Bulbasaur, Charmander. The labels showed the 3 from his dream. Ash then spoke up to Professor Oak. I was indecisive up until now, but I've made my decision. What is it? Professor Oak asked in reply. Squirtle, I choose you as my Pokemon. Well then, open it up, Professor Oak said. All right. Ash opened the capsule, barely able to maintain his excitement. Huh? It was empty. It was taken by a kid who wasn't late, said the professor. It's my fault for being late. Ash regained his composure. In that case, Bulbasaur will be my Pokemon. He opened the Bulbasaur's capsule, empty. It's gone, Bulbasaur. Don't be a sore loser. Also taken by a kid who came on time. I see. No, in that case, I'll choose you as my Pokemon instead, Charmander. And the final capsule had no Charmander. It was also empty. No way! Being moments late for the train, or the Pokemon, can change your life drastically. This is a universal truth. I've already had 3 trainer wannabes today. There are 3 Pokemon I recommended. 3 minus 3 is 0. They're all gone. Please understand. Professor Oak nodded greedily. Don't you please understand me? 0? Are you saying I have to leave home without a Pokemon? Well, there's one more, but... Professor Oak brought out a capsule from a cabinet in the back of the lab. So you've got this one? I'll take it. Professor Oak's expression was grim. This last Pokemon has some, let's say, problems. Problems? The fact that I got here late is a big enough problem. Well, I feel these problems should really be resolved. Ash had decided on the capsule Professor Oak held. I choose this one. Close, ending impending, Professor Oak murmured. Huh? Ash stretched his neck out. He had no idea what the professor was saying. To close yourself off is to give in, but closing in to be closer to your goals is the path to happiness. Close is a word with multiple meanings. It's important to endure as you close in and get close as you can without bringing things to a close. It's a universal truth. Please understand. Professor Oak seemed to be the kind of person to throw incomprehensible logic at people and expect them to understand. Come to think of it, despite his regular visits to Delia's restaurant, Ash had never had a real conversation with him. But based on the conversation, he didn't feel like he'd have understood him anyway. So just endure it, Professor Oak said. What he said didn't explain anything, but Ash was willing to do anything to get his Pokemon. I'll endure anything. I see. Professor Oak placed a capsule on the lab bench. There was no label. What's inside? Take a look and see. Ash touched the capsule, and a glow emanated from it. Pika. That was the voice that spoke up. If you were to put what it said in writing, then Pika is the only way to spell it. Pika. The capsule opened as Ash repeated what the voice said. Chew. This time a Pokemon appeared from within the capsule. It was short and stout. Its color was yellow. If you look closely, you could see some brown stripes on its back, and the tips on its ears were black. But in general, you could say its whole body was yellow. It had short limbs and soft fur, making it look somewhat like a plush toy. It was small enough for a child to hold, the kind of thing you'd want to pick up and hug. It's a Pokemon known as Pikachu. Can you endure having him? Professor Oak asked. Whoa, endure? He's so cute. He's the best. You think? Totally nice to meet you, Pikachu. Ash picked up Pikachu with both hands. Pika! Don't touch me. Pika spoke with a clearly irritated expression on its face, and then Pikachu discharged a strong electric current through Ash's body. Right from his heart to his fingertips, rather than being numbing, the electricity felt like it was going to tear his body into atoms. This is... He was twitching to the point to where he couldn't even move his body to put Pikachu back down. Professor Oak used a magnifying glass to examine some odd marks on Pikachu's cheeks. Looking at Pikachu's electric pouches, it's got quite a bit of charge. Apparently, you can determine a Pikachu charge by examining its cheeks. Quite shocking. Well, of course, Pikachu are commonly known as the electric mouse. This Pikachu in particular is rather shy and not fond of humans. If you touch him the wrong way, he'll respond like that. You should have told me first. Ash grumbled as he continued to twitch slightly, little sparks still leaping from his hair. Professor Oak seems to be the type of person who not only doesn't think about others, but also doesn't care about them. Yeah, I probably should have. He opened the drawer of the lab bench once Ash recovered from his shocking experience. He then produced two things that Ash had only previously seen in his dreams. Now here are some parting gifts for your journey. Pokeballs to capture Pokemon and a Pokedex. When you open the cover of the Pokedex, you have an LCD screen inside, similar to a PDA. It's roughly about the same size and thickness as the book you're currently reading. Just as Professor Oak was handing the Pokedex to Ash, at the same moment, Pikachu sent another jolt through Ash's body. I see. Quite electrifying. It's quite a buzz. Pikachu continued to shock the two of them for over 2 minutes. Eventually, while Ash's hair was simply letting off a few residual sparks, Professor Oak was standing on end and letting off smoke. It seems the electricity had ignited his dandruff. At this point, Professor Oak's head could potentially catch fire and leave him bald. Pikachu, I don't think it's good to waste energy like that, Professor Oak said to Pikachu, his tongue tingling. Hearing the professor's words, Pikachu stopped his discharge. You expect me to take this thing? Ash, whose pajamas were now tattered, asked Professor Oak, whose lab coat now burnt black. He's the only one left, but as a species, Pikachu are generally gentle-natured and get along well with humans. I've raised several of them as pets. They're also good as backup power during a blackout. I'll take one of those instead, Ash snapped back. You expect me to give away one of my beloved pets? The professor replied coldly. Oh, right. Ash shrugged. Anyway, this Pikachu is a bit different than most. Ash took a look at Pikachu's face, being careful not to be shocked. You're a twisted one, aren't you? Pikachu looked away in a huff. All Pokemon have their exceptions. Anyway, being a little different may make raising one all the more rewarding. Professor Oak spoke as if it wasn't his problem. Yeah, you're right. Ash looked at Pikachu. If you look closely, or well, if you had looked at all, he was still cute. Ash liked to look on the bright side. Just gotta think of him as my own special Pikachu. No matter what you think, there's no other option. Right. Ash pointed at Pikachu and declared, Pikachu, I choose you. Pikachu still refused to look at him. So what about a name? Professor Oak asked. Pikachu is a species, but you don't go calling all your human friends human, do you, Whippersnapper? Ash already knew that. He decided on names. Squirtle would be Squirty. If it was a Bulbasaur, then Sauron. A Charmander would have been Mandarin. If his mother Delia knew these names, she would probably question his naming sense and thwack him with a paper fan. Anyway, Ash had never predicted the possibility he'd end up with a Pikachu. A name? Got it. Picky. Pikachan. Pikarin. Pikachu had merely been looking away until now, but at this point he turned its back entirely. Pikachu had merely been looking away until now, but at this point turned his back entirely. I don't think he likes those names, Professor Oak shrugged. Ash continued calling out names as he thought of them. Pikau? Pikata? Pikazamon? Pikanosuke? Pikabee. Cut it out. Pikachu shot Ash a glare that seemed to say that. The electric pouches on his cheeks began to spark again. Maybe you should give up on naming him, Professor Oak said nervously. Is the Pikachu angry? Pikachu nodded. Some Pokemon who aren't suited as pets resent the idea of humans arbitrarily deciding names for them, stated Professor Oak. So that's the case with Pikachu? Usually it would be fine. In fact, they quite like being given a name. Normally, Pikachu are well suited as life as pets. So this Pikachu isn't normal? That's right. Ash then addressed Pikachu. So then your name is Pikachu. You okay with that? Whatever. Seemed to be the sentiment Pikachu responded with, shrugging its lack of shoulders. Ash nodded in response. Right, Pikachu, from now on, you are Pikachu. Oh, by the way, Professor Oak spoke up nonchalantly. There's more? Ash asked. That Pikachu hates small spaces. Huh? Ash didn't understand what the professor was getting at. It refuses to go inside its Pokeball. Since it refuses to go in the Pokeball, you can't carry it in your pocket. Ash was speechless. Pokemon is short for pocket monster. They are called that because you keep them in your pocket using Pokeballs. A Pokemon that won't go in your pocket, what does that make Pikachu? Pikachu muttered to itself, Pikachu, Pikachu. I'm just Pikachu, is what Pikachu seemed to be saying. Mom! Ash was surprised as he left the laboratory with Pikachu in tow. Since it's around lunchtime, I thought I'd come see how you were doing. Delia was standing before the gate, and it wasn't just her. Everyone else in town had some free time too, so they came to see you off. It's mostly our neighbors and customers. You should be grateful to them. Delia's tone was in Japanese mother mode, rather than just casual mom. Old folks who lived nearby and a number of regular customers were there with pots, pans, and wooden spoons in the restaurant. Some people even had headbands or flags with "Certain Victory" written on them. So that Delia could deliver Ash's forgotten items, the restaurant had taken the day off. And with the restaurant closed, the customers who received special lunch menu bento figured that as long as they were eating outside, they'd tag along with Delia. Seeing as most of the neighbors and customers that came along were actually more interested in eating with Delia than seeing Ash off, the atmosphere was rather laid back. Nothing like Gary's brass band and cheerleaders. I can't believe you. Always late to the end, making me worry to the end. Well then, it's farewell for now. Delia looked into the distance as she teared up a little. She had a lot of different feelings, but she put on a brave face as a mother. I brought your clothes and gear you left at home. Delia showed Ash his rucksack before pulling a cotton handkerchief from the pocket of her mini apron to blow her nose. You're always causing me trouble, right up until the end. Delia returned to mother mode. The crowd of acquaintances were starting to get emotional as well. They had somewhere along the way forgotten their desire to eat lunch with Delia. It's sometimes difficult to distinguish between people who are fans of Delia's cooking and those who are fans of Delia herself. Delia got gradually more emotional. She opened the rucksack as she cried. Here are your shoes and jeans, some shirts, some pants. I've got some instant meals in here as emergency rations, some rubber gloves for cooking. You don't want to damage your skin. There's some line there so you can hang out your laundry. What the heck is this? Pikachu wondered, stretching out his neck. Ash's face was bright red as Delia kept speaking. Cut it out. This is too much. Way too much. I'm not Gary. I don't need anything big like this until I come back here as the ultimate Pokemon trainer. I suppose you're right. Delia was now smiling like nothing happened. But, well, since everyone's here, we might as well cheer you on with a bit of go, go, go. She had now suddenly switched into teenage girl mode. Huh? Delia's expression went into 10-year-old girl mode as she noticed Pikachu. Oh, so cute! This little animal. Pikachu was somewhat offended by the description of little animal. What? Pika? His attempts as a threat only came off as being cute. Ash spoke to Delia. Ah, he's my Pokemon. His name is Pikachu. Pikachu snorted, Pika, and ignored them. Ash did his best to show off. This Pikachu and I are going to get all the world's Pokemon. Delia innocently spoke up. If he's a Pokemon, then why... Ash asked in return. Pokemon are usually kept inside those things, aren't they? She pointed to the Pokeball Ash was holding. The curiosity behind Delia's, aren't they, was spoken in a 10-year-old trainer wannabe girl mode. You're right. Yes, Pikachu, get in the ball. Professor Oak did say he wouldn't go in the ball, but he couldn't be sure unless he tried. Maybe the professor was mistaken. Ash brandished the Pokeball. He took a flashy pitching form before lightly tossing the ball, but a moment later the Pokeball was back in his hand. Huh? Pikachu had smacked it back with his tail. He can do that? Ash softly tossed the ball again. Pikachu kicked the ball back. I guess I can. Ash tossed the ball again. Ka. Pikachu headbutted back. That too. Ash tossed the ball one more time. Chew. Pikachu did an attack shoot with his arms. The Pokeball was aimed to nail Ash hard in the stomach. Ash barely managed to stop the ball with both hands. Not bad, not bad. Delia applauded with a smile. You're playing catch. You're friends already. A pitcher and catcher are like a married couple. Proof you're already getting along. That's right. Pikachu and I are best friends. Ash timidly patted Pikachu on the head. Pikachu glared up at Ash, but he didn't shock him. So, seems to be warming up to me a little. Ash breathed a sigh of relief. Delia spoke earnestly. You're a perfect couple, but, tossing the ball like that... Ash and Pikachu waited for Delia to finish her sentence. Delia pointed at Pikachu. He's one really weird Pokemon. Weird Pokemon. Ash fell into despair. Oh, you shouldn't have said that. Pikachu's electricity pouches began to spark. It was obvious that he had been offended. Oh, there's nothing I can do to stop him now. Ash looked to the sky. Chew! Pikachu's sharp voice echoed, and Ash's body once again felt that unbearable, painful sensation. It was Pikachu's electric shock. Everyone who came to see him off were electrocuted. The flow of the current continued. Indeed, a homemaker's wisdom, Professor Oak commented on the rubber gloves for cooking, having at some point come out of the laboratory wearing a pair of rubber boots. Well, those rubber gloves Delia packed are certainly going to come in handy. Why's that? Ash asked as he continued to be shocked. Electricity can't pass through rubber. Neither rubber gloves or rubber boots, Professor Oak replies. I see. Ash understood. Huh. Pikachu shrugged and ended its discharge. Apparently, Professor Oak's immunity caused it to lose interest. All the people who came to see Ash off collapsed simultaneously. Everyone was worn out by the thunder shock. Delia spoke up, having reverted to mother mode after the shock. Ash, make sure you wear pajamas when you sleep. Huh? Even if they're like that. On top of being tattered, Ash's pajamas were now burnt black. Pikachu laughed with a pee, then cried out, Pikachu! I did it! Gotcha! Pikachu's declaration probably meant something like that. To be continued in Chapter 3. Chapter 2 Appendix. If you're in a hurry, feel free to skip ahead to Chapter 3. However, there may be some important information written here that no one's ever seen before. Pokemon-related reference material 2. In regards to a mystery I know regarding Pokemon research, the first person to publish research on Pokemon was a French author in the late 18th century, Count Tajirin. But, if you look through the records of the 18th century, when Count Tajirin lived, it's not only when the earliest Pokemon research began, it is also an era of research starting on many other creatures. Up until that point, research on animals, plants, and legendary beings was all lumped in as things that weren't human. The only notable research came from ancient Greece in the 4th century BC, from a scholar known as Aristotle, who had catalogued approximately 500 varieties of animals. But among them, none of them appeared to be Pokemon. Aristotle divided creatures into 4 broad categories: humans, animals with red blood, animals without red blood, and animals resembling plants. Animals without red blood include insects, shellfish, octopi, and squids. Animals resembling plants include starfish and sea cucumbers. The largest category, animals with red blood, was further divided into 2 subcategories: animals that give birth to their young and animals that lay eggs. Animals that give birth to their young are what we now refer to as mammals. Animals that lay eggs, including birds in the sky, creatures that slither on land, snakes, lizards, frogs, and fish in the water. Surprisingly, Aristotle classified whales separately from fish. He reasoned that as whales breathe air, they must have lungs, and came to the conclusion that they give live birth to their young. However, Aristotle knew nothing of Pokemon. After Aristotle, there was no further research in this vein until the 18th century. It was a common opinion that among all creatures on the earth, the greatest chosen by God were humans, and there was no value in deeply examining other species. It wasn't until the 18th century that opinions changed to think that humanity, to better understand itself, should also understand other creatures. In the latter half of the 18th century, a French scholar named Lamarck was responsible for spearheading the movement to learn more about animals and plants. However, there were some creatures they could not clearly document. For example, they could not document anything definitive on legendary creatures like dragons or mermaids. Count Tajiran was among the people who studied such creatures. At the time, there were only 30 known species of Pokemon, for example. The flame Pokemon Charizard bore a resemblance to the dragon. The bubble jet Pokemon Vaporeon bore a resemblance to mermaids. I believe you're familiar with the tale of the Little Mermaid, where it stated that when a mermaid dies, they turn into foam. I imagine that may be where the term bubble jet Pokemon came from. It's only natural that something resembling the legendary dragons and mermaids existed. However, there are mysteries, such as the origin of the term Pokemon. Pokemon, or Ketaiju, rendered in Japanese, portable beast. Where did this name come from? According to the existing documents, it wasn't until the year 1925 that it was discovered that Pokemon could be stored in small objects like Pokeballs or capsules. This groundbreaking discovery was made entirely by accident by the Japanese Professor Westwood. While examining the energy of the Pokemon species Primate's Rage, he accidentally weakened it with a drug overdose, leading it to somehow get captured inside the case for the professor's reading glasses, forgetting its anger entirely and falling asleep peacefully. This is a well-known event among Pokemon researchers. So what were Pokemon called prior to Professor Westwood's discovery? Think about it. We call them Pokemon because they can be stored in our pockets. Before we knew this, they wouldn't have been called pocket monsters. However, there is no name for pocket monsters other than pocket monsters recorded in history. It is unknown what name Count Tajiran referred to Pokemon by. No matter what name they went by, Pokemon clearly existed. But it bore me that no name for them other than Pokemon remained. This is my only supposition, but I believe that Pokemon had another name in the days of Count Tajiran. Why was that name erased, and by whom? As such, the name Pocket Monsters itself carries a certain amount of mystery. Also, famous Pokemon researchers such as Professor Westwood and Professor Roke at some point retired from doing public studies. In the 18th century, Count Tajiran ceased publishing research after discovering 30 varieties of Pokemon. Since then, this has become a trend among prestigious Pokemon researchers around the world. Why is this? Why would they leave the field after gaining recognition for their studies? Regardless of this, more people who love Pokemon get into the field of research each year. There are also new Pokemon being discovered all the time. In Count Tajiran's era, there were 30 known species, and in Professor Westwood's era, there were 80 known species. Currently, there are officially 151. This number is likely to expand in the coming years. There could easily be a new species unveiled as soon as tomorrow. In this era, other creatures have been heading towards extinction. The only other newly discovered life forms have been new forms of bacteria and virus. Why is it that only Pokemon are increasing in number? Or, to word it differently, newly discovered? It is a mystery. Pokemon are surrounded in mystery. Hence why humans are so fascinated by them. A nameless Pokemon researcher with absolutely no relation to Professor Oak. An excerpt from an email sent to Bill Sonezaki, a Pokemon analyst who participated in the 98th International Portable Beasts Academic Conference. End of Appendix, Chapter 2. Chapter 3. Spearow on the Day of Departure. Ash changed out of his pajamas and began his journey, carrying his rucksack. However, things were rough right from the start. The hill overlooking Pallet Town that would normally take 30 minutes to climb had taken Ash 2 hours. The fact that the primary school's bell had just rung to signify the end of the school day proved that. The fact that he could even still hear the school bell from the town square was indicative of the fact that he hadn't got very far. He was going so slow that if I compared his speed to a turtle, a Squirtle would probably phone up to complain. The reason for this was Pikachu's complete lack of cooperation. Not only would he not enter a Pokeball, but he refused to follow Ash. In order to force Pikachu, who refused to walk a single step, to come with him, Ash had no other option but to create a leash using the washing line. He was wearing the rubber cooking gloves to protect himself from the electric shock and tugging hard on the line. It was not a very dignified sight. Stuck walking a Pokemon who wouldn't even listen to a word its master says. At the top of the hill, Ash took a breath and decided to attempt communicating with Pikachu again. Pikachu? Are you going to be like this the whole way? Pikachu turned away in a huff. Do you really hate me that much? Pikachu politely nodded twice. Thrice. I like you. Pikachu pretended to ignore Ash and scratch his face using its forearms. Anyway, you're the Pokemon I'm training now. Can you just open your mouth and let me know the truth? Pikachu showed off his teeth. Are you gonna bite me with those teeth? Ash took up a defensive pose as Pikachu shook his head and pointed at his teeth. You're showing you have teeth? Pikachu nodded. I said the truth, not the tooth. Don't you want to talk? Pikachu nodded with an expression that seems to say, finally, the moron gets it. I don't feel like having this turn into a comedy skit, so how about you act like an actual Pokemon and get inside the Pokeball like the Pokédex says? Ash got the Pokédex he received from Professor Oak in his pocket. On top of the Pokédex, there was a sensor similar to that of a TV remote's control switch. When pointed at a Pokemon, it would display a description of the Pokemon in question on the screen. It was an essential item given to all trainer candidates, getting their first Pokemon from an official laboratory. Ash pointed the Pokédex at Pikachu and read from it. Pikachu, a species of Pokemon that commonly lives in forests and eats berries. They have a kind disposition, are highly intelligent, and are highly charming. Ash deliberately emphasized the words like kind and charming. Pikachu simply nodded as if this was all completely obvious. All this here is describing your species. Ash stopped part way as he reached the passage he wanted to discuss with Pikachu. Look at this right here. Written right here. A Pokemon that gets along well with others. See? This is typical Pokemon behavior, so you should act accordingly. Pikachu pressed a button on top of the Pokédex. The screen changed. It was a proverb to the encyclopedia's appendix. Ash reads it. Every rule has its exceptions. This is the one rule that governs all rules. Pikachu pointed at himself. So there's always going to be at least one Pikachu who isn't going to listen to what its owner has to say, Ash muttered. That's right. Pikachu puffed his chest out, having gotten his point across. Ash came to the realization that any further discussion wasn't going to go anywhere. Fine. We should get along the best we can then. Let's end this nonsense. Ash untied the line around Pikachu's neck, removed his rubber gloves, and offered his hand for a handshake. Too little too late, seemed to be Pikachu's reaction, based on the sulky, he made. If a handshake won't do, how about this? Ash offered his index finger. He recalled a movie his mother Delia had on video, which had left her in tears. It was a story involving an alien and a boy who gained a connection by pressing their index fingers together. In Ash's childish view, it was a dumb story to make girls cry. But he was willing to try anything, to get along with Pikachu at this point. However, Pikachu, obviously unfamiliar with old movies, just turned away in a huff. Yeah, that was a dumb idea. It's not gonna work like with the alien. Pikachu shrugged his shoulders, as if to say he was stating the obvious. Suddenly at that moment, Pikachu's eyes immediately locked onto a point in the long grass. He completely ignored Ash's presence to stare intently at that spot. Oh, is something there? Peering over as Pikachu parted the grass, he spotted the tiny bird Pokemon Pidgey, which was moving around pecking at the ground. It was likely looking for something to eat. The tiny bird Pokemon was a common species that Ash had often seen around all year. Even so, he went ahead and pointed the Pokedex's sensor at it. The description on the display was as follows. Pidgey, the tiny bird Pokemon that flies. Among Pokemon that fly, it is the most gentle and easy to catch. One of the best Pokemon for a beginner trainer to test their abilities on. In that case, alright Pikachu, let's catch it. In order to catch a Pokemon, you must first have your own Pokemon weaken it in battle before capturing it in a Pokeball. That's the basics of how to catch a Pokemon. However, upon realizing that his opponent was a Pidgey, Pikachu instead decided to lie down and relax. Pikachu, what are you doing? Pikachu irritatedly pressed a button on Ash's Pokedex and it relayed another proverb. A wise Pikachu does not waste its electricity. This means that the strong prefer not to pick meaningless battles with the weak. The proverb is also known for being used by powerful companies during energy conservation campaigns. Pikachu nodded in agreement to this. So you're not going to fight? Pikachu feinted ignorance. Why not? As if to say, shut up. Pikachu climbed a nearby tree and spread himself out. Understood. I see now. That's how it is. Alright, if that's how you're going to be, I'll catch it by myself. Becoming a Pokemon trainer is my dream. Right, I'll become the ultimate Pokemon master. Yeah, I'll declare it now to all the world's Pokemon. I've decided I'm going to become the greatest Pokemon master. Ash was now shouting less at Pikachu and more at himself. If I couldn't even catch a single Pidgey on my own, then I might as well... Yeah. Ash nodded to himself and dropped his bag at the base of the tree. He turned around his prized Pokemon cap, which he had won from the Pokemon comic, and gripped a Pokeball in his hand. This is my ceremonial first pitch. He held it up high, lifted his leg high in the air. Pidgey, you're mine now. Pokeball, go! The Pokeball was set free from his fingers. It was a straight shoot ball. He was confident in his control. In school baseball games, his pitches were so controlled that they were always dead center, leading to 9 consecutive hits and a game changer. My straight never misses. It was perfect. His aim was dead on. Ash started to say gotcha, however, the Pokeball hit Pidgey, letting off something resembling smoke, and fell to the ground. Pidgey didn't even seem surprised by the attempted capture. It simply yawned. Why didn't that work? The Pokedex displayed new info. Use Pokeballs after weakening. Pokeballs should be used on Pokemon when they are tired or weakened. Using a Pokeball against an unweakened Pokemon is largely ineffective. Ash muttered to himself as he went to collect the dropped Pokeball. Well, I'm aware of that, but... Pikachu. Up in the tree, Pikachu laughed uproariously, clutching at his stomach. Ash ground his teeth. Damn Pikachu. Just you wait and see. I'll have the last laugh. Huh? Ash took notice of the bag at the base of the tree. Right. Let's pick at you. He wasn't calling to Pikachu, he had an idea. Ash pulled his burnt pajamas from the bag. He then snuck up to a Pidgey lying down on the grass. Stay right there. Don't be afraid. Kst. Ash's footsteps rustled the grass. What the? Pidgey looked right at Ash. Oh, hello. Who? Pidgey? Pidgey tweeted as it cocked its head. Now, forgive me. He leapt upon the Pidgey with his outspread pajamas. Pidgey was inside the pajamas. All right, Pidgey, got. Ash was about to say gotcha once more. With the sound like an electric fan, the pajamas began to inflate. What's happening? As confirmed, with the Pokedex at a later time, it was Pidgey's special move, Gust. The pajamas stood up fluttering, shooting a fierce dust cloud from the armholes. This was a special move known as Sand Attack. The buttons flew off the pajama tops and exploded like a pop balloon. Pidgey continued its fierce sand attack, which is more like a sandstorm. Ash was being covered by sand. Pidgey, Pidgey. Pidgey laughed mockingly at the sand-covered Ash from in the tree. He was used to seeing Pidgey come out of a clock to announce a time, but I guess a real Pidgey isn't like the one in a Pidgey clock. Even without looking to the Pokedex, Ash recalled a certain proverb. A Pidgey in the hand is worth two in the bush. This whole day had been nothing but one disaster after another, and it seemed like it would end on a sour note, but Ash didn't have time to complain. Something terrible had happened to the bag left at the base of the tree. At some point, a small Pokemon had snuck up and started eating it. Ash shooed it off in a fluster. However, the bag was already in tatters. Oh, come on. Pikachu, looking down from the tree, simply gave an indifferent shrug. What was that? Ash pointed the Pokedex at the small Pokemon still peeking out from within the small grass. A Rattata, a forest mouse Pokemon. It likes tough nuts and cheeses. Hold it, this isn't a forest, it's an open field. Ash objected to the Pokedex's explanation. It occasionally comes into the field to steal food from stupid travelers. Stupid? Me? That's right. Pikachu nodded to agree with that statement. Pidgey also mocked him, poking its head out of the long grass to laugh. Beep beep, beep beep, beep beep, beep beep, like a clock. It seemed this Pidgey would be staying out of the hands and in the bush. I'll get you for that. Losing his cool, Ash picked up a small rock and hurled it at Pidgey, but missed. Not even Ash's control of his aim was always perfect. Ash was really fired up now. You won't get away with this! He stormed after it into the long grass. Pidgey mockingly flew away. How did it come to this? Beyond the long grass, he caught sight of another Pidgey, facing away from him. It hadn't noticed Ash. Alright, this time I'll get it. Ash threw a small rock. Kunk. The noise echoed as the rock, right on target, this time, got it right in the head. Oh yeah, take that! A large lump swelled on the Pidgey's head. However, the Pidgey turned around and something wasn't right. That is to say, this Pidgey was not actually a Pidgey. It had mean eyes, a sharp beak, and its cry... Grah! Grah! Ash pointed the Pokedex at it. The Pokedex displayed the Pokemon information. Spearow, also a tiny bird Pokemon, but unlike Pidgey, it has violent tendencies. It will commonly attack both humans and other Pokemon. It attacks humans? Oh. Spearow had already taken flight and was swooping at him. Eee! Ash covered his head and ran back under the tree where Pikachu was. Spearow grazed Ash's sleeve as it swooped, but it hadn't given up on him yet. Here it comes! Spearow was heading straight for Ash this time. However, it suddenly changed the trajectory of its swoop. It had set its sight on Pikachu in the tree. Spearow had switched targets and was after Pikachu. Pika? Ash and Pikachu were both surprised by this turn of events. Pikachu instinctively dodged, narrowly avoiding Spearow's attacks. Spearow turned in the air and came for Pikachu once more. Pikachu signaled a note pose with its forelegs. Chill, I'm not after a fight. He tried to explain as he dodged, but Spearow was persistent and kept swooping at him over and over. Ash looked to the Pokedex. I was the one who threw the rock at Spearow. Why is it targeting Pikachu? He pointed the Pokedex's sensor at Spearow, and the display explained. Wild Pokemon have a tendency to show more hostility towards human-trained Pokemon than they do humans themselves. Oh, no way. Well then. Ash called out to the Spearow. Back off. Pikachu has nothing to do with you. I threw the rock at you. However, at this point, Spearow had no interest in paying any attention to him. It was focused on only attacking Pikachu. Spearow's beak grazed Pikachu's shoulder. Pikachu lost footing in the tree. Spearow's beak closed in on the falling Pikachu. Pikachu was moments away from impalement. He was all out of options now. Pikachu rotated mid-air as he failed to defend himself. The only way to defend himself mid-air would be to fight. Spearow instinctively faltered. Pikachu! Lightning flashed, one blow. Spearow fell back into the grass. Alright. Ash rushed over to Pikachu and hit the ground. But Pikachu just shook his head. He glared at the spot where Spearow fell. Suddenly the Spearow resurfaced, its face burnt black. It's pointing its wing at Ash and Pikachu. Grah! It gave a high-pitched cry. In Spearow's language, it probably meant something like, get them. After the signal cry, the grass shook as they rose up. That is a whole host of Spearow. Their numbers were almost uncountable. There were a lot of them. Just the sound of their wings flapping were louder than a bike gang revving their engines at the beach on the weekend. If we were to stick to just comparing other flying things, it would probably be louder than a fleet of helicopters. Ash's jaw dropped, however, when he finally found his voice, he asked Pikachu a question. Run away? Pikachu. Pikachu barely squeaked out his reply. There's no need to translate Pikachu's answer here. This was the first time Ash and Pikachu ever agreed on anything from the moment they met. Ash and Pikachu began to slowly back away, not letting their eyes off the massive Spearow. They then nodded in unison as they turned tail and ran. As if on cue, the Spearow began to give chase. Their target was, of course, Pikachu. Ash and Pikachu ran. As they ran, it seemed like they were passing a lot of other Pokemon, but Ash had no time to pull out the Pokedex and point at them. Oh, that's... which was natural given their current situation. Running around, running, and running some more, while running. While the host of Spearow was large to begin with, friends called more friends and continually increasing their ranks. At this point, rather than a large group, it felt more like half the sky itself was chasing them. Fling, fling, and fling, while more fling. Hang in there, Pikachu. I promise I'll save you. The fling Ash declared this as he had overtaken Pikachu. Pikachu. Whatever. Pikachu then shot ahead of Ash. I just said I'd save you. Ow, ow, wow. Ash's head was pecked by the leader of the Spearow pack. However, the Spearow's attacks were more focused on Pikachu than Ash. The pecks and wing beating were giving Pikachu some nasty injuries. Pikachu could barely even keep standing. Even so, Ash and Pikachu ran and continued to run even while running. Fling, fling, and fling some more, but as they fled, a cliff stood up ahead, a waterfall flowing from it. Ash and Pikachu had been cornered on the edge of a cliff. Hesitation, consideration, and thought. Time was short as the Spearow closed in on them. Well, here goes. Ash held Pikachu close and leapt towards the waterfall. Ash and Pikachu fell down the waterfall. Past the waterfall, there was a plunge basin. Beyond the plunge basin was a fierce current, which was highly disorienting. All Ash could do was continue holding on to Pikachu so they wouldn't get separated. Even grasping for straws, there was no straws to grasp at, so he simply held tight to tiny Pikachu. The harsh currents gradually weakened, and they were spewed into the lake. Ash then felt himself burbling down deeper underwater. I'm drowning. Not good. Ash strained to look around underwater. He caught a sudden glimpse of large, unknown fangs. He couldn't identify the Pokemon properly through the murky water, but it seemed pretty clear that it considered Ash and Pikachu as nothing but food. Ash struggled to swim to the surface to avoid certain death. However, he only had one arm free, since he was still holding Pikachu. It didn't feel like he was getting any closer to the surface. The dark abyss beyond the fangs was rising behind him, or rather, something's mouth. That something was still after Ash and Pikachu. Yeah. Ash struggled furiously. He caught something with his fingertips. It was like a shining thread. As long as it was something to grab onto, he'd even accept the spider's Pokemon thread. Grab it! As long as there's something to grab onto, go for it! Ash wrapped the thread around his hand and held on tight. A lone girl sat by the lake with a fishing rod. She was about the same age as Ash. The girl was at this lake, nameless lake, to try to catch a mysterious Pokemon rumored to live in it. Almost any lake would have legends of mysterious Pokemon living within. A few famous instances would include Nessie of Loch Ness, Kusi of Lake Kucharo, or Tunyosi of Lake Tunyoy. In this lake, there was Namelessie. It was impossible to say whether or not a Pokemon really existed. It's possible someone mistook other Pokemon for it. However, discovering the truth for yourself is only half the fun. On her journey, the girl heard about a lake being nearby, and had been camping there for 3 days with her fishing rod. So far, she hadn't managed to catch anything notable. But still, if you don't put down a line, you definitely won't catch anything. The legend of the mysterious Pokemon maintained an air of romance to it. Fishing was a romantic activity to the girl. All she had caught all day were small fry Pokemon like Magikarp. It was almost sunset, and she was about to start prepping to leave. The float on the girl's fishing line began to bob up and down. It's come! It's here! This is the big one! As she pulled the line, she would soon learn just how big this catch was. Maybe it's really namelessy. The girl chucked herself as she timed reeling it in just right. Fishing is all about timing. If timed just right, then even a 10-year-old girl can reel in a whopper. Besides, this was a girl who had made it into the top 4 of a local boys and girls Pokemon fishing contest for 3 consecutive years. She was more than capable of reeling in every Pokemon heavier than her own body weight. Now! The girl had chosen the timing to land it. She let out a fierce yell and some surprisingly superhuman strength to go along with it. And with the splash of water, Ash was fished up. What? A human? That's even worse than a small fry. Having been caught up, the dream of catching a mysterious Pokemon, the girl seemed quite uninterested in the mystery of why she caught a human. Even so, she took notice of the Pikachu that Ash was holding. Oh, that's a Pokemon! Having been pecked by Spearow, Pikachu was covered in wounds. What nasty wounds, are you okay? However, Ash had been thoroughly pecked by Spearow. He mistook the girl's concern as being for him. Ash thanked the girl. Thanks, you saved me. Not you. The girl suddenly slapped Ash across the cheek. What's wrong with you? That's my line. Why is your Pokemon in this condition, the poor thing? The girl glared at Ash. The girl glared at Ash while gently rubbing Pikachu's head. You think this is my fault? Look, I'm in pretty bad shape too here. You think this is my fault? Look, I'm in pretty bad shape here too. The back of his jacket had been torn to shreds by the Spearow's attack. Don't argue with me. It needs medical treatment ASAP. It's not far from here. The girl pulled a map from her pocket and laid it out. There's medical treatment available in the center in Viridian City. There's a hospital? Not for you. A Pokemon hospital. Ah, I see. So which way to Viridian City? That way. The girl pointed at a straight path through the forest. The time had come. From beyond the lake, that horrible noise rang out. The noise of the Spearow's flapping wings. The sunset in the west was covered by a giant flock of Spearow, like a cloud. Their numbers were so great that the air itself trembled. Ripples formed on the water's surface in the lake. The bubbling waves gradually closed in. Hey, you see that? Ash asked the girl. Yeah, I see it, she nodded. Sure are a lot of them. Should we run? It's not my problem. Well, it's mine. They've got a grudge against me. In that case, you better start running. Yeah, I should do that. Ash noticed a bicycle next to the girl. Ash placed Pikachu in the bike's basket and rode off on it. I'm borrowing this. That's my bike. I'll give it back someday. He left those words behind as he began pedaling, and he shot off, full speed, down the path ahead. My bike! How am I going to get back without it? Wake up! The girl chased after Ash. But there was no way she could keep up with a bike. The massive Spearow passed over the girl's head. Oh, no way! The girl was blown off her feet by the sheer force of the wind generated by their flapping wings. The host of Spearow paid the girl no mind as they pursued the bike. Their only interest was in Ash and Pikachu. But with such a huge flock, it seems likely that the girl's bike would soon become collateral damage. The girl turned pale as she imagined her bike being destroyed. Hold it! Wait a sec! The girl called out to the Spearow, fading into the distance. Hey, my bike is innocent in all this. You better not damage it. The girl became increasingly annoyed. Seriously, that asshole. How could he let such a cute Pokemon end up like that? Then he steals my bike without asking. Next time I see him, he'll pay. Ugh. Seriously, I have the worst luck with men. I won't forgive him. Let me remind you. This girl who is having terrible luck with men is still only 10 years old. On the forest path, Ash and Pikachu were still speeding along on the bike. Hang in there, we're almost at Viridian City. In the basket, Pikachu was struggling to breathe as he looked at Ash. The damage Pikachu had taken from Spearow was even worse than it first seemed. He could barely even move a muscle. Lightning flashed past the mountains in the distance. Drip, drop. Drops of water rolled down Ash's cheek. It was raining. The sound of thunder rang out, but louder still was the sound of Spearo's flapping wings. Normally tiny bird Pokemon wouldn't be flying in the rain, however the Spearow are so caught up on chasing Ash and Pikachu that it seemed as if they hadn't noticed the rain at all. The rain soon became a fierce downpour. Even so, the Spearow wouldn't call off the attack. As if becoming one with the rain, the Spearow began swooping and attacking. The road had turned to mud, the bike's handles had become slippery and difficult to grasp. With dark clouds and Spearow surrounding them, the sky seemed pitch dark. With large drops of rain striking, the road ahead was barely visible. With the roar of thunder, the Spearow's attack became even fiercer. The wheel slipped, he lost balance and fell. Ash and Pikachu were thrown from the bike as they collapsed. How did it come to this? Why had things turned out this way? Ash smashed his fist into a muddy puddle. He was half angry and half sad, and it wasn't just due to falling off the bike. The broken alarm clock, running late, that jerk Gary, not having any choice for my Pokemon, Pikachu refusing to get in the Pokeball, the Pidgey mocking me, Rattata being pecked by Spearow, almost drowning underwater, almost being eaten by some crazy monster Pokemon, getting smacked in the face by some random girl, and now finally I'm lying in a puddle of mud. Why was it today had to be a day like this? Do you have any idea how much I look forward to this day? The day I left home as a Pokemon trainer. The day I dreamt of? It wasn't supposed to be this way. Ash continued to punch the mud over and over. At that moment, a bolt of lightning flashed. He saw Pikachu lying on the ground before him. Pikachu's body was half submerged in muddy water. He could barely breathe. Ash picked Pikachu up in his arms. Pikachu, what's happening? Pikachu. He spoke in a soft voice, almost a sigh. It can't end like this. Looking up above, Spearow were waiting for the signal to launch an all-out attack. A Spearow with a burnt head cried out. It was a Spearow that originally had been shocked by Pikachu. It seemed to be leading the attack. The entire flock of Spearow moved to attack. Having all those beaks plunge into them at once, Ash and Pikachu would be goners for sure. Ash wondered what he could do before making a decision. Ash pulled out a Pokeball and showed it to Pikachu. Pikachu, get inside. Pikachu stared at Ash. You should go inside, Ash plainly stated. Pikachu looked back and forth between Ash and the Pokeball. I know you're going to hate it in there, but if you go in, then at least you'll survive. Go on. I'll take things from here. Ash placed the Pokeball down in front of Pikachu. He then turned to shout at the massive Spearow. Hey, do you know who I am? I'm Ash from Pallet Town, the man who will become the world's greatest Pokemon master. I'll never lose to the likes of you. I'll get every last one of you. Ash stood up and spread his arms. The Spearow stopped their charge midair as to ask, what is this idiot thinking? You understand? Don't you lay a hand on Pikachu. I'm your opponent. Pikachu stared intently at Ash's back. Ash spoke to Pikachu behind him without turning around, glaring at the Spearow. Pikachu, get in. Are you inside the ball? I hope you're in there. Pikachu looked back and forth between the Pokeball and Ash's back. Spearow, you've only been hawking at me with a Sparrow spearhead. But what's scarier than a hawk? It's me, Speary. Bring it on. Ash waved his hands provocatively. Why, you? The Spearow lost their temper. Pikachu was astounded by Ash. He thought him nothing but a huge idiot. But by now he was actually starting to feel something for Ash. Pikachu made one last glance at the Pokeball, and then he made a faint smile. Pikachu knew what he had to do. Ash spread both arms and shouted, Come on, you squawking sparrows! The Spearow leader signaled to charge with its wings. The Spearow dived straight for Ash. Ash closed his eyes and whispered, Gotcha! It was the moment. Pikachu! Pikachu mustered all of his strength, climbed on Ash's back, onto his shoulders, and above his head, jumping towards a swooping mass of Spearow. That same Pikachu was then struck by lightning. The combination of Pikachu's electrical shock and the Thunderbolt's shock blasted away the pouring rain. The Spearow were blown away. Once the lightning and electric attack faded, the only ones standing were Ash with his arms spread and Pikachu on top of his hat, also with his arms spread. However, their bodies were battered and broken. Got him? Ash whispered, asking no one in particular. Pikachu. Pikachu nodded. Ash and Pikachu maintained their posture, their bodies completely stiff, as they collapsed onto their backs. Water dripped drop by drop from the leaves of the trees. Glistening in the evening twilight, the rain had stopped. The unconscious Ash was finally coming to his senses. The fallen bike has been warped out of shape by the electrical discharge earlier. Pikachu had collapsed behind him. Ash picked Pikachu up in his arms. Pikachu opened his eyes slightly. Yeah? I'll be myself. I'll be Ash. Pikachu will be Pikachu. From here on, it's me and Pikachu, yeah? There was a lot he wanted to say, but the only two words he managed to say were, yeah. Pikachu simply gave a small nod. It was the moment Ash and Pikachu saw it. It was flying into the sunset. It flew majestically on its great wings. Backlit by the bright red sunset, they could see only a silhouette. It sprinkled small particles of light upon Ash and Pikachu. What is that? Ash pointed the Pokedex at it. The Pokedex explanation was blunt. Unidentified. It is definitely a Pokemon. However, there are many Pokemon in the world yet to be identified. An unidentified Pokemon. However, Ash soon came back to his senses. He held Pikachu close to himself. We need to treat your injuries right away. Hang in there. Just hang in there until we reach Viridian City. Ash hurried down the road to Viridian City. To be continued in Chapter 4. Chapter 3 Appendix. If you're in a hurry, feel free to skip ahead to Chapter 4. However, there might be some important information written here that no one else has ever seen before. Pokemon-related Warning 1. Portable Beasts Behavioral Study, Condotata Lawrence, Safari University, Amazon Branch Professor. Interaction with Pokemon. Until now, there had been a lot of media depicting Pokemon, including anime, films, and novels. However, it can be said that none of these have ever depicted the truth of Pokemon. The Pokemon depicted in these works are merely a human interpretation of Pokemon. To use a fancy word, they are anthropomorphized Pokemon. And so, this may sound harsh, but Pokemon are viewed in a way that is convenient for humans. Pokemon are often seen with various expressions, joyful, crying, angry, etc. However, this is just how humans perceive it. But from their personal perspective, or rather since they're Pokemon, not people, Pokely would perhaps be a better word than personally. But I digress. The point being that we can't ask them directly about their feelings. To start with, there are Pokemon with pleasant temperaments who appear to comprehend human speech, but we can't be truly sure they actually understand, as we can't speak to them personally, Pokely. Unfortunately, our research has not yet reached a point where we can decipher a Pokemon's speech. Also, it's not sure whether Pokemon communication amongst themselves through speech or by some other form of conveying information. And so, taking the recent Pokemon boom into account, this is something that Pokemon researchers, Pokemon trainers, Pokemon pet owners, and anyone else involved with Pokemon should reconsider their thoughts on the matter. The truth is, we know nothing about the thoughts, feelings, or actions of the Pokemon we associate ourselves with. It's like the tale of the ant and the grasshopper. I'm sure many of you are familiar with this ancient tale. It is the tale of a hard-working ant and a fun-loving grasshopper who spend all day singing. However, it's humans who decided that the ant was a hard worker. The ant itself may not personally consider itself to be working. By that same token, the insect known as the grasshopper not be singing for the fun of it. It may not even consider its cries to be a song. It's humans who think of it as some type of karaoke fan who refuses to let go of the mic. The animal known as dogs are often said to be highly loyal to humans. The animal known as cats are often said to be moody. Now wait a minute. These are all merely based on human perception. Perhaps from the dog's perspective, humans are a loyal animal that brings them food. Speaking of dogs, long ago there was a legend of the faithful dog Hachiko. The dog Hachi went to the station every day to meet up with the master. The man passed away, but even so he continued to wait and wait, and wait outside for that station for his master to return, right up until the day he died. And so people thought Hachiko waited for his master to return right until he died. What an incredibly loyal dog. The tale moved many pet owners to tears. As such, they had a bronze statue of the dog erected in front of the station. But, are we really sure that Hachiko was waiting for his master? It may be the interpretation of humans that the dog was waiting there for his master. It's possible the reason Hachiko came to the station was because of a delicious food vendor or the presence of a cute female dog. It may even be that as a dog, he may have had some special dog reason that only can be understood using a dog's logic. Since humans can't talk to dogs, there's no way to clearly define his reasons. I may be raining on your parade by ruining such nice stories, but the point I'm trying to make is that making assumptions about an animal's actions based on human logic can be dangerous. Dogs coexisted with humans since ancient times. That is an indisputable fact. However, with that said, determining whether or not they really were loyal friends to humanity or loyal servants to humanity is less than certain. Even humans who can communicate through words resort to betraying each other. They can lie. As such, even in conversation, you can have as little understanding of your partner's thoughts as you do to your dog's. Most likely, the reason that dogs have associated themselves with humans since ancient times is simply due to some special dog logic reason. It's a good way to think. I may seem to be repeating myself, but I'll say it again. When interacting with other creatures, we cannot make any assumptions about them based on our own human standards. Currently, among Pokemon trainers and pet owners of exotic Pokemon, there have been various incidents resulting from doing things with your Pokemon. For examples of such violation of common sense include being electrocuted when attempting to bathe together with a moody Pikachu, or being pecked by your Pidgey when you take it out for some chicken kebab. Again, I joke. You may be laughing, but these qualities are actually quite common incidents. The owner then gets mad, saying, "I just wanted my Pikachu to be clean, but as soon as I was naked it betrayed me," or "I just wanted to give Pidgey something tasty, but it didn't understand." And so, in a rage, the Pokemon are abandoned. As a result, there are countries where the increasing number of stray Pokemon is becoming an issue, while in reality, the owner was the one at fault. Putting aside such nonsense, there are also instances where vicious Pokemon have injured or even killed their owners. Though they are often unwilling to admit it due to embarrassment, according to unpublished results, 86% of Pokemon trainers have sustained injuries caused by their own Pokemon. Many of these incidents occur due to human arrogance thinking, "It's my Pokemon, so it should do whatever I tell it." These mistakes often arise as a result of preconceived notions that they have from depictions of Pokemon in anime, film, and novels. The most dangerous mistake is attempting to capture a Pokemon that moves in large hordes of allies. Pokemon are not creatures that simply exist for human convenience. Pokemon are Pokemon. They have various ways of life in this world. Wild Pokemon in particular are especially unpredictable. People need to wake up from the sense of security they have catching or domesticating wild Pokemon and heed this warning from the Portable Beasts Academic Conference. Excerpt from a special lecture at the 99th International Portable Beasts Academic Conference. Note number 1. Professor Kondatar Lawrence's speech decrying the Pokemon boom is a minority opinion and is largely discredited. Most of the academics at the conference were excited about the research of a recently discovered Pokemon. Pokemon analysts who watched the 99th International Portable Beasts Academic Conference on satellite TV, excerpt from a reflective memo by Bill Sonozaki. Note 2. The novel Pocket Monsters may be considered as a work that views Pokemon in a way convenient to humans. That is, this book you're reading. However, I will not retaliate to Professor Lawrence's accusations. This novel was not written by Pokemon or for Pokemon. It is written by humans for humans. It is only natural that I have to write in a way that humans will understand. An excerpt from an unpublished message from the author of Pocket Monsters to Professor Kondatar Lawrence. To be continued in Chapter 4. Chapter 4. Meowthadack. By the time Ash reached Viridian City, the sun had set behind the mountains and it was getting dark. With Highway Route 2 passing through it, Viridian City was a reasonably large city. Ash's Pallet Town had gone over 100 years without any notable crimes. As such, they had no police officers or police station. Instead of police, all they had were private organizations of firefighters calling themselves the Flame Guard, patrolling every night. However, Viridian City naturally had police stations. It even had a police box on the outskirts of town. Tonight, the police box night shift was being handled by the female officer assistant Inspector Jenny. Despite being an assistant inspector, she was still young enough to be Ash's older sister. Considering that 10-year-old Ash's mother was only in her 20s, a woman in her 20s could probably be Ash's aunt. As such, this big sister-like female officer could only be around 19 at the oldest. On that topic, while I specified that she's a female officer, there's probably no need to specify her gender. In this country, most important fields of work like the police are dominated by women. Any men who had jobs with any connection to the police were usually either thieves or private eyes. Most men tended to try to become Pokemon trainers. However, the harsh truth is that not everyone can be a Pokemon trainer. More people fail than succeed. Some men realize this early enough and are able to make a change of career, but others chase their dreams until the bitter end and become unable to integrate into society. Having become an adult with no skills other than the ability to throw a Pokeball makes them effectively useless. Having failed to chase their dreams, they lose their confidence. They were nothing but talk, unreliable. They were always dreaming of getting rich quick. If people like this were allowed to be police, bankers, or doctors, cities would be filled with thieves and hospitals that would create casualties rather than cure them. As such, most important serious jobs in this country are handled by women. In general, if you were to refer to Assistant Inspector Jenny, the woman on duty tonight wouldn't be the first person to come to mind. Ever since the time of their ancestor, Heiji Jenny, and his daughter Zenigata Jenny, as thief-takers, the old equivalent of police officers, the Jenny family have worked as police within the country. As of now, 1 out of every 3 police officers in the country had the name Jenny. The remaining 2/3 were either women who had changed their surname after marriage, or the daughters of others' relatives. Of course, not everyone changes their name after marriage. Either way, the Jenny family were well known as police officers. To sum up, in this country, the name Jenny and the police are practically synonymous. The name of the officer here in Viridian City was also Jenny. More specifically, Momoko Jenny. In kanji, Momoko's name was written as 100th Child. Incidentally, in neighboring towns, there was Ichiko, Nico, Senko, etc. The number-themed names were common. In fact, in Peter City, just down Highway Route 2, lived Momoko's cousin, Yaoko, whose name was written as 800th Child. As all sharing the name Jenny could be confusing, it had become tradition among the Jenny clan to be named by the number, but many of those who had been struck with those names didn't appreciate it. After all, a little girl named Misoko, written as 13th Child, wouldn't appreciate her name very much. In respect of the feelings of these girls, this novel will, whenever possible, only refer to them as Jenny. As such, while this may seem confusing having the police name Jenny, in each new city we visit, we won't want to piss off a police officer. It could be potentially quite scary. Jenny clocked in for the night shift on a time recorder and started her first job of the night. The announcement chime rang as she picked up the mic. Citizens of Viridian City, it is almost dinner time. Thank you for your hard work today. As of late, there has been a notable number of pickpockets, purse snatchers, and Pokemon kidnappers. Please be on the lookout. A speaker on the roof of the police box allowed Jenny's voice to be heard throughout the town. Huh? Well, speak of the devil. She could see Ash running outside the police box's window. Jenny grabbed Ash by the scruff of his neck and he passed by the front of the police box. Hold it! I'm not letting any suspicious characters pass here. I'm not suspicious. I need to get my Pokemon to the hospital. Ash looked down at the Pikachu held against his chest. Jenny's face changed to a sad expression, as if it was her own Pokemon that was injured. What horrible injuries! The poor thing. Quickly, your identification. I don't need a passport. I guess it's just kind of like a pass down through. Just show me some ID. Identification? Well, He didn't recall getting any from anyone. In other towns, to do stuff like borrow rental videos, you need some type of identification. However, in Pallet Town, where Ash lived, everyone in town knew each other, so there was no need for ID. It was possible to get identification documents from the mayor of Pallet Town, but with the commotion caused by Pikachu's electric shock at the Oak Laboratory, it had totally slipped his mind. Besides, the mayor was busy anyway giving Gary his big send-off. Without any ID, he'd just have to try to explain. I'm Ash, I came from Pallet Town. A little boy from Pallet Town? You're the fourth one today. Fourth? So Gary and the others have already... They were ahead of him. Although it'd be obvious if you think about it, normally, without the Spearow, he wouldn't have taken such a roundabout way. Ginny spoke to Ash, who was biting his lip. You're carrying a Pokemon you would normally keep inside of a Pokeball. A heavily injured Pokemon, might I add. You have no ID, making it really easy to suspect you as a Pokemon thief. On a notice board was a wanted poster of 2 Pokemon thieves. The poster had little detail as they had pulled hats down to cover their faces. I don't have any ID. Pikachu and I were attacked by a bunch of Spearow. Ginny shook her head in pity. Oh man, this may sound naive, but my experience tells me you're not a bad kid. But without proof, I have to take responsibility. I'd like to let you through, but I can't. Oh, come on, me and Pikachu are injured. That same Pikachu pointed one of his trembling forelegs at one of Ash's bulging pockets. He softly cried out, Pikachu, Pika... Ginny picked up on Pikachu's signal. Huh? That there in your pocket. Oh, this? Ash put his hands onto the pocket and pulled out the Pokedex. Mm-hmm. And this is... Ginny asked Ash with a huge smile on her face. Oh, Professor Oak gave this to me, Ash answered. Pallet Town, right? Ginny confirmed. Yeah. Ginny pointed with her finger. A Pokedex. This is decisive proof. Ginny took Ash's Pokedex and flipped to the end. Take a look at the last page. This is your identification, she showed Ash. The Pokedex displayed a photo of Ash's face. Below was a message written and penned by Professor Oak, along with his signature. Ash read it. This Pokedex belongs to Ash Ketchum of Pallet Town, aiming to be a future Pokemon trainer. If this Pokedex is lost or stolen, it will not be replaced. Pallet Town, Professor Oak. Wow, I had no idea identification was on the last page. Anyway, I'm kind of in a hurry. Well, better hurry it up then. Along with Ginny's voice outside the police box, broom, 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 the sound of a 750cc motorbike engine rang out. In mere moments, Ginny was now revving the engine of a police motorbike with a sidecar. Your Pokemon's wounds need treatment at the Pokemon Center. Hurry and get in, I'll take you. Yeah. Ash leapt into the sidecar. Ginny placed a siren and light on just above Ash. Time to blast off. Turbo mode. Whoosh. The white bike's muffler spewed flames and black smoke as it sped off to the inner part of Viridian City. What the hell was that? A girl stood in front of the police box, choking on the black smoke left behind by the muffler. It was the girl who had been fishing at the lake, dragging her battered bike with her. While following Ash, she had found her beloved bike in its broken, twisted state. She had come to the police box to make a report, and just as she was about to call out for Ginny, she found herself breathing the bike's exhaust fumes. And, to add insult to injury, the one getting a ride on the bike was none other than that thieving boy. You'll pay! The girl hoisted the bike onto her shoulders. She was really strong while fishing, but apparently even stronger when angry. Wait up! She ran chasing the police motorbike, carrying her bike on her shoulders. The sun had completely set. The only illumination left was that of the streetlights in the police box. A strange noise approached behind the police box left unattended by Ginny. It was a hot air balloon, a giant balloon that flies through the air using hot air pumped by an engine. 2 figures were visible on the hot air balloon as it stopped right above the police box. One of them lowered a fishing line and fished a wanted poster off the notice board. So this is our wanted poster? Whispered a woman at the poster. You can't even see our faces. These are terrible photos. The one complaining about the photos was a man. These 2 are members of the infamous Pokemon stealing organization Team Rocket. They were the ones in charge of the rural areas. You can't expect police out in the boonies to recognize our beauty. The woman's name was Jessie. A piece of trivia. Prior to becoming a Pokemon thief, she had experience as an art thief. The artwork she stole, if featured on any treasure appraisal program on TV anywhere in the world, would be valued ridiculously low. But she only ever cared about their beauty. Truly unforgivable. The man's name was James. Despite his name meaning small second son, he was actually quite tall, and an only child. As a child, he was a quiet boy. He only allowed himself to fade into the background. But for a thief, he was overly concerned with the quality of his photo. It is unacceptable. This is a crime against beauty. Jessie clenched her fist. We'll show the people of Meridian City exactly what we are capable of. James smiled, looking at his own face in the hand mirror, shining in the darkness from behind them. Looking up, down, and spinning around was a Pokemon. A golden coin on his forehead, he was a Pokemon called Meowth. I don't mind a show of force, but our goal is to obtain rare Pokemon, and don't you forget that, nya. This Meowth could speak human language. Not all Meowth could speak like humans. Just as Ash's Pikachu is unique among Pikachu in his dislike of Pokeballs, Meowth was unique among Meowth for his ability to talk like a human. No, in fact, going by the Portable Beast Studies Department, Pikachu's case may be unlikely, but Meowth's was practically unheard of. Meowth had experienced hardships he had spoken of to no other person, to no other Pokemon, even. Perhaps I'll talk about that on some other occasion. On top of Meowth's linguistic prowess, he would like to change the coin for a cat to coins for a Meowth. He was also wanting to change its meaning. Coins for a cat essentially had the same meanings as pearls before swine, as giving coins to a cat would be pointless. Pearls wouldn't please a swine. Cats and swines would appear happier if just left some leftover fish. The only ones who would appreciate the value of coins, pearls, and diamonds are humans. There are times where giving these things to a human woman may ultimately be pointless, but at least she'll enjoy them. Basically, coins for a cat means to give something to someone who doesn't appreciate its value. As such, it's a saying that looks down on other life forms. Meowth would change the meaning of coins for a cat, coins for Meowth, to exactly what it says, a descriptor for becoming rich. As such, it's a saying he'll often repeat, holding up one claw like a beckoning cat. And tonight, Meowth quoted his signature phrase with devilish grins. Coins for a cat, coins for a Meowth. Yeah, whatever. Jessie and James responded to Meowth's quotation, as they took the torn, scrunched-up wanted poster and tossed it off into the night sky. As the police spike spread through the city, the Pokemon Center came into view up ahead. I see it! Ginny gave a thumbs up. The Pokemon Center. So that's a Pokemon hospital? Ash whispered with his mouth agape. This is an emergency, no complaining. Here we go, Ginny shouted as they climbed the Pokemon Center's front stairs, still riding the motorbike. They shot right into the entrance and suddenly braked right at the reception desk in the hall. The woman at reception leapt over in the counter and went to stand in front of the bike. She was a young woman, older than Ash, wearing a white robe. She appeared to be a doctor. She spoke to Ginny in a calm voice. Welcome to the ER. I'm Joy from the emergency ward. Explain your situation. Ginny saluted as she relayed the information. We brought a heavily injured Pokemon. The woman named Joy took a glance at the Pikachu in Ash's arms. I see. The Pokemon species is a Pikachu. She said that without even giving Ash a moment to reply. She grabbed the mic from the counter. This is Joy at reception. It's urgent. Bring me a stretcher for an electric-type Pokemon. Chansey. That was the cry heard as a reply. In the blink of an eye, Pokemon wearing nurse caps shot out with a stretcher for the patient. The Pokemon had something resembling an egg carried in their belly, and their body was pink all over. The Pokemon are called Chansey. They have a kind disposition, making them well suited for nursing. Joy spoke softly to the Pokemon in Ash's arms. No need to worry. This won't hurt. 1, 2, 3. Now. In the blink of an eye, Pikachu was moved from Ash's arms onto the stretcher. To the emergency ward, quickly! Chansey. The Chansey took Pikachu's stretcher past the reception into the emergency ward. They got all this done while Ash was still left flustered. Time to begin treatment. Joy put on some rubber gloves before heading to the emergency ward. In a panic, Ash followed her and asked, You what? Jenny replied in Ash's stead. He's a Pokemon owner, a prospective Pokemon trainer. What should I... Reflect on your actions, Joy replied bluntly. If you want to become a full-fledged Pokemon trainer, don't let your Pokemon fight until it's in that state. Ash was unable to respond. Joy continued harshly. The only thing you can do right now is stay in the waiting room and pray your Pokemon survives. That's the only thing I can do? I'll take care of the treatment. Jenny spoke up, saluting Joy once more. I'll leave this in your capable hands. I'll take my leave and get back to protecting the city. Keep up the good work. Joy thanked Jenny lightly. Just doing my job. Crap. Speaking of work, I left the door open at the police box before I left. Always remember to close up. Oh, this ain't good. Jenny hopped on her police bike and shot off. I'll be closing the door for the treatment room, too, Joy said as she entered the treatment room. Pikachu. The emergency ward's automatic door closed in Ash's face. The lamp indicating treatment was in progress lit up. Pidgey, Pidgey, Pidgey. It had been over 2 hours. The Pidgey clock on the wall rang for 10 p.m. Ash sat patiently in the waiting room. The treatment progress lamp was still lit. Phones. Ash noticed there were TV phones next to reception. A phone call, huh? Ash picked up the receiver and pushed the buttons, calling Delia's number, his mother in Pallet Town. Hi. The one on the TV screen was a face painted completely white in appearance. She looked like a Jiangxi zombie from a Chinese horror film. In shock, Ash pointed to the face on the screen and shouted, Who the hell are you? Take a look. The face on the phone peeled off the mask. Beneath the white layer, Delia's face appeared. Mom, cut the dumb jokes. It's not a joke, it's a face mask. Girls use them once a week to take care of their skin. Girls with an oily complexion should use them once every 3 days. Yeah. Delia nodded to agree with herself as she spoke. You can do whatever you like, but maybe you shouldn't answer the phone with it on? Once in a lifetime mistake. I'm glad you're the only one who saw it. You're my son, Ash, aren't you? It seems she just realized the one on the other end of the phone was Ash. Yes, I'm your son, Ash. Ash nodded with a sigh. No way. If Ash is my son, then where are you? She seemed to have resignated the demeanor of a parent concerned for her child. Viridian City Pokemon Center. Ash mumbled his answer. Oh wow, you're already in Viridian City? Amazing. It took your dad 4 days to reach Viridian City, and you did it in only a single day. Gathering every bit of useful traveling equipment seems to have paid off. Every bit of useful travel equipment. Every bit was perhaps an overstatement, but it's true. Delia prepared everything she possibly could for Ash's journey. But that backpack with all those feelings stuffed inside had been torn apart. The Voltorb alarm clock he got for his birthday didn't work either. Unaware of any of this, Delia was quite cheerful. At this rate, you'll become a much greater Pokemon trainer than either your dad and Grandpa. Do your best. Yeah. Ash didn't want to cause Delia any concern right now. One yeah will do fine, Delia advised him. Yeah. He simply replied obediently. Brush your teeth twice a day, she followed up. Yeah. And wear your pajamas when you go to bed. Delia's eyes teared up as she spoke. Yeah. Good. Now we don't have to rack up the phone bill, so let's end this. Ash, good night, okay? To avoid letting her son see her tears, Delia hung up the phone. Beep. The sound of the hung-up phone line echoed in Ash's ears. Good night. Ash hung up the receiver and walked slowly back into the waiting room seats where he sat. Ash got the toothbrush from his battered bag and whispered, Brush my teeth. My mouth isn't a chimney. The toothbrush was in such a state that it looked more like a chimney sweeper's brush. Ash sighed once more, adding to the dozens of other sighs he'd made today, and went back to staring at the walls of the waiting room. There were several frame reliefs, embossed carvings, hanging there. Their design looked like something done by a caveman or a Picasso. Legendary Pokemon was written underneath the frame. That's... Ash spoke up without thinking. Amongst the images was one that he thought resembled the unidentified Pokemon he saw flying into the sunset. Then something happened. The phone he used earlier started ringing. No one was at reception. No one's gonna answer? Ash picked up the receiver. The TV phone's vision displayed the back of a man in a white lab coat. Instant ramen in a beaker was being boiled on the flame of an alcohol lamp. The man stirred the ramen with a fork like those you got with the lunch bags long ago in school, before turning around. Whoop! It was Professor Oak. Ash, it's me. Who do you think, Professor Oak? I can see you. I just got a call from your mother Delia a few minutes ago. Beautiful woman, a real stunner. It seems that right after she finished her call with Ash, Delia called Professor Roke. It's safe to assume she made the call without her face mask on. I can't comment on that. Tell her yourself, Ash replied huffily. Well, then if I tell her... Oak keenly murmured to himself. Why are you calling me? Ash asked. Oh, right. Ash, I hear you made it to Viridian City. Is that true? Professor, where did you just call? Asked Ash once more. Viridian City. Oh, right. If you answered the phone there, it means you're in Viridian City. I'm at the Viridian City's Pokemon Center. My Pikachu was badly injured. I see. Professor Oak let out a deep sigh. It's rough, but it's a trial everyone must face. So the Pokemon of the other 3 who left Pallet Town are also... Nope. Professor Oak shook his head easily. The other 3 had very little damage caused to their Pokemon and have already left town. After all, those kids have Charmander, Squirtle, and Bulbasaur. They were my personal recommendations. They won't go down that easy. Well, I like Pikachu, Ash angrily shouted. Pikachu may shine well when polished. Things may pick up. Anyway, all 4 of you from Pallet Town have made it as far as Viridian City Pokemon Center in one day. Professor Oak gripped his spork. Truly impressive. One small step for a Pokemon Master, one giant leap for Ash. I'll help you out. I'll cheer you on. Even a poor marksman will hit his target with enough shots. A poor marksman? Ash didn't understand what he was saying. But Professor Oak wasn't a man who cared much for others. Every Pokemon trainer leaving Pallet Town should be celebrated. Hooray! Hooray! Ash, now then. Ending his cheer there, Professor Oak became suddenly serious. How many have you caught with your Pokeballs? Not even one. Ash could only respond truthfully. Not one? Professor Oak's expression darkened as he looked down. I regret cheering for you now. But I saw something that resembled that thing. Ash pointed to the relief on the wall. Something resembling that? From the other end of the TV phone, Professor Oak shrugged as he looked at the relief. Nobody has ever seen that legendary Pokemon. You're at least 100, 1,000 years away from seeing that. Well, it sure looked like it. Sure it did. It's boiling over. The ramen will spoil. Professor Oak's attention drifted to his ramen. He slurped on the ramen noodles. Hot, hot, hot. Ash, I await hearing your progress. Or not. Goodbye. If the phone doesn't ring, I won't answer. Before Ash could get another word in, the call was cut off. Ah, there you are. It wasn't the phone, but the girl shouting behind him. Huh? He turned to find the girl holding the remains of a bike above her head, standing there, wheezing completely out of breath. I knew you'd be here. What's with that bike? I found it while chasing after you. Bike, you say? You still call this thing a bike? The girl continued to speak, holding the bike above her. You seriously just called this thing a bike? It looks more like a half-eaten, overcooked fish. Nothing left but a charred skeleton. In fact, if you left a fish in this state, its ghost would come back to haunt you. The girl, trembling with rage, fell over backwards under the weight of the bike. You okay? Ash rushed over without even thinking, but she brushed off his hand. Don't touch me. Anyway, my bike. You're not going to get off the hook with me. I'll do anything, reimburse you, whatever, but now's not the time for that. You destroyed my bike. I don't care if it's the right time or not. My Pikachu is... The girl noticed the emergency ward's red lamp. Ash was looking at it. Is it that bad? Probably. I think so. What should I do now? I see. Then it happened. The red lamp went out and the door to the treatment room opened. Chansey came out with the stretcher carrying Pikachu. Pikachu, are you okay? Pikachu was coiled up in a ball and unconscious. However, there was something resembling an ECG attached to its tail, and head with flashing lamp. He appeared to be breathing. Joy spoke as she removed her mask and rubber gloves. He's out of the woods. It's not often that medical staff at Pokemon centers are unable to save a patient Pokemon, right? Chansey. Chansey, the nurse Pokemon, chirped cheerfully. Pokemon centers are amazing, the girl smiled. Thank you, Doctor. Ash was deeply moved but unable to say anything else. Joy smiled at Ash for the first time. Now we just have to wait for him to fully recover in the ICU. Please follow me. Ash spoke to the girl. Sorry, things are kind of... I'll make amends for your bike one day. You're still worried about that now? Joy smiled at Ash for the first time. Now we just have to wait for him to fully recover in the ICU. Please follow me. Ash spoke to the girl. Sorry, things are kind of... I'll make amends for your bike one day. You're still worrying about that now? Ash was surprised by the girl's response. She'd spoken of nothing but her bike, and so far, and suddenly she was ignoring it. Go with your Pokemon. Hurry up already. Right, Ash nodded. Bike? What bike? What the heck was he thinking? Kids these days, I swear. The girl spoke to Joy. Aren't you just a kid too? Joy smiled. Just as Ash was accompanying Pikachu's stretcher out, it happened. Despite all the others, just as that happened, since Ash's arrival at the Pokemon Center, this is the real deal. This time, an alarm bell rang throughout the waiting room. Jenny's voice was heard through the speakers. Warning, warning, Viridian City is under threat of an unknown incursion. It is feared to be a gang of Pokemon kidnappers. If you own Pokemon or are friends with any Pokemon, please remain cautious. The sound of a hot air balloon was audible. Team Rocket's hot air balloon was already positioned directly above the center. Their alarm is already too late, Jessie snickered coolly. We'll never be caught. Even with all the arms, the law can't touch us, James said. This wasn't intended to be a lame pun about alarms and arms. He was a serious man. They've got to be kidding about just calling us mere kidnappers. We're part of the one and only Team Rocket. Jessie noticed a similarity of the words kidding and kidnappers. We'll show them just how terrifying we are. James hadn't picked up on it at all. Yeah, attack! Meowth shouted. Meowth considered himself as the leader. We don't need a kitty call to tell us that. Jessie and James left from the hot air balloon with shoulder jets. Nice comeback. If this goes well, our boss will really be pleased, and curl up with me under his kotatsu. Surrounded by coins, yeah. Meowth grinned widely as he dreamt of being curled up on the kotatsu. Charge! Jessie and James threw a pair of Pokeballs midair. The Pokeballs shattered the center skylight and fell down into the hallway. The next moment, a snake Pokemon emerged from Jessie's Pokeball. It was Ekans. And James's Pokeball came coughing, a Pokemon somewhat like a round rock, with smoke spurting out from pimple-like craters on its surface. Suddenly, the Pokemon Center's waiting room was completely filled with coughing smoke. What is this? Ash shouted. No matter. Whatever questions you ask, the answer you receive is the world's pity, the pair responded with the line. To protect the world from devastation, Jessie said. To unite all people within our nations, was James's line. To denounce the evils of truth and love, Jessie boasted slightly. To extend our reach to the stars above. James spoke gently. Jessie, she introduced herself. James. James followed up. Team Rocket blast off at the speed of light. Jessie struck a pose. It's difficult to describe the pose, and since the pose is ad-libbed, meaning that it's different each time, there's no point in explaining it anyway. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James took his own pose. It also seemed to be ad-libbed. And just as you thought it was over, Meowth finally appears. That's right! And having finished up his catchphrase, he took the pose of a beckoning cat. So what was that? You may want to ask. But that would be quite rude. The lines and poses upon their arrival after so much practice, they wanted to bravely show off in front of viewers like us. But Ash didn't care about humoring them. He went ahead and said what didn't need to be said. So, what the hell was that about? Seems the twerp boy doesn't get it. Jessie brushed off Ash's comment, shrugged her shoulders. Nobody would understand that without an explanation. Ash stated the obvious. As such, James opted to give a serious reply. We're after the Pokemon! You're not getting my Pikachu. Ash stood protectively in front of Pikachu's stretcher. Pikachu? Jessie ridiculed him with a laugh. We're not interested in some run-of-the-mill electric rat like a Pikachu. What we're after are rare Pokemon, far superior than that thing. James clarified, adding to Jessie's response. Hold it. We don't have any Pokemon like that at this Pokemon Center, Joy said. Jessie, knowing that Joy was roughly the same age as her, spoke as if chatting with a friend. None. Are you sure? This place is filled with injured Pokemon. If we take all of them, there may be some wheat among the chaff. Even a poor marksman will hit a target with enough shots, James said with a serious expression. That was their motto, the words they lived by. Simply put, a phrase that briefly summarized their approach to life. I've heard that somewhere before, Ash recalled Professor Oak saying the same thing on the phone earlier. A poor marksman? What does that mean? Ash asked Team Rocket. You know they'll miss, but with enough bullets, one may eventually hit. There's an occasional fluke in the world. You can't win the lottery unless you buy a ticket. There's nothing to lose. You might as well give it a shot, James politely explained, reading from a dictionary. It's really the best approach for anything, whether you're stealing Pokemon, or searching for a boyfriend, or getting married, Jessie said earnestly while nodding to herself for some reason. So I'm a poor marksman? I've got nothing to lose? Ash's shoulders slumped. It had been 30 minutes since the phone call with Professor Oak, and its meaning finally stabbed him. That kind of pisses me off. He clenched his fist. What trifling matters, Jessie said. Doesn't bother me. James nodded. Jessie and James pulled out gas masks. Meowth too, Meowth said, also pulling out a gas mask. It's time for Coughing to shine. Gas 'em. James pointed at Coughing. Coughing! Coughing cried in its somewhat dopey voice as it spurted poison gas. However, the gas filled the area, leaving no gaps. Oh, not good. Run! Joyce shouted. You won't escape. After them, Ekans. Extra turbo throttle! Jessie commanded Ekans. Shekans! It cried neither Ekans or extra, but Ekans wiggled around the waiting room and reception. Both medical equipment and PC began to spark and be destroyed. Being pursued by Coughing's poison gases, Ash and the others fled into the hospital's ward. I say wards, but the wards are for Pokemon. Pokemon that are sick are left inside their balls to sleep. As such, the patient rooms look more like ball storage at a bowling alley, with shelves lined up with Pokeballs. Joy closed the ward's door and locked it. This door is airtight to prevent any airborne pathogens getting through. We'll be safe here from the poison gases. Although it was too soon to say that they were truly safe, there is a sound like the light bulbs exploding, and they were left in pitch black darkness. Oh, a blackout. Oh, I hate the dark. The girl who, until now, had seemed fearless, let out a helpless cry for the first time. They've cut the power, but no need to worry. We've got our own backup generator. The patient's room light immediately returned. Hey! The girl let out a joyful cheer. Wow, so many Pikachu. Within the patient room, there were a number of Pikachu wearing electrician helmets, spinning on a rotating disc. The sparks flying from the disc went into the electrical lines, sending power back into the light. At the same time, the lights returned. The computer screen on the wall lit up, and the computer's voice spoke. Emergency evacuation procedure commencing. We're going to transfer this sick Pokemon's Pokeballs while we still can. Transfer them where? Ash asked. They're being transmitted to Pewter City Pokemon Center. As she spoke, Joy started tossing Pokeballs from the shelves onto an escape hatch resembling a garbage chute. Everyone help! Chansey carried the Pokeballs. Ash and the girl tossed them into the escape hatch. Joy shouted into the computer's mic. This is the Viridian City Pokemon Center. We're in a state of emergency. We're transferring our Pokemon's Pokeballs to the Pewter City Pokemon Center. The line connected to Pewter City, and a voice came from the Pokemon Center. It was a woman's voice on the other end. This is Pewter City Pokemon Center. Roger that. Ready to receive the Pokeballs. The screen on the wall displayed a map. It displayed a line from Viridian City to Pewter City indicating the progress of the Pokeball transfer. A little more. Just a little more. Look! The girl pointed at the door. Gas was starting to leak through. The next moment the wall broke. Ekans had smashed through the wall. The Pikachu on the generator were sent flying. The Pokeballs still on the shelves fell onto the ground. A few of them rolled out of the room and into the hallway. Save them! Joy couldn't take her hands from the computer. I'll do it! Ash leapt after the Pokeball. Hand him over, tort boy. Jessie stood in the way. Let a brat have a ball, and it becomes an all-out brawl. James spouted nonsense with a straight face. Behind the pair of them were Ekans and Cough, and behind them, Meowth was laughing. The girl shouted, Hurry, throw them! Throw the Pokeballs and fight! Go, Pokeball! Ash threw the Pokeball he was holding. It's the Pokemon Center's Pokeball. There's no way of knowing what was in there. Besides, he had no option other than throwing it. The Pokeball was engulfed in light. That's the sign of a Pokemon coming out. But the one who came out was a tiny bird Pokemon, Pidgey. If it had to be a tiny bird Pokemon, it could have at least been Spearow, Ash thought. not even recalling the way they tore him apart during the day. But the solid fact is, it was a Pidgey that appeared. "It's a bit early for Pidgey clocks to be chiming midnight. We're not even ready to leave the ball yet," Jessie said. "Eh? What's that?" James turned his neck to ask Jessie. "What did you mean by that line?" "You don't know? The strike of midnight, Cinderella." "Ah, I'm a man, so I don't get the reference." James scratched his head. "If we keep wasting time like this, James, it will become midnight," Jessie commands Ekans. "Go, Ekans!" In the face of the snake-like Ekans, Pidgey opted to flee. "Next one, go Pokeball!" Ash drew another Pokeball that had rolled off. Nothing but light came out of the Pokeball. "Oh," Ash cranked his neck. "There's some empty ones mixed in there, too." Joy was at her wit's end. "Don't go throwing empty ones, moron!" the girl reprimanded Ash. "Oh, come on. Right, next, go Pokeball!" This Pokeball contained the mouse Pokemon that had torn through Ash's backpack in the field, Rattata. "That Pokemon's a small fry with a capital S," said James. Against a snake-like Ekans' glare, Rattata did as Pidgey did, and fled. The girl shouted at Ash in irritation. "Ah, jeez, moron. I'll buy you some time. You get Pikachu and get out of here." The girl puffed out her chest as she spoke. "I'm the world's greatest beauty. The name's Misty." Jessie and James were momentarily stunned as they stared at the girl named Misty. "World's greatest beauty?" Jessie pulled out a magnifying glass and looked intently. "Her name is Misty." James pulled out a notebook and wrote it into a diary. He wasn't going to ask for her number, he was just acting serious. No. No. "So her name's Misty, who's a beauty. Where's a beauty? Why a beauty? Misty or cloudy? I can't tell the difference." The girl named Misty had her face turned red with rage. "I'll show you with the power of my steady." Misty pulled out her own Pokeball. "My steady," Ash murmured. "It's a lover during your school years that you can officially tell your parents and friends about." James confirmed the definition in the dictionary. "Steady? That little twerp is 10 years away from being ready for that," Jessie said. "Today's the day you throw away your steady. You better go away or be ready." I'm not throwing away my Pokeballs. I'm just throwing them. Go, my steady." Missy threw her own Pokeball. Out of the light emerged. "What?" Jessie and James stared at the Pokemon, their mouths agape. The one that had emerged from the Pokemon was the goldfish Pokemon Goldeen. Despite being called a goldfish Pokemon, it had a rather colorful body which was flopping on the floor. "Goldeen, Goldeen, Goldeen," it cried in a voluptuous voice and winked at Jessie and James before immediately being returned to its Pokeball. "What just happened?" Jessie asked James. "That was truly the smallest small fry among small fries," James whispered. Misty spoke proudly. "That was just an example. After all, a goldfish Pokemon can't fight in a place like this with no water." I see." Ash nodded with admiration. "You're still here? Stop hanging around and escape." Misty shouted at Ash. "Oh yeah." Ash pushed the stretcher carrying Pikachu out into the hallway and ran while running. The instinct to pursue something that's fleeing is the same in both humans and Pokemon. "I've got to escape." "You won't get away." Ekans swooped upon the stretcher. Both Ash and the stretcher were knocked over. They were back in the waiting room from earlier. Right next to where Ash had fallen was the broken bike. Ekans and Coughing were in hot pursuit. And the Pikachu upon the stretcher opened its eyes slightly. "Pika, Pika, Pika." Pikachu cried out as if calling for someone. Then the Pikachu from the backup generator in the patient room appeared in the waiting room one by one. "Pikachu!" The Pikachu on the stretcher called out sharply. The backup generator Pikachu all let out a simultaneous discharge. "No way! Preposterous!" Jessie and James were frazzled and burnt black. Coughing was leaking gas. Ekans was burnt black and erect. Exhausted by their discharge, all the Pikachu also collapsed. "Geez, they're all useless. It seems it's my turn, yeah. Mice are my favorite, yeah." Meowth's fangs shone as he exposed his claws, gradually closing in on Ash and Pikachu. "Pika, Pika, Pika." The Pikachu on the stretcher was trying to bring something to attention. "Pika, Pika?" Ash asked. Of course, he had no way of understanding Pikachu's words. But for the time being, Ash seemed to have the right idea. "Pika, Pika?" Ash asked one more time. Pikachu nodded. "More Pika! More Pika! Ash confirmed a second time. Pikachu nodded a second time. Of course! He wants more electricity! Lots of Pika Pika Pika! Ash asked. Pikachu nodded a third time. The collapsed bike entered Ash's field of view. Right, here goes nothing. Right, here goes nothing. He stood the bike up to get on it and began turning the pedals. What you doing, yeah? That bike ain't going anywhere, yeah. Meowth laughed. Don't underestimate Pikachu just because he's a mouse. Pikachu and I are about to show our true power. The bike's pedal turned. The wheel span. It created friction with the lamp's generator. The bike's lamp lit up. Yeah? Meowth squinted at the lamp. Meowth squinted as the lamp shone in his eyes. Pikachu leapt from the stretcher on top of the bike and placed his tail on the friction generator. Yeah, the heck? Meowth was attacked with a massive electrical shock discharge. The other Pikachu let out electric shocks like a chain reaction. The Pokemon Center was engulfed in sparks. It shone the night sky like a building-shaped firework. Jessie and James were still numb. Their jaws were quivering to the point to where they couldn't even speak. Ekans was stiff like a pole, and finally the gas leaking from coughing ignited. Kahoom! A huge explosion. The roof was blown clean off the Pokemon Center. Along with the roof, Meowth, Jessie, and James were launched like fireworks and tenaciously clung to their hot air balloon in the skies above. Ekans and Coughing also avoided separation. Whew, I prefer being an explosive firework to that numbing electricity. Jessie spoke as a sore loser. It's like Fwee, Kaboom, Kaguya, Tamaya. James shouted desperately. Kaguya and Tamaya are cheers that were often heard at firework displays in the old days. Meowth shouted, I'm Nyat Tama. Nyam Meowth. Nya. I'm Meowth. Tama was a common name for cats in the old days. Escape Nya, he called to escape. However, Jenny had already arrived at the Pokemon Center on her police motorbike. You won't escape! She put her foot on the accelerator. Don't underestimate the Viridian City's motorcycle cops. The motorcycle ran up one of the crumbled walls of the Pokemon Center and with its momentum slammed right into the hot air balloon. Nailed it! Jenny gave a V sign from the safely landed police bike. The hot air balloon popped like a balloon and shot into the other end of the night sky. This sucks! Jessie and James' screams faded like a rocket blasting off. The next morning, in the ruins of the Pokemon Center, Joy called the Pewter City Pokemon Center over the TV phone. The doctor from Pewter City spoke from the other end of the line. We've safely obtained all the Pokemon from Viridian City. Thank you. Until our center is restored, I'd appreciate you taking care of Viridian City's transferred Pokemon. Oh, wow. Jenny on her motorcycle whispered, poking her head in to peek on this TV screen. So she's the doctor in Pewter City? The doctor seen on the screen at Pewter City Pokemon Center had both the same name and face as Joy. She's my older sister, which means her name is also Joy. Most of the doctors in this country are from the Joy family, Joy smiled. Although, I'd have to say I'm the prettiest. I never knew that. So it's the same with doctors? Jenny smiled brightly. Most of the cops in this country are from the Jenny family, but I'm the cutest. So we're the same, Joy said. We're the same, Jenny replied. I can hear you. Pewter City's Joy glared at them. Viridian City's Joy hastily changed the subject. Oh, sis, a hard-working boy, girl, and Pikachu set out earlier this morning towards Pewter City, but they're going to have to pass through Viridian Forest first. Viridian Forest is a forest often considered a perilous path for beginners aiming to become Pokemon trainers. No need to worry. I'm sure those kids can handle Viridian Forest. Yeah, of course. Joy spoke to the Joy on the other end of the phone. Sis, give those kids my regard when they arrive in Pewter City. Ash's mother, Delia, knew nothing of the huge incident in Viridian City. However, she was still awake when morning came. Ever since she received Ash's phone call from Viridian City, she found herself unable to sleep. Delia took a photo album from the bookcase and looked through the pages. There were photos of Ash as a newborn, and ones of when Ash first began crawling. Each photo brought back at least 30 memories of Delia and Ash's time together, which meant once she started going through all 20 albums of their memories together, she couldn't stop herself. By the time she'd even realized it was already morning, oh no, I need to prepare for today's lunchtime special. But no matter what, Delia was unable to avert her eyes until she reached the final page, leading her to opening shop half an hour late. Delia had a reputation for being a highly dependable woman. Yesterday's lunch and today's late opening were the first time she'd ever slipped in running the shop. Work is work. I can't let myself slip just because my son left on a journey. Despite her reprimanding herself, nobody in Pallet Town would say a word against Delia. She was a single mother under 30 who had just had her only child she spent years raising leave home. The day after the following days, Delia had never lost a single customer. She only gained more. Now let's get back to the story of Ash's group. Viridian Forest is dark at night, and also dark during the day. Deep within the darkness, yeah! A girl's scream echoed out. It was Misty's voice. It was the first scream the strong-willed Misty had let out. To be continued in Chapter 5. Chapter 4 Appendix. If you're in a hurry, feel free to skip ahead to Chapter 5. However, there may be some important information written here that no one has ever seen before. Regarding Pokemon transfer systems, an excerpt from unpublished documents from the International Communication Bureau to the Japanese Communication Branch. An excerpt from unpublished documents from the International Communication Bureau to the Japanese Communication Branch. It goes without saying that modern communication systems have their roots in the postal service. However, we have no intention of discussing the origins of post offices in Paris, France in the year 1653, or the postage stamp in England in the year 1839, or how a man named Cook patented the telegram in 1843. Or even how the famous Graham Bell patented the telephone in 1876, despite not actually inventing it himself. Or how Italy's Marconi made the wireless transmission feasible in 1894. We have no intention of mentioning any of these things. What we are trying to impress is that to communicate with people far away, we continue to use old methods such as post, phone, and radio as we did in days gone by. With the development of communication technologies such as fax, mobile phones, PC messengers, TV phones, what is transferred through them are not actual physical objects. With the power of the internet, you can see the face of someone on the other side of the world while you talk to them. But you're not actually talking face to face. You are merely seeing an image transmitted by electrical signals and hearing an electronic synthesis of a voice. To truly speak face to face, you must either go to them or have them come to you. However, that takes time. No matter what method of transportation you use, you cannot travel the distance instantaneously. The physical mass of a human cannot be transmitted. This has long been the dream of scientists to achieve. The ability to teleport humans via transportation, converting humans into electrical impulses and transferring them to another location. In other words, a transmittable human. However, scientists continue to devote their lives to such research, but were unable to transfer even small objects like a pencil, let alone living beings. Eventually, the feeling that the conversion of physical matter into electrical transmissions was impossible began spreading among researchers. This was called the untransmittable matter theory. However, an incredible discovery was made during the current century. It was the result of a 3-year-old's childish mischief. As you are aware, it is illegal for children to possess Pokeballs without special permission. However, this child wanted a Pokeball more than anything. The child secretly took one of their father's Pokeballs and placed it onto a copy machine in their house. The child thought they could copy it and duplicate a Pokeball. It's the kind of logic a child would have. But the important detail here is that the Pokeball wasn't empty. It had a Pokemon inside. Additionally, the copy machine had a fax function, or rather, it was a fax machine with a copy function. The child got confused by the difference between the copy button and the autofax button. The autofax button was set to the father's office. Meanwhile, the fax machine at the father's office experienced a printer jam. When they opened the machine to determine the cause, they found a Pokeball that no one had put in there. Basically, the Pokeball had been transmitted from the home to the office. Why did the Pokeball end up inside the fax machine? However, the Pokemon who should have been inside the ball was nowhere to be found. When the father got home, he inquired with his sobbing child about the Pokeball that had vanished from the copy machine. The scientific community went into an uproar when it learned of the incident. The Pokeball was just an ordinary Pokeball used for catching and transporting Pokemon. The Pokeball itself had no special features to allow it to be transferred by fax, which meant it had the power of the Pokemon inside. The thought was it had some kind of ability to convert its own body, along with the Pokeball, into electrical transmissions. The result of the investigation concluded that it was a feature common to all Pokemon. In a complicated phrase, this is the portable beast transmission ability, abbreviated at Portran ability, also known as the Pokecom. When Pokemon are dormant inside small items like a Pokeball, they can demonstrate the ability to convert themselves and their container into electrical signals. However, it is unknown whether this ability is used consciously or not by the Pokemon. And so, scientists piled up their research. In the early experiments, even when the Pokeball was successfully transferred, the Pokemon inside would repeatedly go missing. Due to the knowledge that fax transmissions over phone lines or ordinary PC transmissions are not of a high enough quality to avoid accidents, it's now illegal to transfer Pokemon via those connections. As of now, improvements to the material used to develop Pokeballs have led to Pokeballs that allow for easier transmission of Pokemon. However, without a Pokemon inside, transmitting a Pokeball is impossible. In fact, if a Pokemon were inside, you could transmit even a wallet or a pencil case. This is illegal due to high chance of accident when transmitting Pokemon. Please only use official standard transmittable Pokeballs. However, and while we may be repeating ourselves, even with the latest Pokeball technology, without a Pokemon inside, it cannot be transmitted. Which means that in this world, all of our physical objects, both animate and inanimate, only Pokemon can be electronically transmitted. Why is it limited only to Pokemon? This is one of the great mysteries that hold the hearts of both scientists and amateur researchers alike. Additionally, when it comes to current transmission lines, the most suitable for transmitting Pokemon are the Pokemon Center's exclusive computer network and the Pokemon satellite transmitter. But for everyday usage, we recommend the International Communication Bureau's own high-capacity PokeNet. There are some fanatics who use unofficial transmission networks, as well as a few people who will use cheap internet connections, but this is not recommended, as the safety of the Pokemon is not guaranteed. To boil down the main points behind this long story so far, we believe that the pricing of Pokemon transmission should be revised. Since the worldwide Pokemon boom, the number of users who transmit Pokemon has increased dramatically. The Pokemon that are transmitted are living creatures. To develop the necessary defense to ensure the safety of Pokemon and prevent hackers from committing theft, or rather kidnapping, as they are living creatures, we would like to propose a 30% price increase to the cost of transmitting Pokemon. For confidentiality, the date and name of the sender are removed. Japanese Communication Branch Review Committee. Note 1. Proposals are often made before meetings or briefings to get an idea of your partner's opinion. It's considered as preparation or preliminary groundwork. In this instance, if along the yearly increase on sales tax and the price was jacked up even further, citizens in Pokemon would be angry. It seems this proposal was rejected on those grounds. Classified document from Pokemon Crime Division, Transmission Sector. An excerpt from former Police Superintendent General Zenigata Jenny, the 893rd. End of Chapter 4. Chapter 5. Getting Through the Forest. Viridian Forest shrouded in darkness even at noon. Hyah! Misty crouched down and pointed towards a bush. What? The echo of Misty's shrill scream surprised Ash and Pikachu, drawing their attention to the bush. There was no sign of anything threatening there. Is there something there? Can't you see it? He looked down below Misty's trembling finger. Looking closely, the grass beneath the bush was moving slightly. Even if something was there, it didn't seem worthy of making Misty collapse to the ground and freak out like that. What is it? Ash peered into the grass. A small Pokemon with a round head poked its neck out. Its head was the same shade of green as the grass, making it difficult to make out until now. Its body was about 30 centimeters long. It didn't move very fast, and you'd find them anywhere if you were attentive. The forest worm Pokemon, Caterpie. Even though Ash is just a beginner Pokemon trainer, it was a Pokemon so weak that it wasn't really worth catching. Oh, hey, just a Caterpie. A cute little bug Pokemon. Misty shook her head while trembling. Even if it's a Pokemon, bugs are gross. Bugs bug me. I hate bugs. Do something about it. You're a boy after all. Right, fine by me. I'm gonna catch it. Typically, catching a Pokemon involves battling it with one of your own Pokemon to weaken it, before getting it into a Pokeball. Hey, Pikachu? Ash tentatively called upon Pikachu. However, he simply looked away as if to say, I make my own decisions. Like he always did. It had seemed like they were getting along better after yesterday, but still seemed he didn't care to help Ash, unless the mood hit him. I see. Well, if it's like that, I'll handle this without any help. I'll show them I can catch a Caterpie all on my own. Ash grasped an empty Pokeball in his hand. When they left the Pokemon Center, he had sneakily taken 5 empty Pokeballs with him. Let's go, Caterpie. Ash branded the Pokeball and threw it with all his strength. The moment the ball hit Caterpie, a bright light erupted from the ball and encapsulated Caterpie's body. The next moment, while Caterpie's body was still bathed in light, it was sucked inside the Pokeball. And so, in the spot where Caterpie once stood, only a Pokeball was rolling on the ground, rattling as it shook. If the capture were to fail, a flash of light would re-emerge from the ball, with Caterpie leaping out. Ash kept a close eye on the status of the Pokeball. How long did it last for? In reality, it was only a matter of seconds, but to Ash, it felt like hours. The Pokeball stopped moving. Gotcha! I did get it, right? He asked Misty. It's so obvious looking at it. So I really got it? He asked Pikachu. Pikachu nodded. Ash's body began to tremble. He couldn't stop himself. His first capture. The grand first step of Trainer Ash. Caterpie! Gotcha! Ash picked up the Pokeball, holding it high above his head. Gotcha! 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 The words came from his mouth naturally. The pose also suited him perfectly. It was a feeling of pure achievement. His true emotions showed themselves in their own style. The style that suits me best. It's just as Mom said. Gotcha! I did it! While he could have just left it at that, he continued with a dance of joy. You did it! Mr. Ketchum, you're so cool. Mr. Ketchum, Caterpie may be small, but for Ash Ketchum of Pallet Elementary, this is the first step on the path to greatness. He continued by standing to attention and singing the school anthem. Even though, at school, he always ended up humming, and never actually sang the whole song properly. I swear, you're such a moron, Misty muttered in exasperation. Who are you calling a moron? Ash thrusted the ball in front of Misty's nose. Yeah, what the hell are you doing? Misty's hair stood on end. Take a look. Inside this Pokeball is the first Pokemon I ever caught. Misty averted her gaze and backed away slightly. Don't get too close to me. Even inside a Pokeball, bugs bug me. Bugs may bug you, but they don't bug me at all. Pikachu spends all his time outside. Caterpie can stay outside too. Hold it, don't you dare. Misty took a deep breath, ready to scream. Come on out, Caterpie. Caterpie emerged in the Pokeball full of vigor. Ah! Misty screamed with the full capacity her lungs could manage. Ash spoke to Caterpie, acting as if he hadn't heard the scream. Come on, climb up on my shoulder. Caterpie looked back and forth between Ash and Misty, and then it stared at Misty, who was frozen in place, her body trembling. In any case, it turns out this Caterpie is male and has subsequently taken more of a liking to the female Misty. Caterpie ignored Ash and Pikachu completely, heading straight for Misty, as fast as the worm Pokemon could possibly go. Misty's expression contorted similarly to Munch's The Scream. Shoot, go away, stop. It's not that bad, is it? I don't care, it's a bug, and I hate bugs. Look at him. If you want to take a closer look, he's kind of cute. I don't want to look at it. It's not cute at all. I don't want to see it. It wasn't clear whether or not Caterpie had much understanding of human speech, but he could at least tell whether he was liked or hated. Caterpie quit creeping and looked downcast. Oh, Caterpie, you hurt his feelings. Pikachu nodded in agreement, understanding how Caterpie felt. Even Misty felt some slight pity for Caterpie. You see, Misty's just a jerk. Misty's attitude hardened after Ash's words. I never wanted you to like me anyway. Carrots, peppers, and bugs. Everyone's picky about something or other. Well, you shouldn't be so picky about things. Your mom should have taught you that. My mom? I'm not reliant on my mother the way you are. Mommy. Only a total mama's boy would rely entirely on what his mom says. I'm a girl who knows what she likes and what she hates. This woman doesn't need a little kid spouting immature nonsense at her. Misty was the kind of person who would return any insult threefolds. The type of girl Ash was terrible at dealing with. The type who would probably be just like Ash's mom when she grew up. I really shouldn't have brought up the subject of her mom. Ash was already regretting this. He had never once in his life won an argument against a girl. He had a default response in situations like this. Just do what you like. I'll do just as I like then. Ash picked Caterpie up. You're my Pokemon, and I like you. I really like you. You're way cuter than Misty. A Caterpie cuter than me? I'd ask you not besmirch my cuteness by comparing me to some mere insect. Anyway, I won't let you bug me any further. Caterpie, now that she's buggered off and ignored us, climb up on my shoulder. Ash placed Caterpie on his shoulder. Do what you like. I don't care at all anymore. Then why are you still following us? He shouldn't have pushed the subject. My bike. You can't play dumb and escape that easily. My bike. That's all you ever talk about. Can't you just trust me on it? As if I can trust a guy who says a bug is cuter than me. Besides, if you hadn't destroyed my bike, I'd be out of this creepy forest already. The topic is becoming a vicious cycle. A vicious bicycle. I'm kidding. Unable to win a real retort, Ash retorted to using bad puns, which angered Misty. I can't believe you, making stupid puns at a time like this. You've got no integrity. I'm reporting you to the police. Do what you like. I'm doing just as I like. When I get out of this forest, I'll be hanging around the next town. I'm not going to run or hide. With Caterpie still on his shoulder, Ash began to walk off, leading Pikachu by the hand. Misty followed several meters behind them. Ash turned around and shouted, Why are you following us? This path just happens to be the shortest way for me to get home, and also the next town's police station. Do what you like. He had no other response. I'm doing just as I like. Misty also had no other retort. Besides, the forest was getting way too gloomy for a girl to be traveling on her own. Moonlight filtered through the branches of the forest trees. They had to set up camp in the forest for the night. Ash and Misty had gotten into their sleeping bags on the opposite sides of a stump. Thinking about it, Ash hadn't had any downtime since leaving Pallet Town. He'd constantly been occupied up until now. The same went for Misty. From the moment Ash took her bike, she'd been chasing him. On top of that, anytime she got into an argument with Ash, it dragged on for ages. The bug-hating Misty knew that Ash's freshly caught Caterpie was somewhere close by, but she was so tired she couldn't keep her eyelids open. They were both asleep within moments. However, Pikachu was more exhausted than anyone. He knew he would rest easy inside his Pokeball, But it was Pikachu himself who was determined not to enter the ball. He would never enter the ball from now on. He had an odd disposition for a Pokemon being raised by a human. But he'd been this way ever since he was born. But life outside a Pokeball isn't always easy for a Pokemon. Wild cat and mouse Pokemon, including Pikachu, are mostly nocturnal. Conditions for finding food are more favorable at night. Cats and mice that run around fields and mountains in broad daylight are mostly restricted to fiction like anime films and TV. Typically, cats and mice sleep in the day and move about at night. By the way, humans are creatures that do things during the daylight. As such, Pokemon that are kept by humans naturally adjust to being awake during the day. You'll notice this with Pokemon that live in the zoo, but Pokemon who have adjusted to daylight hours sleep shrewdly at night. This is because within the habit of their cage or a Pokeball, they can rest without having to fear being attacked by predators. However, for those Pokemon who aren't in a Pokeball, the night is naturally a dangerous time. After all, the night is their active period. Pikachu are a Pokemon that are nocturnal by instinct. As such, the night brought anxiety. As long as he stayed out of the Pokeball, Pikachu had trouble sleeping at night. On the fairly safe grounds of Professor Oak's laboratory, he'd slept in the day, but since traveling outside on this adventure, he had no time to sleep. While he was being treated at the Pokemon Center, he had been put under anesthetics, but that was a sleep to relieve its pain, not a restful sleep. Refusing to enter his Pokeball at night was actually pretty tough. However, instinct is instinct, and when night fell, Pikachu's senses sharpened. The moment he felt an unusual presence, his body began to move. The bushes shook slightly. Something was watching from the bushes. Pikachu took a defensive stance. He breathed out with a chew and relaxed. There was something familiar about whatever was in the bushes. The thing in the bush moved quickly. The moonlight revealed a yellow Pokemon identical to Pikachu. There's nothing strange about it looking like Pikachu. After all, the Pokemon was a wild Pikachu. Additionally, the wild Pokemon had an alluring scent unfamiliar to Pikachu. It was a female wild Pikachu. With the exception of the Pikachu raised at the Oak Laboratory, and the various Pikachu kept for the Pokemon Center's backup generator, he had never seen another Pikachu. In fact, his upbringing had kept him separate from most other Pokemon. Starter Pokemon given to aspiring trainers are typically kept separate from other people and Pokemon as much as possible to make it easier for them to become used to their brand new owners. Amidst the chaos of Team Rocket's raid, he didn't have time to pal around with any of his fellow Pikachu. And even if he had, there were also tame Pokemon. It was a great surprise to see a real wild Pikachu now. "Pikachu," Pikachu called out to say. "Wait," to stop the wild Pikachu from leaving. The wild Pikachu stopped and turned around. "Are you really a Pikachu?" Pikachu asked. The wild Pikachu didn't reply. Pikachu wasn't sure if she had even understood his words, but the wild Pikachu stayed there looking at him. Pikachu was pleased. "I don't have bad intentions." Pikachu rushed up to the wild Pikachu. The sweet scent of the wild Pikachu was breathtaking. Without really thinking why, Pikachu timidly held out one of his front paws. When humans introduce themselves to one another, they often do so with something called a handshake. The wild Pikachu glanced at Pikachu's paw. The next moment, chomp! She bit Pikachu's paw. Then her hair stood on end immediately. "Don't touch me," she seemed to be saying. Pikachu stood paralyzed, unable to counterattack or even say Pika. Why? Chew! An aggressive growl came from another bush. Another wild Pikachu had emerged from the bushes. It had lived a life running around the fields and forest. Its fur was worn out and its withered body was covered in scars. To a human, Ash's Pikachu would be more attractive, cooler, and even cuter looking. However, a wild female Pikachu is different. The female Pikachu ran over to the withered Pikachu and nuzzled him. The withered Pikachu cried sharply, "Domestic Pokemon, hate, go away." The female Pikachu also cried, "Hate, scary, go away." Pikachu didn't really understand the words of the wild Pokemon. It was akin to a human listening to someone speaking a foreign language. But he managed to get the gist of it. Wild Pikachu and domesticated Pikachu are different. is what they meant. They hated domestic Pikachu, is what they meant. They're afraid, is what they meant. And also, that he should leave the forest. This is what they wanted to say. The male and female wild Pikachu rubbed their cheeks together, yet maintained a cautious posture as they backed away slowly together from Pikachu, who was still frozen in place. Then, once they reached what they judged to be a safe distance, they turned their back and vanished into the bushes. Eventually, from far off in the bushes, the two Pikachu let out songs as if they were frolicking. The remaining Pikachu stood isolated. Pikachu looked up at the night sky and whispered quietly at the moon, peeking through the tree branches. Pika... The moon didn't answer. Even so, Pikachu looked up at the moon. Eventually he heard a creeping sound beside him. By his side was the Caterpie Ash had caught. Under most circumstances, Pikachu would have noticed Caterpie approach sooner, but he hadn't noticed at all. Pikachu was simply that out of it. The shock of the wild Pikachu's behavior had thrown him off that much. Catter, catter, catter. Caterpie said something to Pikachu. Pika? Pikachu replied. Neither of them were fully able to understand what the other was saying, but Pikachu felt it was easier to understand what the Caterpie was saying than the wild Pikachu. Catter, catter, catter. Caterpie was doing his best to articulate himself. Pika, pika, pika. Pikachu also did his best to give a reply. The two Pokemon were both bound to the unreliable-seeming youth Ash as their trainer, and it was just the two of them for now. If things were to go well, Pikachu and Caterpie would be relying on each other from now on. Even if they couldn't count on each other's words, they were both saying the same thing. Well, partner, we Caterchew our best. He was curious about life in the wild, but he'll have to settle for this. Pikachu and Caterpie stared at the moon together. Then it occurred. They saw the silhouette of a Pokemon flutter past the moon, leaving a silver trail in its wake. It was a butterfly-like Pokemon known as Butterfree. Butterfree was a species of butterfly Pokemon that evolved from the worm Pokemon Caterpie. Catter, 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 catter. Caterpie cried in excitement. He was incredibly pleased. Pikachu had no idea that Butterfree was the form Caterpie took after evolving, but he could tell, seeing the Butterfree, it put Caterpie in high spirits. Pikachu also became happy for no real reason as he replied to Caterpie. Pika, pika, pika. Catter, 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 catter. Pika, pika, pika. Caterpie and Pikachu continued their conversation late into the night. The topic of their conversation wasn't really clear to either of the Pokemon, Pikachu or Caterpie, but there was one thing they both understood. The pair of them were friends. As long as that much was clear, even if they had no idea what the other was saying, their conversation was enjoyable. Whether with humans or Pokemon, conversation is perhaps something anyone can enjoy. Even when none of the words make sense, it's possible to enjoy yourself. Ah! The next morning began with a scream from Misty. Whoa, what's up, Buttercup? Ash leapt to his feet. Don't call me Buttercup. My name's Misty. Get the bug off. You're the one who won't bugger off. Don't you bugger off without your stupid bug. With the misunderstanding of meaning between them, Ash came to understand once he looked over at Misty. Caterpie had snuggled into Misty's sleeping bag and was sleeping right next to her face, but Caterpie was the only one sleeping. Misty was paralyzed in fear of the Caterpie laying in front of her eyes. Only her mouth could move. Why is Caterpie sleeping with me? Ah, bloody molester, pervert Pokemon! Even if she asked why, it's doubtful that even Caterpie would have a real answer. Perhaps having enjoyed his conversation with Pikachu, he somewhat got carried away before finally going to sleep, and he may have decided that snuggling up with the more delicate Misty was preferable to Ash. However, if it had been the adorable-to-girls Pikachu who had done this, she'd think nothing of it. It was a reaction born of fear. Misty's barbed insults pierced like arrows. Being hit with words from hate to gross was something he was getting used to, but being called a molester or a pervert Pokemon was just crossing the line. Even if he didn't know the meaning of the words, their intention stabbed at him. Pokemon should act like Pokemon and sleep in their Pokeballs. The strength behind her words made even Pikachu lower his head in shame. Caterpie slowly crawled out of Misty's sleeping bag. He went over to the Pokeball sitting next to Ash's bag. Head still hung low in shame, he went inside. Ash knocked on the Pokeball in a panic. Caterpie, are you okay? No response came from the Pokeball. Ash lost his temper with Misty. You went too far. You really hurt his feelings. What if he never comes back out of there again? Huh? Misty agreed that maybe she went a little far, but... Apologize to Caterpie. Say sorry to him. Having Ash shout at her without even giving her a moment set her off again. Even if I were to apologize to Caterpie, I still wouldn't forgive you. It's your lack of discipline that led to this in the first place. Trainers are responsible for the actions of their Pokemon. Ugh. Ash faltered. He may never win against Misty with words. Ash whispered to the Pokeball. Caterpie, we'll get one over on her someday. But there was no response from the Pokeball. Nothing could be heard even if he tried shaking it. Oh, not good. I hope he hasn't lost his self-confidence. Then it happened. Plop. Something fell on Ash's head. Huh? You, it's poop. Stay away from me. Misty raised a scream. It was a bird Pokemon. Above the trees was a bird Pokemon with a fairly relieved expression on its face. Ugh, at the worst possible moment. What the hell is that thing? Ash pointed the Pokedex at the bird Pokemon. The bird Pokemon Pidgeotto. The evolved form of the tiny bird Pokemon Pidgey. It's much more aggressive than Pidgey, but not as violent as Spearow. They are highly recommended Pokemon for beginners. It is typically around 1 meter in size. However, their size may vary. 1 meter, huh? Ash cranked his neck. It looked too small to be a meter in size. He wasn't even convinced that its wingspan would reach a whole meter. Maybe it hasn't been raised well. Oh well, if it's perfect for beginners, then I'm not just gonna let it pass me by. Ash pulled an empty Pokeball from his bag. I'll get it. Idiot. Even if it isn't the finest specimen, it's a Pidgeotto. The basis behind catching any Pokemon is to weaken it with your own Pokemon first. Misty spoke with arrogance. I know that. The only reason you managed to catch Caterpie is because that Caterpie of yours was weak. Just so you know. This was simply Misty's own way of trying to give Ash some friendly advice. She's bad-mouthing my Caterpie again. Ash put his poop-covered face close up to Misty and spoke. Just watch me. I don't want to watch. Not with that on your face. Misty shoved Ash away with both hands. Ash really lost his cool and turned away. Alright, Misty, I'll make you gasp in awe. I'll get that Pidgeotto using my Caterpie. Ash tightly gripped the Pokeball containing Caterpie and threw it. Go, Caterpie! Ah! Pee. He heard Misty scream and Pikachu's cry. Misty's voice was different from her familiar scream, though. Rather than a cry of fear, it was more of a cry of panic in the face of danger. Pikachu's cry indicated concern. Ash puffed out his chest proudly. See? You're gasping already! Pushing, Misty slapped him with her open palm. Ah! Was I the one gasping in awe? This isn't the time for your nonsense. There's no way a bug Pokemon is going to win a fight with a bird Pokemon that eats bugs. Ash gulped. He looked over to where Caterpie's Pokeball went. Beyond the Pokeball, lying there, Caterpie was fleeing the pursuing Pidgeotto. Against Pidgeotto's swooping attacks and sudden climbs, Caterpie was completely helpless. He could only run and hide along the ground surface. Hurry and call it back, your Caterpie! Misty shouted. Yeah, good idea. Coming to his senses, Ash rushed for Caterpie's Pokeball. Return, Caterpie! But Pidgeotto's swooping attack was swift. Protect yourself, Caterpie! Moments before becoming a snack within Pidgeotto's beak, Caterpie curled himself up like a necklace. He then returned to his ball, barely avoiding the beak. Pikachu! Pikachu shouted as if he had been waiting for this moment. Pikachu, you want to fight? Ash asked. He didn't need to, though. This was the opponent who has tormented Caterpie. Pikachu glared at Pidgeotto. The electrical pouches in his cheeks swelled, and his tail stood on end. Lightning ran through the forest. Amazing, Ash murmured. That's done it. Misty let out something resembling a sigh. It was the electric shock that had caused the huge explosion at the Pokemon Center the night before last. Pikachu's electrical energy had restored itself last night, despite the fact that he spent most of the night awake talking to Caterpie. Pidgeotto was bathed in lightning and collapsed unconscious. Pika, Pika. Pikachu pointed a finger at Pidgeotto as to say, get it now. Yeah, now's the time. Ash drew a Pokeball, somewhat flustered. Pidgeotto's body was sucked into the Pokeball, and eventually the ball stopped moving. The joy Ash felt yesterday returned. Pidgeotto! Gotcha! He struck a pose and smiled broadly. I did it! My second capture! And there's something else you're getting seconds of today, Misty said. Huh? Pausing, Misty slapped him. Ow, you hit me again! Yes, I hit you, and I'll keep hitting you. Are you even taking this whole Pokemon trainer thing seriously at all? Of course I am. Then you should learn the basics. Pokemon type compatibility is important. Using a bug Pokemon against a bird Pokemon, that's just downright stupid. You need to look at things from your Pokemon's perspective, right, Pikachu? With Misty's sudden question, Pikachu's only response was to nod. Ash had no words to reply. Misty continued overbearingly. Just liking Pokemon doesn't make you qualified to become a trainer. This isn't a game that kids should be playing. That's when it happened. Indeed, it isn't a game. A woman's kind voice said, It's serious business after all. A handsome man's voice came from nowhere. Kaboom! Rainbow-colored smoke bombs went off. What the? Ash said. What's going on? Asked Misty. A pair of silhouettes could be seen through the smoke. No matter whatever question you ask, the answer you receive is a world's pity. The pair spoke in perfect sync. To protect the world from devastation. To unite all people within our nations. To denounce the evils of truth and love. Jessie was in top form. To extend our reach to the stars above, James added. Jessie! Jessie winked as she introduced herself. James said as he smelt the rose in his hand. Team Rocket blast off at the speed of light. Jessie struck a pose. Surrender now, or prepare to fight. James took his own pose. Right at the end, Meowth made his appearance. That's right. You guys again? What now? Ash asked. No matter whatever questions you ask, Jessie responded, the answer you'll receive is pity. James finished. Stop right there, yeah. Meowth scratched Jessie and James's face. Are you planning to do our entrance scene all over again, yeah? Oh, right, we're wasting time. If this were a novel, we'd be wasting pages. The author is really cutting corners, yeah. On that topic, Jessie said, I'm not sure how this qualifies as the same topic, but Jessie continued on. We have no business with you twerpy lovebirds. Our business is with that Pikachu. James pointed at Pikachu as he spoke. Ash stepped between them as to protect Pikachu from James's finger. If you want a Pikachu, then there's plenty of other Pikachu you could be going after. But what we want is quite specifically that Pikachu. It was Jessie's turn to point at Pikachu this time. Didn't your mother ever tell you it's rude to point your finger at people? Ash said. Mother, Mama, Mummy, I wish I could've, Jessie suddenly murmured. Parents are never supportive when you need them, James cried. I don't even remember a single word my parents ever told me, yeah. Meowth stated matter-of-factly. We don't need to hear about your parental issues, Misty shouted. Let's get back to the point. Let's get back to the point. Misty's angry outburst brought everyone back to their senses. Allow us to explain, Mr. Holmes, Jessie said. My name is Ash, Ash murmured. Allow us to explain, Professor Periot, James said. This isn't going anywhere. Misty looked as if she was about to explode, her hair standing on end. Sorry, Jessie apologized. Enough with the apologies, get to the point, yeah. An irritated Meowth pointed his sharp claws at Jessie and James. I'll cut straight to the point then, James began speaking. We are Team Rocket. We seek out rare Pokemon specimens, and that Pikachu of yours may just fit the bill. At this time, Meowth also pointed at Pikachu alongside the two others. My Pikachu is rare? Ash asked. No ordinary Pikachu could trigger an explosion like that the other day. Therefore, it can be deduced that this is not ordinary. Elementary, my dear. Jessie was also planning on calling him my dear Watson, but the shining sharp claws of Meowth next to her told her not to. Ah, this is the part where Holmes explains things to Watson. James clearly didn't know to drop these things. Cut it out, yeah. Meowth's claws slashed his face. Anyway, give us the Pikachu and we'll leave you be, James said as he applied pressure to his face. You think I'll just hand him over? Ash checked on Pikachu's condition. Pikachu was still tired from the earlier discharge. We didn't think so, but we figured we'd at least offer the world's pity, James said. There's no more pity now that we've asked, though. Jessie pulled out a Pokeball. Jessie and James traveling the path of Pokemon. Together. James also pulled out a Pokeball. This is obviously now a Pokemon battle, yeah. Meowth pulled out a folding fan with a picture of a coin on it and began waving it. Jessie and James's Pokeballs burst. The Pokemon Coughing and Ekans left out. The same ones who had been used at the Pokemon Center. 2 against 1 is unfair, Ash shouted. The word unfair doesn't exist in the villainous dictionary of truth and love. Jessie smirked. Then your dictionary is no good. It's impossible to say how serious Ash's statement was. No good suits us. We're villains, James replied, completely seriously. Cut the crap. You should use 2 Pokemon as well, Ash, Misty said with irritation. But the rules of Pokemon say you can only use 1, Ash replied to Misty's exasperation. Are you stupid? Seriously? You think rules apply to people like them? Oh, at any rate, both Pikachu and Caterpie are going to be stolen from you. How about we just take care of our opponents and finish this while they're still arguing? Jessie whispered to James. Let's finish this, James nodded. Sludge attack! James shouted and coughing suddenly spat at Pikachu. The stickiness in his eyes blinded him. This battle hasn't even started yet. How could you? Ash's protest fell upon deaf ears. Both exhausted and blinded, Pikachu was in no shape to battle. I told you so, Misty said, beginning to get really irritated. At this point, she was tempted to try sending out her own Pokemon instead, but in the middle of a waterless forest, Misty wouldn't be able to expect much from the water Pokemon she was carrying. Ash picked up Pikachu and handed him to Misty. Look after Pikachu. I'll handle this with my other 2 Pokemon. Despite his words, his freshly caught Pidgeotto and Caterpie had just fought, but he had nothing else he could rely on. Pidgeotto, I'm counting on you. I choose you. Ash threw the Pokeball. The Pidgeotto he had just caught leapt from the Pokeball. After being caught in a Pokeball, Pokemon typically became allies of their new master, and Pidgeotto was no exception. Pidgeotto! With a sharp cry, Pidgeotto boldly charged Ekans and Coughing. It continuously swooped and climbed, attacking Ekans and Coughing with its beak, but it was still facing 2 opponents. If it focused on one opponent, the other would come around from behind it. It wasn't some kind of super Pidgeotto that could overcome the disadvantages of 2 against 1. The situation was wearing it down, and leaving it on the defensive. 2 against 1 is unfair, no matter how you look at it. Ash instinctively rushed towards Jessie and James. Children are no match for an adult, Jessie spoke with pity. We'd rather not pick on little kids, James stated as he held back the flailing Ash with a single hand against his head. No matter how hard Ash swung his arms, he couldn't reach James. Fight me! Come on, fight! Ash could do naught but shout. We told you, you're no match for us. James flicked Ash in the forehead with his finger. Misty's slaps were enough to knock over Ash. James's forehead flick sent him rolling like a ball. Come now, just hand over Pikachu. We're clearly winning the Pokemon battle, Jessie smiled. Pikachu squirmed in Misty's arms as to say, let me fight. Although it was clear Pikachu had no chance of winning in his blinded state, there was only Caterpie left. However, Ash had caught Caterpie without even having its Pokemon battle against Pidgeotto. All Caterpie could do was run. There was no chance he could win this fight. Sending a Pokemon into a fight you know they'll lose is just being cruel, isn't it? But Caterpie was all he had left. Ash whispered to Caterpie's Pokeball, You're all I've got left. You're our only hope. Ash threw the Pokeball, carrying his prayers. Go, Caterpie! Caterpie leapt out from inside the Pokeball. What, yeah? That insect ain't got a chance of winning, yeah. Meowth laughed. Bugs can bugger off. Jessie spoke the same line Misty did earlier. Seeing that larva makes me want to break out into laughter. James broke into a huge laugh. Ash and Misty felt frustrated. Even Pikachu probably felt the same. Pidgeotto. There's no way a Caterpie that normally be a snack could win. Pidgeotto cried sorrowfully. But Caterpie was the most frustrated of all. Even so, Caterpie faced Ekans and Coughing without showing fear. Wow, what a reckless little worm. Jessie was surprised. This is ridiculous, James muttered. What a guy. Meowth shrugged. They had to admire Caterpie's courage. However, they'd still show no mercy. Caterpie spat his thread at Coughing and Ekans at full force. Cough? Chickens? What is this? They had no time to even ponder the question. In an instant, Coughing and Ekans were unable to move, wrapped up and rolling around like balls of thread. No way! It's Meowth's turn now! Meowth stood in front of Caterpie, although it wasn't long until he was a ball of thread too. Upon seeing the 3 balls of thread, known as Coughing, Ekans, and Meowth, Jessie and James looked to each other. Maybe we should just let him off easy this time, Jessie said to James. Right, it's not nice to pick on kids. Oh, look, we've got 3 hacky sacks here. James pointed to the 3 balls. That sure takes me back. How about we play some hacky sack then? Jessie suggested to James. Yes, let's do that. Jessie and James picked up the 3 balls and ran off. In other words, you could say they fled. But it had to be said, this sucks. The pair's voice echoed through the forest. Ash rushed over to Caterpie, who had stopped spewing thread. You're amazing. Not even Misty can keep hating on you after that. Right? I guess. Ash drew specific attention to Misty. Her hatred of bugs wasn't so easily overcome. Even so, she had to acknowledge Caterpie's efforts. And at least some of the credit belonged to Ash, the Pokemon trainer who'd been able to bring Caterpie to this point. As much as she hated to admit it. Having noticed Misty's feelings, Caterpie's eyes shone with a smile. The sludge in his eyes having been wiped away by Ash. Pikachu's eyes shone too. Pidgeotto cried from the treetops as if to say, not bad, I guess. But these good vibes didn't last for long. Shh. The sound of thread. Having briefly stopped, Caterpie began to spit thread again. Caterpie, it's okay to stop now. No matter how many times Ash told him to stop, the thread didn't stop. The thread rapidly enveloped Caterpie. What's going on, Caterpie? Ash pointed the Pokedex at Caterpie. The worm Pokemon Caterpie envelops itself in thread when it's beginning its evolution. The Pokedex provided the answer. The start of evolution? The thread wrapped around Caterpie's body and became green and hardened. Then, in the blink of an eye, there was a different Pokemon with a green shell there. The Pokedex explained. Metapod, the cocoon Pokemon. The evolved form of Caterpie. Out of all the known Pokemon species, it has the most rapid evolution. It does not move much until its next evolution. Despite its hard exterior, its innards are soft, so it cannot withstand powerful attacks and should be handled with caution. He was unable to move or speak. It was hard to say whether, in handling him with care, whether he should go inside his Pokeball or not. Ash whispered, Right. You'll evolve again soon if I take care of you. Metapod, I'm looking forward to it. Ash hugged the immobile Metapod. Metapod's eyes were the only part of him recognizable as Caterpie. Ash walked carrying Metapod on his shoulders. Looking upon Ash's back, a thought passed through Misty's mind. This guy really loves Pokemon. Ash may really have what it takes after all. However, a strange sound drove those thoughts away. The sound of something winged, but it wasn't the wings of a bird. They were rapidly beating. It sounded almost like a high-speed motor. Ash and Misty then caught a glimpse of them passing by. The Pokedex suddenly issued a warning. Beware the poison bee Pokemon, Beedrill. It stings with the poison barb on its tail. Its front legs have another 2 barbs. They often attack in groups and are highly dangerous. Beedrill? Highly dangerous? Alright, I'm gonna catch one. Ash was in high spirits. I guess he really was just a frivolous idiot. Misty hung her head. Anyway, I hate being in creepy forest, so let's just get out of here. Misty increased her pace as if to drag Ash along with her. However, the Viridian Forest only gets deeper from here. To be continued in Chapter 6. Chapter 5 Appendix. If you're in a hurry, feel free to skip ahead to Chapter 6. However, there may be some important information written here that nobody has ever seen before. Secret Lecture regarding Pokemon Evolution. Head of the Shin-Kar-Darwin Theory of Evolution Supportive Committee, Professor Mendel Wallace. Note 1. The Theory of Evolution Supportive Committee is in a group of scholars who believe in Darwin's theory of evolution. According to Darwin's theory of evolution, Pokemon are creatures that should not exist. However, as Pokemon do exist, this poses a problem to scholars who believe in Darwin's evolutionary theory. Various theories denying the existence of Pokemon have been brought up, but are largely ignored and considered insane rambling among modern society. When things are shown to exist, they are widely accepted as fact, but in the world of scholars, this isn't always the case. There are certain extremists among Darwinists who claim that to protect the theory of evolution, Pokemon must be exterminated. Mr. Mendel Wallace said, "The word evolution is to be used for the eternally continuing evolution of creatures upon this earth for over 2 million years, not a word for Pokemon transformations." Members of the audience cheered. "Yeah, that's right." Mr. Mendel Wallace continued. For example, the evolution of Caterpie into Metapod is like the transformation of a caterpillar into a cocoon before becoming a butterfly. The proper term for this process among animals is metamorphosis. The members of the audience gave no objection. When an egg hatches into a tadpole, that eventually becomes a frog. People don't call that evolution. However, what is known as evolution among Pokemon isn't always as simple as metamorphosis. The audience said, "Yeah, that's right." Mr. Mendel continued. There is too much that is unknown about what is known as Pokemon evolution. For example, the evolved form of Pikachu, Raichu, is uncertain whether it retains memories of the time as a Pikachu. By that same token, it is impossible to ask whether a frog retains memories of its time as a tadpole. Put simply, you cannot know a frog's thoughts unless you can ask a frog, just as you cannot know a Raichu's thoughts without being able to ask a Raichu. The audience gave no objections. Now, the maintained resemblance between Pikachu and Raichu is one thing. But despite living in the same ocean habitat, you'd be hard-pressed to say the fish Pokemon Magikarp in any way resembles its evolved form, the atrocious Pokemon Gyarados. Additionally, it would also be difficult to say that a tadpole in any way resembles a frog. At least that much can be said. Other than Pokemon, at least to the best of my knowledge, no creature retains memories of its previous evolutionary forms. "Yeah, that's right," said the audience. "Is it even right for us to acknowledge such mysterious creatures as living beings? We of the Shin-Kar-Darwin Theory of Evolution Supportive Committee feel that neither the word evolution or the word metamorphosis should be used in relation with Pokemon." All present gave no objection. No, I would go as far as to say that the mere existence of Pokemon in this world, defying all logic of the theory of evolution, causes problems for our views. I say that Pokemon evolution should be referred to by a different name. Evolution is not a word to be used for all these creatures that ought not exist. All present began to cheer with a loud, "Yeah!" An excerpt from a tape recording of a Shin-Kar-Darwin Theory of Evolution Supportive Committee's secret rally. Note 2. The general public cares little for how the scientific community refers to Pokemon evolution, but it is clear that the phenomena actually exist. It was simply a case where the word evolution made the concept easy to comprehend, and eventually came into everyday usage. Research into the possible connection between evolution, as defined by the theory of evolution, and the Pokemon phenomena, known as evolution, is still ongoing. An excerpt from the memos of the Pokemon analysis Bill Sonezaki. End of Chapter 5. Chapter 6. Butterfree Soars. Ka! Misty's scream echoed through the forest. Since entering Viridian Forest, each chapter has to begin with Misty screaming. It's only natural. The forest is a bug Pokemon's paradise, meaning that for the bug-hating Misty, it was like a training ground for her ability to scream. This scream was no different than other screams. After seeing the Poison Bee Pokemon Beedrill pass by earlier, now another bug Pokemon had crawled up near her feet. It had a similar form to the worm Pokemon Caterpie, but had a horn-like stinger on its head. Checking the Pokedex, its name was Weedle, the hairy bug Pokemon. The stinger on its head contained poison, it explained. Hairy caterpillars among both regular bugs and Pokemon are often poisonous, so it's best to take caution. Whether or not they're poisonous or not, bugs are gross. Ash, do something. Leave it to me. I won't let any Pokemon I find escape me. Ash puffed his chest. Having gotten into a roll catching things, he was getting a little carried away. Ash pulled out a nifty Pokeball and waved it, but... Whoops! Before catching a Pokemon, I should weaken it first. Against a hairy bug Pokemon like Weedle, a bird Pokemon would be best. That's basic type compatibility. He repeated back Misty's second-hand advice. In that case, Pidgeotto, I choose you. Ash pulled out Pidgeotto's Pokeball. Then it happened. That Weedle is mine. A voice behind Ash spoke as another Pokeball flew past. Weedle was sucked into the Pokeball. Weedle's capture rights. I had the right. When Ash turned around, there was a boy with a bug-catching net on his back. No way! I was gonna catch that Weedle. You have no right. Ash voiced his displeasure. The boy shook his head. You were mistaken. I was after that Weedle before you were. You were after it. My Pokemon had already significantly weakened that Weedle in battle. Only a fiend would steal it from me at this point. I'm not stealing anything. Then get out of here. This forest is my turf. You can't claim exclusive rights to catching Pokemon somewhere, Ash murmured. Hold it right there. I can't let that comment slide, Misty butted in. I hate bug Pokemon. As such, I don't want to catch any bug Pokemon. I don't think I even want to catch anything here, kid. Since he was shorter than Misty, Misty looked down upon him as a child. Misty peered at the boy's face as she spoke. By the looks of it, I suppose you're a Pokemon trainer? I'm not sure if I'm strong enough to be a real trainer. The boy's face turned red after having a girl stare at him. I see you might have some humility, unlike some people. Misty nodded haughtily. However, while I'm still aspiring to be a trainer, here in Viridian Forest, they call me the Bug Catcher. The boy puffed out his chest. Oh, I guess you must be well known to have a nickname like that, Misty asked. I guess you could say a few people have heard of me. The Bug Catcher puffed out his chest greatly. I love bug Pokemon. Using the bug Pokemon of this forest, I'm going to become the world's greatest Pokemon trainer. Number 1 with bug Pokemon? Misty was aghast. Different strokes for different folks. Misty let out a sigh and turned back to the Bug Catcher. Anyway, you can't claim a specific area as your personal turf while catching wild Pokemon. Pokemon trainers have equal right and chance wherever they are. Claiming that turf is just unsightly. Only a complete jerk would say that. Misty's way of speaking became harsh. The Bug Catcher bit his lip as he hung his head. The Bug Catcher then murmured, Maybe I shouldn't have told you this was my turf then. I've just been kind of pissed off today. Seeing the Bug Catcher's disappointment, Ash spoke up flustered. No, I'm the one at fault here. I shouldn't have gone after a Pokemon you already had your eye on. I won't catch any more bug Pokemon in this forest. Ash offered a handshake in reconciliation. No need to hold back on my account. So, where are you headed? The bug catcher asked if he accepted the handshake. The next town after the forest. I came from Pallet Town. Pallet Town? The bug catcher's grip suddenly tightened. Tightening our grip of friendship, then? Ash also tightened his grip. Don't mock me. The bug catcher shook off the handshake. Over yesterday and the day before, I battled 3 trainers. Oh, 3 of them? Ash had a bad feeling about this. 3 of them all came from Pallet Town. The ones who left Pallet Town before me. His feelings solidified. Gary and the others had already passed through. So 3? Ash asked. They battled me. They were tough. They laughed at me and defeated my Pokemon. The bug catcher pulled out a Pokeball. I may have lost 3 times, but I won't lose to a 4th person from Pallet Town. Ash was shocked. The 3 who had left Pallet Town on the same day as him had well overtaken him. Additionally, they had all beaten this bug catcher. I ain't gonna lose, but this guy's already been steamrolled by the 3 others. It'd be kinda mean to crush him like that. Besides, Pinsir, you're up. The bug catcher shouted as he tossed his Pokeball. The stag beetle Pokemon Pinsir emerged from the Pokeball. Wow, it's a Pinsir! Ash sighed. Boys have always liked stag beetles since the days of old. And on top of that, the stag beetle Pokemon Pinsir, despite being a stag beetle, is 1.5 meters tall. A full-scale model of one would look amazing in your room. There was no need to even check the Pokedex for info on Pinsir. He already knew everything about them. He'd never seen a real one, though. In real life, they weren't very common. They were the ultimate dream Pokemon for most boys. Ash spoke without thinking. I want it! What the heck are you on about? Misty, who had no appreciation for stag beetles, rained on his parade. Doing so at such precise timing was something only a girl who truly loves water Pokemon could do. No matter how much you want it, you can't take someone else's Pokemon. I know that, Ash muttered with disappointment. That was a rule of Pokemon battling. Trading Pokemon was allowed with consent from both parties. You were also allowed to buy Pokemon from a Pokemon shop, but a Pokemon battle was simply a Pokemon battle. Winning a Pokemon battle did not entitle you to the loser's Pokemon. If you try to take your opponent's Pokemon, either by catching or stealing, your Pokemon trainer license would be permanently revoked. People like Team Rocket, who work to steal rare Pokemon, although I'd hesitate to define this as actual work, are the kinds of people who have given up on becoming Pokemon trainers. No matter how strong I am or how much I want his Pinsir, I have no intention on becoming a thief. Ash said with disappointment. You're ridiculous. Don't go talking like you've already won. Misty shrugged her shoulders. Man, having Pinsir would be so cool. Ash still didn't know when to give in. You're turning into a green-eyed monster. It's his Pokemon, and when he beats you in a battle, those green eyes will begin weeping green tears, Misty said as her patience ran out. When challenged to a battle by a passing Pokemon trainer, it is proper manners to accept immediately. Fiddling about and stalling were tactics of cowards. She hadn't noticed by poking her nose into it, she was delaying the battle. Don't let him provoke you into anything stupid, Misty told Ash in a scolding tone. I know. The stag beetle Pokemon Pinsir is just another bug-type Pokemon. Birds beat bugs. Type compatibility is important in Pokemon battles, I already know, Misty. Ash repeated back what Misty had told him earlier as he got out his Pokeball. Bird Pokemon. Pidgeotto, I choose you. Ash threw the Pokeball. Pidgeotto. Pidgeotto came out of the Pokeball full of vigor. However, upon looking at Pinsir, it flew into the trees and perched unmoving on the branch looking down. Huh? What's wrong with Pidgeotto? I see. Misty nodded. What do you see? No matter how much advantage a bird Pokemon has over a bug, Pinsir is just too big of an opponent. You have to take the opponent's size into account. Only a fool thinks nothing but type compatibility. You need to take these type of things into account. You're the one who kept talking about the importance of compatibility, yet you suddenly changed your tune? Ash was frustrated, as he had no time to waste on anger. But he had no time to waste on anger. Pidgeotto, return! Ash shouted as he recalled Pidgeotto to his Pokeball. Pikachu, you're up! There was no response from Pikachu. Come to think of it, despite all the commotion from when Misty screamed until now, he hadn't heard a thing from Pikachu. Where are you, Pikachu? He looked behind. Oh, you're kidding me. Pikachu was sound asleep on the top of a tree stump. It seemed that after pulling the all-nighter, he gave in to the sleepiness. Come on, wake up. Ash poked at Pikachu using his pinky. The tip of his finger suddenly felt numb. What the? Looking closely, Pikachu's body was glowing slightly. It seems he generates an electric field while sleeping as a defense measure against any attempts to mess with him. If he were to be woken by force, the half-asleep Pikachu may be liable to unleash an electric shock upon both friend and foe. To touch or not to touch. Ash half bluffed his way out of the situation. Oh, I guess he's tired. Pikachu, I won't push you too hard for now. Letting you get rest is the action of a great trainer. What are you murmuring about? The bug catcher cut him off. The other three from Pallet Town weren't total windbags. The other three from Pallet Town were the thing that bothered Ash most. Now you've said it, you're going down. Ash glared at the bug catcher. However, all he had left was the Metapod he was carrying on his back. All Metapod had going for himself was immobility, and a hard shell. He had no moves that could be considered attacks. Despite her words fanning the flames of the battle, Misty also realized the truth of the situation. Ooh, this is bad, huh? Ash may be the one going down here. Feeling a little responsible, she whispered into Ash's ear. Do you need me to lend you one of my Pokemon? No, I don't, Ash shouted. Ah, okay. In that case, no Pokemon or unsolicited comments from now on. Misty turned away in a huff. Ash placed Metapod down from his back. Metapod, from here on, this is your fight. Metapod? Seriously? The bug catcher cocked his head. He was an expert on bug Pokemon. He was well aware that Metapod had no battle abilities. However, he didn't know that Ash only had 3 Pokemon to choose from. On top of that, he'd already had 3 consecutive losses to Pallet Town's prospective trainers. In those battles, he had also used his pride and joy Pinsir, and still lost. It wouldn't be good for Pinsir if it kept going on losing. It'd lose self-confidence. Return, Pinsir! The bug catcher recalled Pinsir to its Pokeball, and regarded Metapod with caution. Metapod is immobile, but immobility is the only one of its features. He must be planning something. Ash had nothing planned. He just had no other Pokemon. However, the bug catcher thought things through. He'd obviously chosen it as his best option to avoid losing. But the opponent cannot move, so it can't exactly win either. Metapod's signature ability was hardening itself. If it hardened itself, then Pinsir's powerful pair of horns may be ineffective. As far as the bug catcher was concerned, Metapod would only amount to being a practice dummy for testing the power of Pinsir's horns. But it wouldn't be much use if the practice dummy broke, just like how a boxer wouldn't be able to practice if they tore their punching bag. Why did he choose Metapod? Not even I know as the bug catcher would use a Metapod in battle. Just what is he thinking? Reaching the conclusion of his line of thought, the bug catcher pulled out a Pokeball. I've got to watch my opponent's move. All right, I'll go with Metapod. A Metapod appeared from the bug catcher's Pokeball, and appeared was all it did, of course. It made no noise, it didn't move, it just sat there. It didn't even have a staring contest with Ash's Metapod. Its droopy eyes simply blinked once an hour. That's right. Both Ash's and the bug catcher's Metapod knew they only blinked once an hour, and sat there. The ones staring each other down were Ash and the bug catcher. The Metapod had blinked for a 3rd time, yet still they sat there. Ash and the bug catcher were still staring each other down. The tension between them could be cut with a knife. Stiffening is Metapod's signature ability. Why are you two so stiff? You're such kids. Despite these words, Ash and the Buckcatcher stubbornly held their ground. The fed-up Misty had eaten her lunch, washed her lunchbox in a nearby stream, and finished reading a Horror Queen novel popular with the girls that she had secretly stolen from her sister's bookcase. Yes, Misty has older sisters, but let's save that detail for some other time. Anyway, she was halfway through her second novel when she looked up and saw the two Metapods still sitting there. Pikachu? Something happened. Is something happening? By the time Pikachu woke up feeling fully refreshed, the Metapods were blinking for the 7th time. The sun was beginning to set. Seems we'll be camping again. I shouldn't put up with this. Misty sighed as she looked at Pikachu's face. Basically, Misty was sick and tired of the battle instigated between the two. Even with no one in sight, she wasn't cruel enough to just leave on her own. Besides, I have no idea what kind of bug Pokemon will come out after dark. I really don't want to be left alone in this forest. However, something came out even before it got dark. That was the same sound they had heard this morning. The sound of a high-speed motor. On top of that, the sound coming from above was much louder than before. Hold it, I've got a bad feeling. Pikachu also raised his tail, taking a cautionary posture. Misty looked up above her nervously to find that the sky beyond the trees was pitch black. No, a great mass of something black was blotting out the view. It was the poison bee Pokemon Beedrill. The poison bee Pokemon hunts at dusk. Their prey were other bug Pokemon. And of course, any obstacles considered a threat. Their poison stings do not discriminate between human and Pokemon. Misty didn't even have the time to let out a scream. Though the storming noise of the Beedrill's wings, a faint warning could be heard. If you were to look in the direction of the warning, you would see Ash glaring at the Buckcatcher. The warning came from the Pokedex, poking halfway out of Ash's pocket. Misty ran between the two. Misty was boiling with rage. All Pokemon trainers owned a Pokedex. Morons, both of you! Come to your senses already! It was worth noting that Misty also had a Pokedex, but she kept it turned off to preserve the battery life. Despite not really having room to speak, Misty spoke up anyway. However, her words didn't reach the ears of Ash or the Buckcatcher. Hey, hello! Taking a closer look, their eyes were closed. They had fallen asleep standing up. Misty's anger erupted. Good morning! She suddenly knocked them flying. In this situation, the first to wake up had the advantage. The Buckcatcher wasn't the first to wake up, but Ash was a well-renowned sleepyhead. Additionally, the Buckcatcher is an expert on bugs. The moment he heard the sound of the Beedrill's wings, he grasped the situation, knowing exactly what the Beedrill were after. Metapod, return! The Buckcatcher recalled his Metapod to its Pokeball and shouted to Ash and the others. Everyone run! Hurry up and run already! Oh? The loud noise and Misty's shrill cries finally brought Ash to his senses, and noticed the mass of Beedrill making a nosedive. It was as if they were spears raining from the sky. The whole sky seemed to be nothing but stingers. All Ash could do was run after the Buckcatcher and Misty. Pikachu had already decided that running was his only option. Having woken up, Pikachu saw no reason to launch a counterattack on a danger that could be avoided. He had no grudge against the Beedrill. The Beedrill were merely after their latest meal. And so, the Beedrill swarmed around the Metapod left by Ash. The Beedrill don't take any more than required. They have no interest in pursuing Ash and the others, who had leapt into a nearby stream. Their shining poison stings exist as a defense mechanism to protect themselves. Ah! My Metapod! Where's my Metapod? Ash suddenly shouted, not even wiping the water dripping from his hat onto his face. The water in the stream woke Ash up, fully causing him to remember Metapod. You didn't recall it back to its Pokeball? The Buckcatcher asked Ash, more dumbfounded than exasperated. I don't really want to confine my Pokemon to their Pokeballs. Besides, Metapod's hard shell could easily be damaged if it got cracked open inside the Pokeball. You fool! There's nowhere safer than inside of a Pokeball. He had no counterargument. When under attack from the Spearow, he had told Pikachu to enter his ball for safety. Ash, out of all people, couldn't deny that. Metapod never said anything about it. Morn excused in an argument. That's because Metapod can't speak, but it can hear its master's voice. It will listen, even if it can't answer. That's what a Metapod does. The bugcatcher felt frustration as if he himself had failed. I misjudged you, the bugcatcher said to Ash. His eyes teared up. When it came to bug Pokemon, he cared no matter whose they were. When I heard you were from Pallet Town, I thought you'd be pretty amazing, but you can't even protect your own bug Pokemon? Damn it. He punched a tree trunk. Ash couldn't say a word. He's right. I didn't know a thing about my own Metapod. The reason I kept him out wasn't to make sure he didn't get cracked. Ash couldn't really blame Misty for it. It was because Misty hates bugs that I kept him out to rub it in her face. I hate to say it, but I can't blame anyone else for this. It was my fault. I'm a worthless idiot, he whispered, sitting on the bank of a stump. He wasn't sure whether the drops of wetness on his face was water from the stream or his tears. Misty had no desire to see Ash in such a disheartened state. The average girl may have watched in silence or given a few words of encouragement, but Misty was different. Can we get Metapod back? Ash lifted his head. I wasn't asking you, Ash. You know nothing about bug Pokemon, and neither do I. Misty looked to the bugcatcher. So is there a way to get it back? You're the bug expert. Me? Please? Is there a way for us to get it back? Yeah. When a girl asked, please, the bugcatcher is a boy who simply can't say no. Metapod should still be alive. It has a hard shell. I doubt their poison stings could penetrate it. Beedrill aren't going to do anything immediately. They've probably taken Metapod back to be stored in their hive. Then we can get it back. Now we just need to spend our time coming up with a plan to get past them. We may not have that much time. Metapod will evolve soon. It will be soft the moment after shedding its hard shell. It will have no weapons or technique. A Beedrill could sting it at that moment. The Beedrill would be waiting for that moment too. Ash suddenly grabbed the bugcatcher by his collar. Where is it? Where's the hive? It's probably... The bugcatcher pulled out a map. It was a map of the forest. Under the largest tree in the forest. Nobody is brave enough to go there. I'll go. Ash snatched up the map and ran down the path ahead of him. Misty was dumbfounded as she watched Ash take off, before speaking to the bugcatcher. Jeez, he's so careless. Will he get there with just that map? Probably, the bugcatcher replied readily. The largest tree is at the end of this path, by the forest exit. Hold it. The exit is difficult to approach? That seemed odd. People should normally flock to the exit. As before, the bugcatcher readily replied. It's easy to enter, but difficult to leave. This forest has another name. The forest with no exit. I see. I didn't know that. Wait, what? Misty felt a shiver down her spine. Whether or not he understood the conversation between Misty and the bugcatcher, Pikachu had a look of concern on his face as he silently chased after Ash. Twilight was approaching. Even in the forest, it was abundantly clear when you had spotted the largest tree. Ash quietly assessed the situation from behind the rock. There was no sign of the Beedrill. They may have been out searching for more prey. However, in their place, something else was hatching from the branches. Their numbers were uncountable. Ash pointed the Pokedex at them. The cocoon Pokemon Kakuna. It is the chrysalis form of the hairy bug Pokemon Weedle. During the transformation of its evolution into Beedrill, they are largely immobile. Metapod was also a cocoon Pokemon, but unlike the green Metapod, their color was yellow. They look more like the cocoons for a cicada or a larva than a poisonous bee. It was shaped quite differently than Metapod. My Metapod, where is he? Ash searched between the innumerable Kakuna. His eyes eventually settled on one spot. Among the yellow Kakuna, a green Metapod hung from a thread. The thread likely belonging to the Kakuna's previous form, the hairy bug Pokemon Weedle. Metapod was looking at the sky, with its constantly drowsy eyes resigned to his fate. It was quite clear he was meant to be a meal for the Kakuna once they had evolved into Beedrill. Ash whispered, "Metapod, I found you! I'm here to save you!" Then it happened. "We found you, boy. We'll get you this time." It was the pair from Team Rocket. Ash turned around to see Jesse and James and lastly Meowth in front of him. "Couldn't you have chosen a better time for this?" "No matter whatever question you ask," Jessie gave her opening lines. "I'm not listening, so please shut up." However, Team Rocket ignored this complaint and kept going anyway. "The answer you'll receive is the world's pity," James continued. "Please be quiet, the Beedrill will come back." No matter what, Team Rocket wouldn't stop. Because I don't want to write out the whole thing again, let's just skip it. After going all the way from "to protect the world from devastation" to Meowth's line, "That's right," Jessie spoke up. "It gets kind of old using the same line every time." "Keep that in mind. We've managed to scheme a little something." James pulled out a remote control. When a villain pulls out a remote control at a time like this, you'll typically expect it to launch something. "What the heck are you doing?" Ash panicked. "We like to make a flashy entrance," Jessie smiled. "Team Rocket's grand entrance fireworks, 100 of Japan's finest." James pressed the switch. The fireworks exploded all around them. Not that many people are actually going to be able to count a whole 100 fireworks going off. However, Team Rocket really didn't skimp on a single one. There was truly no less than 100 fireworks there, and not a single one was a dud. Every single Kakuna fell from the tree. Little dots began to appear in the evening sky. It was too early for stars to be out. It was the poison stings of the Pokemon Beedrill. The Beedrill that had been scattered throughout the forest swarmed in with burning rage. "Oh, wait a minute, what's that?" Jessie said. "To bees or not to bees," James spoke nonsense. "Yeah, wow, 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 wow." Meowth screamed as the Beedrill stung him. The two people and one cat screamed out, "This sucks." Ash didn't see Team Rocket again for a little while after this. Not that they didn't want to show themselves, but having been stung all over by the poison bee Pokemon Beedrill, their swollen faces and bodies were not something they were willing to display. After all, they always had the pretense themselves of the beautiful Team Rocket, Jessie, James, and Meowth. While Team Rocket fell victim to the Beedrill, Ash picked Metapod up from the base of the tree. "Run, run! The forest exit's up ahead!" He glanced to the side and saw Pikachu running. "Pikachu, you came for us?" "Pika!" "Oh?" Seemingly not the case. Pikachu ran right past him. He was followed in hot pursuit by the Buttcatcher and Misty. They were being pursued by a swarm of Beedrill. Ash was too slow carrying Metapod. "Oh, give me a break!" Right behind Ash, the swarm of spears were right there. The sound of the stingers tearing through the air buzzed on. He wouldn't escape unless he abandoned Metapod. It'd be a lie to say the thought hadn't crossed his mind briefly. But Ash couldn't do that. He shouted as he threw off any thought of abandonment. "I'll never abandon you again. I want to be together. To travel together. I caught you. I promise, Metapod. I'll never leave you behind again." Even if the Beedrill were to sting him and drag him to their hive, he wouldn't abandon Metapod until his dying breath. Then it happened. Something changed within Ash's arms. Metapod's shell began to crack. He was evolving. The hard shell was gone. This was Metapod's most vulnerable moment, at least according to the Buttcatcher. "I can't let Beedrill get him. A single sting could..." Ash held Metapod close as he ran in. "Hang in there, Metapod, and I'll hang in too." The sound of Beedrill's wings behind them became greater. "The forest exit is right there. Come on, Ash. Metapod." Ash muttered to himself as he ran. Through, it's an exit. It's the forest exit. It obviously doesn't have a door. There was nothing keeping the flying Beedrill from leaving as well, but Ash only focused on the exit for now. "Just a little more. Just a little more." Then it happened. The weight in his arms lifted. Oh! Metapod's weight had vanished. Ash looked in front of him. Metapod was not there. In his place, a butterfly Pokemon Butterfree with his wings spread out. The evolution was complete. From Caterpie to Metapod, and then to Butterfree. Butterfree now leapt from Ash's arms. It was at that same moment Ash tumbled out of the forest exit. Butterfree flapped his wings, hovering in the path of the swarm of Beedrill. His wings flapped gently like a butterfly. However, that gentle flapping formed a surprisingly strong gust of wind. A few steps beyond the forest exit, the bugcatcher caught notice of the wind. He turned and shouted, "A Butterfree! And the finest specimen I have ever seen!" Misty also turned around. A Butterfree? Not being particularly knowledgeable about Butterfree, Misty couldn't comment on the quality of the specimen, but she could tell it's pretty. "It's beautiful!" Misty's eyes shone. She may have hated bugs, but butterflies were apparently a different story. Additionally, Butterfly's wings glistened in the twilight. Pikachu was also enraptured by the sight. He had watched a Butterfree in the moonlight with Caterpie just last night, and now Caterpie himself had become one. "Hey you, the special move!" The bugcatcher shouted at Ash. Special move?" "Butterfree's special move," the bugcatcher shouted in frustration. Butterfree's special move. Come to think of it, he'd heard of it. What was it again? Even Misty knew Butterfree's special move. It was a well-known move. Misty, the bugcatcher, and Ash simultaneously shouted, "Sleep powder!" In response to the three voices, Butterfree scattered silver powder from around its wings. The Beedrill fell and fell. They fell asleep under the influence of the silver powder. Eventually the sun set and the whole forest was quiet as it slept. This may be a superfluous point to bring up now, as the Beedrill slept. It was impossible to tell whether the heavily stung members of Team Rocket were alive or not. It may be that we never hear from Team Rocket ever again. "You really helped us out back there," Ash spoke to the bugcatcher as he scratched his head awkwardly. "Not at all. It was all your own effort." The bugcatcher shook his hand. "Huh?" Ash was taken aback. "A Pokemon will only listen to its master's orders. That sleep powder of Butterfree's was your doing. It's quite hard for a newly evolved Butterfree to pull off that move so flawlessly." "Oh, is that so?" Ash asked bashfully. "It's clear how well you cared for Butterfree as a Metapod. Quite clear indeed. It wouldn't have been able to follow your orders so smoothly otherwise." Ash's embarrassment was building heavily, so he tried to deflect it. "Oh, there are plenty of Pokemon who won't listen to their trainer as well." Ash looked at Pikachu as he said this. Pikachu noticed he was being talked about and turned away in a huff. "Anyway, this was a good experience." The bugcatcher extended a hand. "The handshake I shook off earlier." "Oh." The two of them firmly shook hands. "I'm going to train in the forest a little longer. I may find some bug Pokemon even more amazing than yours." The bugcatcher smiled at Ash. "You sure do love bugs," Ash replied. "That's why they call me the bugcatcher," the bugcatcher stated matter-of-factly. "Yeah, you're right. It suits you," Ash laughed. He was glad that he was able to befriend the first expiring trainer he met after leaving Pallet Town. They said their goodbyes, and Ash felt rather satisfied as they watched the bugcatcher head back into the forest. "Hold it, Ash." "Oh yeah, there's another Pokemon trainer here." "Don't get carried away." Misty spoke pushily with her arms folded. "What?" Ash responded curtly. "What about Butterfree? Just gonna let him flutter free?" Butterfree had just been flying until now. "Oh, right!" Ash pulled out an empty Pokeball. He wanted to pick out an especially nice ball for Butterfree, but really they were all the same. "Butterfree, return!" Butterfree leapt into the Pokeball as if he'd been waiting for it. "This is good, and slightly belated, but I got Butterfree!" "Kidding." Ash nodded to himself. "Geez, you're hopeless." Though she was bad-mouthing him, Misty thought to herself, "This kid, he really does love Pokemon." Things weren't so bad. Pikachu mixed a sigh with his cry. Things weren't too bad at all. Beyond the forest, a new city awaited. Its name was Pewter City, a city with a Pokemon gym. Pallet Town. Ash's mother Delia was closing up shop at 11 p.m. Her son, who had left on a trip to become a Pokemon trainer, had been a hot topic among her customers. "Ash is doing his best out there, huh?" one customer said. "Your son also left to become a Pokemon trainer, didn't he?" Delia replied. "Yeah, he left the same day as your boy." This customer also had a 10-year-old son. "My grandson is out there too," Professor Oak murmured in the corner. He was referring to Gary. Delia spoke brightly. "Anyway, 4 kids left Pallet Town on a journey that day. I'm glad for 'em." "I ain't." A middle-aged man at the end of the table spoke up. He was eating the onion soup Delia held pride in. "Our kid ain't on a journey." Everyone in the shop looked at the man. "Our kid is a runaway. No idea why, but he just didn't want to stay in the house." On the same day as Ash and the other 3 boys also left Pallet Town, each of those children for their own reasons. Delia clapped her hands together. "Anyway, we should be happy for the kids on their journeys. Everyone cheer. It's all on the house tonight." Normally you'd expect to bring out the booze at this point, but Delia was different. She didn't want her customers going home drunk and getting into fights with their wives. And so what she served to her customers before they left was cocoa oulat, chocolate mixed with milk. When the customers left, Delia cleaned out their cups, locked the shop, and went upstairs to her bedroom, changed in her pajamas and noticed a blinking light on the answering machine by her bedside. Delia pressed the button. Ash's voice played. "Mom, I made it through Viridian Forest. Next is Pewter City." "Mom, I'm sure you're busy, so I'll leave it at that. I'll contact you again later when I've got time." "Call me anytime you're free, and if I'm free, I'll be sure to answer." Delia was pleased. She was able to sleep peacefully. "So Pewter City," Delia whispered. Delia's husband, that's Ash's father, and Delia's father, that's Ash's grandfather, had never made any contact. "All I wanted was to be contacted," Delia whispered. The kind of children who become Pokemon trainers are highly varied, and the reason for which they become Pokemon trainers are also varied. The story from here on is about the meetings and parting of these children and their encounters with the mysterious life forms known as Pokemon. To be continued in Pocket Monsters the Animation, Volume 2. Note 1. Here I provide a fairly pointless afterword. As this is a novel, there are a number of ways in which it is different to the anime. However, the English catchphrase of Team Rocket, "This sucks," wasn't actually planned, but rather a cut off the ad-lib in the studio by actor Megumi Hayashibara, Shinichiro Miki, and Inuko Inuyama. And so with Team Rocket, despite my reluctance, I've included this line in the novel in order to be true to their character. I wish Team Rocket all the best in the future and feel sorry for them and offer my gratitude. The author.